Chapter 639, Living Sacrifice. Chapter 639, Living Sacrifice. The seven-man squad had already been searching through this blood-red land for an hour. High Lord Sandlight seemed to be very patient, but some of the newcomers were intolerably impatient. With such a great lucky chance in front of them, they were all excited. What's that? A giant demon martial artist saw that not too far away there was a bump of dirt in the ground, as if there was a grave mound there. Normally, this sort of mound wasn't anything strange, but the giant demon martial artist could feel a rich and sleepless energy moving about there. This energy caused the giant demon martial artist to pause. What was under that mound? Could it be the Earth Step Demon Godbone that High Lord Sandlight mentioned? After thinking of this, the giant demon martial artist's heart began to race within his chest. Looking all around, he determined that no one was paying attention to him, and he began to slowly tiptoe over to the mound. This blood-red island was several dozen miles wide. The squad had split up to each seek their own lucky chances. If one of them found the treasure alone, then they certainly wouldn't share it. The giant demon martial artist also had this idea. He raised his guard as he slowly approached the mound. As he closed in, he could feel the energy becoming increasingly rich. There really is something buried here. He thought for a moment about how to dig out this mound. Using his hands would be a bit improper, so he brought out a halberd from his spatial ring. Using this halberd to dig would be much safer. But at the moment he extracted the halberd, his body suddenly shook, his eyes burst open, and all the flesh of his body was instantly charred black, his body turning to ash in the next moment. All of his blood vitality had turned into a deep red wisp of light that shot into the mound. A gentle breeze blew past, and the ashes of the giant demon martial artist scattered into the wind. From beginning to end, the giant demon martial artist hadn't even said a word. The squad continued to search. Another hour later, some people began to discover that something was strange. A few people had vanished into thin air. Stop! Stop everything! A martial artist cried out. He didn't dare to shout loudly, but used a true essence sound transmission instead. I feel that there are a lot less people. After the martial artists of the squad heard this, they gathered together. As they met up, they sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 of them had disappeared, and they hadn't even noticed. Where did they go? The martial artist's presence felt a bone-freezing cold in the air. They didn't believe that these 3 had quietly left the squad. The greatest probably was that all 3 of them had been killed. The 3 of them were all strong high lords, but they had been killed so quietly. There hadn't even been a sound. This was far too horrifying. We must leave immediately. A high lord from the Great Axe Tower said, his face paling. Although a lucky chance was tempting, they still hadn't found anything for such a long time, and 3 people had already died, quietly and without their notice. If this continued, then just how many more of them would die? Moreover, they hadn't even been able to see this enemy. Those that died must have instantly died. The difference in strength was too great. Even with a lucky chance in front of them, continuing to struggle for it when they didn't even have the strength to obtain, it was just the actions of a fool. Let's get out of here. A heavenly demon 7-star from Whitestone Tower concurred. You want to retreat? We're about to find it soon. So, why would we retreat? If we leave now, then all of our efforts would be wasted. High Lord Sandlight shook his head as he spoke. I agree. There are already some clues appearing. As people that entered the eternal demon abyss, we should already be prepared to die. How can there not be dangers on the road of martial arts? A High Lord echoed. His name was High Lord Sky Eye. Like High Lord Sandlight, he too came from 5-Color Tower. After hearing that High Lord Sandlight and High Lord Sky Eye wanted to stay, the 2 previously speaking martial artists glared at them as if they were crazy. If you want to stay so badly, then I won't stop you. Let's go. The High Lord from Great Axe Tower said, raising his foot to leave. High Lord Sandlight shook his head. How unfortunate. If you stayed, then we might have been able to find it in another hour. Now, it seems that, as High Lord Sandlight spoke to hear, his eyes suddenly flashed with a thick killing intent. Demon essence erupted from his body. Die. He drew out a saber from his spatial ring and slashed down at the leaving High Lord's back. A sharp saber light cut through space. Wind howled. This High Lord from Great Axe Tower was not some common martial artist. Although he was slightly worse than High Lord Sandlight, it wasn't by much. Within the eternal demon abyss, he had kept absolute vigilance of his surroundings, not even relaxing if his so-called squad was guarding him. Towards those cruel individuals that walked the killing road, having someone aim at their back was a completely normal matter. The Great Axe Tower, High Lord's eyes flashed with an angry light. He suddenly swiveled around, and a sword jumped into his hand, as if it were alive, cutting out. Bang! Demon essence violently collided. The Great Axe Tower, High Lord gave a stuffy cough and drew back. After all, he had to quickly counterattack, and his strength was also weaker. With this sword strike, he had suffered a loss. But it was only a loss, he hadn't been injured. As he retreated several dozen few, the Great Axe Tower, High Lord's eyes were blood red as he said, "Sandlight, do you want to die?" Hee. High Lord Sandlight sneered. Then he actually put away his saber, as if he didn't want to continue fighting. The Great Axe Tower wasn't willing to forgive this insult. With anger rising in his heart, he was about to take a step forwards and attack again, when at this moment he quietly groaned and his body shook. Under everyone's eyes, his entire body disintegrated into nothing, all of the blood in his body evaporating into a mist, even as the rest of him turned into flying ash. All of his blood vitality was turned into a wisp of red light that flowed into a mound on the ground. This sudden change stunned the youth from the Whitestone Tower. A chill crept up his back. However, he didn't have time to figure out how the Great Axe Tower High Lord had instantly died. All he was thinking was that he was in grave danger, whether it was the two High Lords from Five Color Tower or this danger zone. Everything here was a death trap waiting to kill him. Without saying anything further, the youth from Whitestone Tower turned around and fled. "Where do you think you're going?" Beside the youth, the other martial artist from Five Color Tower, High Lord Sky Eye, was already attacking. A spear thrust forth, straight towards the youth's back. At the same time, High Lord Sandlight also attacked. His saber cut off the Whitestone Tower youth's escape routes. In terms of strength, this youth from Whitestone Tower was only a heavenly demon 7. He simply wasn't a match for any High Lord, much less a pincer attack. Only able to face one, the Whitestone Tower youth blocked High Lord Sky Eye's attack, but the burst of demon essence from High Lord Sandlight swept over him, causing him to vomit blood, severely wounded. Be relieved that you will be honored as my living sacrifice. High Lord Sandlight cut down with his saber, combining his attack with High Lord Sky Eye. In an instant, the Whitestone Tower youth's bodily true essence protection shattered, and an arm was bloodily chopped off. The Whitestone Tower youth miserably shrieked. High Lord Sandlight chuckled, stepped towards the Whitestone Tower youth and slammed his palm forwards. Bang! The youth was easily struck by High Lord Sandlight, sent flying into that mound. Then, without even a moan, all of the youth's blood dried up, turning into a stream of light that submerged into the mound. Shit, just missing a bit more. High Lord Sandlight shook his head regretfully, but High Lord Sky, I only laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. Although we're missing some blood essence, some other prey just delivered themselves to our door." Ha. This fool, instead of walking the path to heaven, he chose to break into hell. High Lord Sky, I turned his head towards a direction in the void and perniciously said, "This friend, you've already been watching for so long. Come out so we can see you." Without any response from the empty void, High Lord Sky I sneered and said, "Don't think I'm just bluffing. I am called High Lord Sky I because my eyes can see through the nothingness like the eyes of heaven. In front of me, any illusion of camouflage you try is useless. Be a good boy and come out to die, or I'll attack you all the same." As High Lord Sky I spoke, he lifted his spear and pointed it towards a direction in the void. At this moment, space warped as if it were being torn apart. A blue-clothed youth stepped out. His hands were empty, his eyes were calm, and he looked as if he were taking a brisk walk in the spring. This youth was Lin Ming. In the moment that space twisted, High Lord Sky Eye's complexion changed. It was true that his eyes were special, and he could sense fluctuations of life in his surroundings. To say that he had the eyes of heaven was an exaggeration. He could find Lin Ming's hidden position, but he didn't know just how Lin Ming had hidden. Originally, he had thought that Lin Ming was using some strange stealth symbol or miniature array, but he never guessed that Lin Ming would hide in the distortions of space. To use space to hide, the method of highest skill was to rip apart space and hide in the space crack, isolating all energy and atmosphere away. But within the Sky Spill continent, this was a nearly legendary skill. Even the 8 Fall War Emperor might not have the ability to do this. The method that Lin Ming used was to warp the space around him, making the light curve around his body, smoothly passing over him, thus hiding himself. This was an extremely skillful stealth technique. It also required a very high comprehension into the concept of space. High Lord Sky, I immediately realized that he might have run into a troublesome fellow, but when Lin Ming stepped out of the distorted space and High Lord Sky, I saw just who he was. His complexion completely changed. "You are Lin Ming?" High Lord Sandlight was also greatly shocked. "Lin Ming, you are still alive." When the squads had all gathered at the meeting area 1,500 miles from the edge of the Eternal Demon Abyss, news had already spread that Lin Ming had gone missing. No one knew just where he went, but according to the analysis of the events, the greatest probability was that he had perished. High Lord Sandlight would never have imagined that he would encounter Lin Ming here. He had gone missing for a full half-month, and then, by himself, had crossed thousands of miles towards the Eternal Demon Abyss and had finally reached the very edge of the fatal Forbidden Death Zone. How had he done this? What had he experienced during this time? As High Lord Sandlight was thinking about all this, he was suddenly bewildered. You broke through to the revolving core realm. High Lord Sandlight had just noticed Lin Ming's cultivation. He was at the early revolving core realm. Before entering the Eternal Demon Abyss, Lin Ming had only been at a half-step revolving core. According to all common sense, he would need at least another half-year to make a breakthrough. But Lin Ming had actually only used a single month to make his breakthrough, and in the Eternal Demon Abyss of all places, combined with the news that Lin Ming had gone missing, there was only one possibility. That was Lin Ming had stumbled across a lucky chance, and it was also a massive lucky chance. Chapter 640, 10,000-Year Corpse Grass. Chapter 640, 10,000-Year Corpse Grass. Damn. Why is this fellow so lucky? High Lord Sandlight was writhing with envy. He wasn't sure what this lucky chance was, whether it was completely used up or whether there was still some remaining. It was impossible to find any of this out unless he killed Lin Ming. Thinking of this, High Lord Sandlight's heart surged with a thick killing intent. If he killed Lin Ming, not only would he be able to seize his lucky chance, but he would also complete all the live sacrifices he needed. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, High Lord Sandlight suppressed his murderous thoughts. Although he had heard rumors of Lin Ming's strength, how strong he was had yet to be confirmed. But Lin Ming had still managed to come here all alone by himself, so that meant he inevitably must be capable in some manner. Not just that, but he also broke through to Revolving Core. As High Lord Sandlight glanced over at High Lord Sky Eye, he saw that Sky Eye was wincing with fear. The two of them were among the top-ranked High Lords of Five-Color Tower, so there was no need to mention their strength. They were also 2 against 1, so their advantage was even greater. Even so, High Lord Sandlight and High Lord Sky Eye didn't have absolute faith they could kill Lin Ming. If Lin Ming managed to escape after, then he would surely take revenge against them in the future. They did not believe that their talent surpassed Lin Ming's. Although High Lord Sandlight's killing intent had only been there for a fleeting second, it was still detected by Lin Ming. Lin Ming faintly smiled and said, "Is that how it is? You want to kill me to complete your little ceremony?" High Lord Sandlight stiffened. He then laughed, smiling as he said, "Brother Lin, don't make such a joke. River water does not mix with well water. How about we each mind our own business and take our separate roads?" Take our separate roads? Lin Ming's lips curved in a caustic smile. "If I was weak, then I fear I would already have been killed by you for a sacrifice." Hearing Lin Ming's obviously antagonistic words, High Lord Sandlight frowned and said, "It's true that we don't want to fight you, but that doesn't mean we fear you. You can't defeat us, and we can't stop you from leaving. If you want to fight, then we'll join you, as long as you aren't scared of attracting evil spirits here. Otherwise, if you don't want to fight, then I kindly ask you to immediately leave." "Leave?" Lin Ming coldly smiled. "If I'm not wrong, then that mound behind you is the grave of a 10,000-year corpse grass, and you want to take it away." As soon as High Lord Sandlight heard the name of corpse grass, his complexion suddenly changed. He had journeyed into the eternal demon abyss 4 times in a row now, and he naturally had a great deal of experiences and understanding as to what heavenly treasures there were here. But this was obviously Lin Ming's first time here. How could he know so much? 10,000-year corpse grass is similar to the caterpillar fungus that mortals breed. It is a seed that parasitizes the skeleton of an emperor-level powerhouse, using that skeleton as its nourishment. When it grows, it will have to constantly devour the blood vitality of other martial artists. The reason that you killed all those people was in order to feed this 10,000-year corpse grass until it was full. Then it would be easier to capture. Am I right? Lin Ming's understandings of the 10,000-year corpse grass naturally came from the jade slit that the Polaris Tower Master gave him. With every word he spoke, High Lord Sandlight's complexion became uglier and uglier. At the end, he looked extremely miserable and haggard. High Lord Sandlight's body flashed with a thick killing intent as he said, "Lin Ming, are you saying that you want to divide the spoils?" "Divide?" Lin Ming shook his head. "If I must venture a guess, this 10,000-year corpse grass still isn't full yet. I'm a bit scared of this corpse grass too, but if I feed both of you to it, then that should be enough." "You want to die?" High Lord Sandlight and High Lord Sky Eye flew into a volcanic rage. The two of them no longer spoke any nonsense. They attacked Lin Ming from both sides. Lin Ming's expression was calm. His right hand traced his spatial ring, and the purple comet spear came howling out. Concept of thunder. Chila. The vision of the High Lords were all obscured by the blinding light of thunder. Lin Ming thrust his spear out, arcs of purple lightning wrapping around it like thick pythons. "What?" High Lord Sky Eye paled as he saw the arcs of lightning atop Lin Ming's spear. All of the demon essence he sent out had been instantly swallowed up by that blinding light without a trace remaining. In that split second, High Lord Sky Eye wasn't even able to think about what had just happened. Atop Lin Ming's spear, the purple thunder that contained the power of a battle spirit burst forth. A battle spirit could be attached to anything, strengthening its power greatly. This included even a thunder soul. A battle spirit infused coiling dragon steel needle howled forth, flying straight towards the space between High Lord Sandlight's eyes. Ah, in that moment, High Lord Sandlight's pupils shrank. With a panicked cry, he cut down on the coiling dragon steel needle. With a deafening sound, the coiling dragon steel needle broke under High Lord Sandlight's attack. However, a wisp of battle spirit infused lightning snuck into High Lord Sandlight's body, instantly paralyzing all of the demon essence within him. In an exchange between masters, the briefest moment of paralysis was enough to determine life and death. Puff. High Lord Sandlight felt a cold feeling in his chest as an icy long spear stabbed at him, ripping apart his true essence and thrusting straight through his body. As the long spear entered his body, true essence erupted. High Lord Sandlight's body shook and blood shot into the wind. Don't. High Lord Sandlight's words were abruptly cut off mid-sentence. The violent and tyrannical true essence that Lin Ming poured into High Lord Sandlight's body rushed out from his orifices and head, directly smashing his organs and brain apart. As High Lord Sky I saw this, he was terrified. An inexplicable chill rose up his back, as if his spirit was escaping into the heavens. He never thought that this would happen. 2 against 1, in just 2 breaths of time. High Lord Sandlight had been instantly killed. Without any further words, High Lord Sky I turned around and fled. Lin Ming sneered. He stepped forwards, and the space between his feet seemed to shrink. In a single step, Lin Ming crossed several hundred feet and appeared right in front of High Lord Sky I. Lin Ming, don't force me. Ooh. High Lord Sky I loudly shouted, his entire body turning a deep dark red, as if all of his blood was seeping out from him. Obviously, he wanted to use a secret technique of his race, but as this was only halfway completed, Lin Ming's spear had already pierced towards him. In that instant, time around High Lord Sky I seemed to slow down. Puff. A spear easily stabbed through High Lord Sky I's chest. With a twist, High Lord Sky I instantly died. After taking High Lord Sky I and High Lord Sandlight's spatial rings, the phantoms of infernal energy were scattered by Lin Ming into pure infernal energy and absorbed by him. On his arm, the heavenly demon tattoo solidified even more. The wings became increasingly full, and the feathers became more and more detailed and clear. Lin Ming glanced down. His heavenly demon tattoo had finally reached the late 10-wing stage. From when he entered the eternal demon abyss until now, Lin Ming had killed a total of 6 High Lords. Even so, their infernal energy had only allowed his heavenly demon tattoo to grow to the late 10-wing stage. If he wanted to reach the peak of 10 wings, as well as go from 10 wings to 12, then every step would be increasingly difficult. The hardship of becoming a 12-winged High Lord could be imagined. Picking up High Lord Sky I and High Lord Sandlight's corpses, he tossed them over to the mound. As the 2 corpses flew close to the mound, they seemed to evaporate, their bodies rapidly aging, their bones melting, and all of their blood vitality turning into 2 thin red wisps that sank into the ground without a trace. After swallowing these 2 wisps of red light, the mound trembled a few times and then slowly subsided. Even the surrounding energy field weakened. Lin Ming stood aside, quietly watching the changes of the 10,000-year corpse grass. 10,000 years to a wild and ancient type of grass like this. In truth, that only meant it was at a young, growing stage. A young corpse grass like this was already terrifying. Although its striking power was weak, it actually had a very special ability. This was that it could compress the energy left behind by the dead Emperor level powerhouse into a predator force field, using this force field to kill its prey. This sort of force field was absolutely terrifying. It had at least 10% of the dead Emperor level powerhouse's strength. If a High Lord level martial artist were to step inside, they would be instantly killed. However, The use of this predator force field had severe limits. It took 1,000 years for the corpse grass to concentrate enough energy to form this force field, and this force field could only be used several times before being exhausted of its energies. Afterwards, once the corpse grass had finished eating, it would fall into a state of deep sleep. This was the so-called blood sacrifice that High Lord Sandlight had mentioned. He had wanted to use other martial artists to rapidly exhaust the corpse grass force field of its energy, forcing it into a deep sleep where he would then be able to capture it. Lin Ming also had this plan. At this time, the 10,000-year corpse grass had already eaten its fill and was beginning to fall into a deep sleep. Now, it would begin to further its growth as well as gather energy for its next predator force field. Of course, this was something that would only happen 1,000 years from now. What do you plan on doing with this corpse grass? Demon Shine asked. I'll raise it, Lin Ming casually responded. Besides all this, the 10,000-year corpse grass had another function, and that was to raise it, feeding it blood essence and blood demon crystals. This corpse grass would gather this energy and purify it, condensing into a powerful energy field in its surroundings. If one were to practice in this energy field, the energy they could absorb would be much more pure and rich. Naturally, the effects of practice were superior to using blood demon crystals. Lin Ming patiently waited until the force field around the 10,000-year corpse grass dissipated until only 10% of its energy was left. Then he linked his hands together and began shooting off several dozen true essence seals towards the 10,000-year corpse grass, creating an array that isolated it from the surrounding energy. Then Lin Ming took out his purple comet spear, preparing to break apart the mound. At this time, the 10,000-year corpse grass suddenly rose in alert. Oh! A piercing scream came out from the mound, spreading to the ears. This cry was like the sad and mournful groans of ghosts. It was hard to imagine that this was a sound made by a plant. Lin Ming thought little of this. His spear thrust towards that mound of earth. After using up the force field energy that it had accumulated for 1,000 years, the 10,000-year corpse grass was no longer terrifying. Even High Lord Sandlight and High Lord Sky Eye had dared to capture it, much less someone like Lin Ming. Within the mound, there was a blood-red plant. Amidst this plant's roots was a distorted face, and under this face was a fist-sized ball that looked as if it were made of meat. This ball rapidly beat, as if it were a heart. For a plant to grow into this sort of appearance, it was truly ghastly. After its nest was torn apart by Lin Ming, the 10,000-year corpse grass let out increasingly discordant cries, its entire body shaking as if it wanted to dig deep into the earth. But how could Lin Ming let it go so easily? With just a few seals of his hand, he completely blocked off the surrounding space. With a jab of his spear, the 10,000-year-old corpse grass was plucked out by Lin Ming. Chapter 641, The Eternal Demon Abyss Erupts Again. Chapter 641, The Eternal Demon Abyss Erupts Again. After being pricked by Lin Ming's spear, the 10,000-year corpse grass fiercely struggled, sending out ear-piercing screams as it shook. As Lin Ming saw the true appearance of this 10,000-year corpse grass, his eyebrows twisted together. This little thing was truly unsightly. In fact, it was extremely ugly. Demon Shine chortled. This thing is a heavenly treasure to a corpse sect. A corpse sect martial artist would definitely pay an exorbitantly high price to buy this 10,000-year corpse grass. Corpse sect. Lin Ming was aware that there were some martial artists that would collect the bodies of powerhouses and use them to refine weapons, create puppets, or even seize their bodies. For instance, the 7 Profound Valleys Magubiu could have been classified as a type of corpse sect martial artist. Lin Ming wrapped this 10,000-year corpse grass in layers of seals before stashing it away into a jade box. Lin Ming, where do we go now? Demon Shine asked. The two of them had already reached the 1,200-mile radius zone of the eternal demon abyss. If they went much closer, they would approach the 1,000-mile radius forbidden death zone. This 1,000-mile radius forbidden death zone was an area where even birds couldn't cross. Entry into it meant absolute death. As for those places near this 1,000-mile radius forbidden zone, those were also extremely dangerous. Lin Ming asked, did the demon emperor enter the 1,000-mile radius forbidden zone in the past? Of course, Demon Shine scoffed, as if this were something that simply didn't need to be asked. The 1,000-mile radius forbidden death zone is only a relative name given to it. If your cultivation is high enough, then although you might not be able to freely come and go as you please, you don't need to fear it too much. In the past, when the demon emperor stayed here for 20-some years, most of that time was in the 1,000-mile radius forbidden death zone. I see. Lin Ming wasn't crazy enough to think he had the qualifications to enter such a place. His plan was to come to the edge of this 1,000-mile radius forbidden zone. It would be his best opportunity for finding lucky chances. But if he couldn't find anything, he had still broken through to the revolving core realm. Now he had the ability to return to the South Horizon region. Towards someone like Xian Wuji, Lin Ming definitely wasn't his match. But when it came to those first-stage life destruction elders of the South Horizon region, Lin Ming believed that he could kill them. In a flash, several days passed. Lin Ming had been wandering around the 1,100 to 1,000-mile radius of the eternal demon abyss. His days here were actually quite peaceful, until this moment, when Demon Shine's voice suddenly sounded out in his mind. Lin Ming, in the front to the right, 10 miles away. There are people there. Oh. Lin Ming was startled. How many? I'm not sure. They are too far away right now. I only felt a fluctuation of energy, but this fluctuation should be from a martial artist, not an evil spirit. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. Okay, let's go look for them. There were many advantages to being together with other martial artists. Lin Ming quickly displayed his movement technique and rushed towards the direction that Demon Shine had indicated. However, just as he took a single step, he felt the ground beneath him start to suddenly shake. Far away, he could see the ground splitting apart, a plume of black energy gushing out of the earth and shooting towards the skies. Lin Ming was shocked. What was happening? Something's wrong. Demon Shine's voice changed. The infernal energy has begun to frantically move, and those several people I discovered are now running towards here. As Demon Shine finished speaking, Lin Ming could see several moving figures within the endless fog. They were all running towards the eternal demon abyss as if their lives depended on it. Just as this thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind, his complexion immediately changed. He could see that behind these people were massive black clouds, chasing them down like a massive tsunami. And these black clouds contained a terrifying energy. Damn. Lin Ming cursed in his mind. He swiveled on the balls of his feet and ran away. He could no longer afford the time to think about what this was. The jade slip left behind by the Polaris Tower Master had never mentioned something like this. Lin Ming was fast, but the people behind him weren't slow either. Because of that slight delay, they had already rushed up to just several hundred feet from Lin Ming. In the instant that Lin Ming turned around, he could clearly make one of the people. It was Duan Mukun. There was no longer time to ask what was going on. Lin Ming's feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and he shot forwards at the limits of his speed. The massive tsunami of dark clouds was like an ancient great beast, swallowing everything that had passed by. As the black clouds surged forth, they rose nearly 1,000 feet high into the sky. The energy inherent within them caused anyone to lack any courage to face it. But wanting to dodge these demonic clouds of infernal energy by flying was impossible. This was because flying was impossible within the eternal demon abyss. In terms of speed, the demonic clouds were even several times faster than a normal martial artist. As everyone ran with all their might, they could still see that the black tsunami behind them was closing in. Ah! A vague scream broke out. Lin Ming didn't need to look back to know that a martial artist had been swallowed up by those dark clouds. His fate could be imagined. As the infernal energy around him twisted into stormy currents, Lin Ming used the concept of space, shrinking the space beneath his feet and displaying the limit of his speed. He was faster than everyone else behind him, but he still wasn't as fast as that tsunami of demonic clouds. But at this moment, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. In front of him, at the very edge of the thick fog, he could make out a black mountain peak. Looking at the height of that mountain, it had to be several thousand feet high. Lin Ming was overjoyed. Without words, he immediately launched Golden Rock, shattering the void, and rushed straight to the top of that mountain peak. Although seeing a mountain didn't mean it was close because of the fog that obscured his vision, when Lin Ming saw the mountain peak, it was already not too far away. With his extreme speed, he reached the base of the mountain in just several dozen breaths of time. Using his max speed, Lin Ming rushed to the peak in a single go. As he turned around, he could see at the bottom of the mountain there were several other martial artists who had set foot on the Black Mountain and were racing to the top. Now, the tsunami of demonic black clouds was near. As it surged forwards, even the ground beneath him trembled. Looking at how terrifying this cloud was, Lin Ming feared that even this mountain would break under its impact. Just what was that? Lin Ming asked, frightened. Hehe, you're quite lucky. Those black clouds are an eruption from the eternal demon abyss. Normally, after the eternal demon abyss erupted, it will enter into a stable period and not erupt for decades or centuries. But I don't know what happened this time. So I said that you're lucky. Demon Shine's facetious voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. When the demon emperor had stayed in the eternal demon abyss, he had also faced these eruptions. This is an eruption of the eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming was shocked. The eternal demon abyss only erupted every several decades, or even centuries. When it did erupt, it would spit out a massive amount of infernal energy as well as demon god bones and the terrifying evil beings from the depths of the eternal demon abyss. After the eruption of the eternal demon abyss, the energy here would all be in chaos, with layers upon layers of danger zones appearing everywhere. This was the time when the chance of dying in the eternal demon abyss was the highest, but this also meant that this was the time for the luckiest chances. Thus, when the eternal demon abyss had just had an eruption was also the time when the highest amount of martial artists would enter. At this moment, Lin Ming couldn't bother with these details. All he heard was a loud banging noise as the massive tsunami of black clouds smashed into the mountain, creating turbulent flows of energy thousands of feet high. The black mountain peak trembled. It seemed as if it couldn't withstand this massive impact force and could collapse at any moment. A great chunk of the mountain was directly ripped away by the tsunami of demonic clouds. A martial artist that hadn't climbed fast enough cried out miserably as he was directly sucked up by the black clouds, disappearing without a trace. But at the front of the group, Duan Kun and the rest had already rushed to the peak, luckily avoiding the impact of the black clouds. Lin Ming looked down. Not too far away, he could see that the always refined and calm Duan Kun was panting, his forehead dripping with sweat, and his face flushed red. In that horrifying encounter just now, he had obviously consumed a great deal of energy. Behind Duan Kun, there were also 2 Fey Heavenly Demon 7-star martial artists, as well as 3 giant demon martial artists. Those 2 Fey martial artists were Feng Shen and Lan Xian. As for the giant demon martial artists, Lin Ming only knew one of them, Great Axe Towers Blackstone. Blackstone was also a descendant of a holy land. As someone that came from a giant demon holy land, his talent was no less than Feng Shen's. Lin Ming When Duanmu Kun first saw Lin Ming, he was incomparably shocked. Before this, he had heard from Lan Xian's own mouth about Lin Ming's fate. He thought that Lin Ming had already perished here, but he never would have imagined he would see him right now, in these circumstances. As the others noticed Lin Ming, Feng Shen also saw him. He was a bit stunned, but then soon felt relieved. He hadn't believed that someone like Lin Ming would die here, and his faith now seemed rewarded. The one who was the most surprised was Lan Xian. She had personally experienced that demon bone danger zone and knew how terrifying it was. She had seen him walk back to that danger zone and not return after an hour. Although she said that Lin Ming was missing, her heart had already determined that Lin Ming had died there. But she never expected that she would see Lin Ming in front of her right now. Did he break out of that danger zone by himself and travel the thousands of miles across the eternal demon abyss until finally reaching the central region? How had he done this? It wasn't just Lan Xian that thought this unbelievable, but also others. Traveling by oneself was much, much more dangerous than forming a team, and Lin Ming didn't even have a guide. But at this moment, Feng Shen's heart stirred. Stunned, he looked at Lin Ming and said, "You broke through to Revolving Core?" Lin Ming faintly smiled at Feng Shen. "Brother Feng Shen, I'm glad to meet you here. I just happened to stumble across a relatively safe place in the eternal demon abyss and made a lucky breakthrough." Lin Ming's casual few words left everyone flabbergasted. There are safe zones in the eternal demon abyss? Breaking through to Revolving Core here? Aren't you just wanting to die? Moreover, Lin Ming's cultivation had only just reached the half-step Revolving Core realm previously. According to a reasonable rate of progression, it should have taken him at least half a year. How had he managed to achieve this so quickly? Did he find some lucky chance within the eternal demon abyss? This was the only explanation. Brother Lin has really good luck. Blackstone sourly said. Lin Ming's breakthrough in this journey to the eternal demon abyss had surpassed the totality of his harvest so far. Good luck. Lan Xian wasn't sure, but in the instant she discovered that Lin Ming had made a breakthrough, she already knew deep within herself just where Lin Ming had found his lucky chance. Initially, back when they were in that danger zone, Lin Ming had casually made an excuse to go back because he had lost a spatial ring. But the truth was that he had discovered some lucky chance there. Thus he went back to look for it. But there was a powerful and fearful evil being lurking within that danger zone, so strong that it only needed a second to kill a high lord-level powerhouse. In that sort of situation, how could Lin Ming have discovered a lucky chance? And how could he have taken that lucky chance from the keeping of that evil being? How had any of this been done? Lan Xing subconsciously covered her mouth. Currently, she only felt that this Lin Ming in front of her was increasingly mysterious. Chapter 642, Straying into the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 642, Straying into the Forbidden Zone. Lan Xian, what's wrong? Duanmu Kun noticed Lan Xian's change in expression and asked her with a true essence sound transmission. Lan Xian responded with her guess, and Duanmu Kun was dazed for a moment, his eyelids jumping. Indeed, finding a lost spatial ring was a weak excuse to return to a danger zone. Duanmu Kun hadn't thought too much of it, but now that he carefully remembered these details, there were a number of questionable points. First, Lin Ming was meticulous and cautious as well as strong. Could such a character really lose their spatial ring and not know about it? Second, according to Lan Xian, Lin Ming had led the squad to rush out of the death trap and had even changed directions midway. Was that really just a coincidence? Lin Ming wasn't a fool. Since he had the confidence to go back, he had the confidence to deal with the evil being in that danger zone. Then it wasn't surprising for him to seek treasures in a danger zone either. At the thought of this, Duanmu Kun felt daunted. His group had also encountered several danger zones, and he had even witnessed one of his teammates die a tragic death. He was fully aware just how terrifying the eternal demon abyss was. Here, there were lucky chances everywhere, but that didn't mean one could obtain them just by sheer luck. One needed to be strong enough, or at least have the ability to take it. Otherwise, all they would do is lose their life. Lin Ming, what was his secret? Not only did he break through the countless dangers of the eternal demon abyss, but he even closed up here and broke through to revolving core. His strengths were truly hidden. Duan Mukun felt more and more awed by Lin Ming. To him, Lin Ming only felt unfathomable. But on the side, Blackstone was unaware of all these factors. He said, "If I had Brother Lin's luck, then I might have been able to become a 4-star Demon King." A so-called 4-star Demon King was the same as the human life destruction realm. Blackstone wasn't 30 years old yet. If he could really become a 4-star Demon King now, then even the Eightfall War Emperor's talent would be inferior to his. Towards such an obviously daggered compliment filled with jealousy, Lin Ming only faintly smiled, not explaining anything. Luck is also a kind of talent," a martial artist said. He was a Goliath High Lord from Great Axe Tower. As he was in the middle of speaking, the mountain suddenly shook. At the foot of the mountain, a massive shelf suddenly collapsed, washed away by the immense black currents at the base. A crack spread up at a shocking rate, splitting the peak of the mountain in half. The black torrents of energy surged and burst through the crack and shot into the sky. The Goliath martial artist that was just speaking was actually flushed away by this mighty flood of energy. Ah! Screams filled the air. The current of energy was like a highly corrosive acid. Half of the Goliath martial artist's body had melted away, leaving nothing but bones. This scene took place in front of everyone, leaving them all shocked. They all hurriedly retreated backwards. The Goliath martial artist only had half a face left. The other side was a bloody mess. As his face distorted in pain, he reached out his hand, begging for the others to help him. But who would help him at this time? As they all witnessed the pitiful Goliath martial artist, everyone took several more steps back, their complexions paling. Kacha! The Goliath martial artist's foot bones broke. His body collapsed to the ground, as if he were made of mud, instantly dead. As Lin Ming saw this, his palms became wet with sweat, and his heart chilled. A moment ago, he had been secretly on guard about the shaking energy underneath the Goliath martial artist's feet, but he didn't think the consequences would be so serious. Bang! The black mountain peak shook again. Everyone was greatly startled, all of them blanching and preparing to retreat at any time. Who knew when this mountain peak would crack again, and another terrifying current of energy would erupt? Boom, boom, boom. Great tracts of the mountain burst apart, collapsing into the ground, falling into the raging black current, and completely disappearing. Seeing all of this, the martial artists felt a chill creep up their backs. No one moved. If this black mountain collapsed, then no one here could even think about living anymore. The group continued to completely concentrate on the raging current of energy below. Fortunately, the mountain stopped collapsing. After half an incense stick of time, the turbulent waves of energy beneath the mountain began to die down. Everything at the foot of the mountain was already washed away, leaving it all in broken chaos. Fortunately, besides that eruption just now, there wasn't a similar eruption. Everyone felt as if they had just survived the apocalypse. However, before everyone could catch their breath, a High Lord suddenly grimaced and said with anguish, "We've probably entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone." What? The 1,000-mile forbidden zone? No way. These few words caused all of the martial artists present to feel a deep and unsettling fear. They had all escaped in a hurry from that dark tsunami of energy. So how could any of them have worried about what direction they were going? Every other direction had been blocked by that mighty flood. So this was the only direction they could run in. Fleeing and fleeing, they had actually fled into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Lin Ming frowned. Looking ahead, the black flood of energy had passed, and the fog had been washed away. All that was left behind was a broken land, as if they had reached the end of the world. Demon Shine, didn't you just say that the eternal demon abyss erupted just now? If the eternal demon abyss erupts, shouldn't the energy flow come from the center and disperse outwards? How could the energy flow from outside to inside, trapping us in the center of the eternal demon abyss? Demon Shine shook his head. That just now was only a small-scale eruption. It came from one of the eternal demon abyss surrounding cracks, refluxing back to the center. If the main center of the eternal demon abyss erupted, then that would be a serious problem. The eternal demon abyss is 10,000 miles wide. If the energy burst out from there, then I fear the explosion would be 100,000 feet high or more, directly breaking through the heavens and blotting out the skies. In that sort of outrageous current, even my master would have to retreat lest he accidentally fall in and die, much less someone like you. If you were truly caught up in something that great, do you still think even a little bit of you would be left? As Demon Shine spoke, Lin Ming suddenly became aware. Indeed, if the 10,000-mile wide eternal demon abyss erupted with a massive amount of energy, then that large-scale outpouring of energy would be truly terrifying. What do we do now? All the martial artists present, even if they were Holy Land descendants, had a tinge of fear in their eyes. The eternal demon abyss was not some general forbidden zone. There had been countless geniuses and powerhouses that had fallen in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. None of these people had been any worse than them. I don't even know what I should be afraid of. I heard that there had once been 2 titled Azuras that had entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, and neither of them returned. Both of them died here. As the martial artist spoke, he subconsciously glanced over at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was also a titled Azura, but in this sort of situation, any sort of Azura was useless, let alone an outstanding young elite. Hadn't there even been a great number of Emperor-level powerhouses that had died here? Everyone calm down. No one panic. A Fey High Lord from Whitestone Tower said, although there was a great number of talents within the Fey race, there weren't many that were willing to stay as High Lords. The reason was rooted in the innate characteristics of their race. The Fey were naturally arrogant, lofty, and had a deep sense of pride. Many of them simply weren't willing to serve others. This is just the very edge of the eternal demon abyss 1,000-mile forbidden zone. We haven't yet fully entered deep into the eternal demon abyss. For these last tens of thousands of years, all those emperor-level powerhouses that entered the eternal demon abyss have died at the center. We are only at the very edge. If our luck is good, we can still leave. The Fey High Lord's words were obviously to placate the martial artists, but at this time, many of them were willing to be consoled in such manner. Another martial artist echoed the sentiment and said, "What the High Lord isn't wrong. Let's descend the mountain now and begin to walk back. As long as we put in the effort, we can do anything, and that means we can also leave here." Everyone had a herd mentality at this time. Now that there were people willing to take the lead, everyone was relieved. Just as everyone was about to leave, Lin Ming said, "Wait a minute. Is there something wrong?" Duan Mukun looked over at Lin Ming. Right now, he placed Lin Ming's opinion in very high regard. He even suspected that Lin Ming had been to the eternal demon abyss before. How can we wait right now? We are in the most dangerous area of the eternal demon abyss. The longer we delay, the more danger we'll be in. A High Lord said, exasperated. Lin Ming said, "The black torrent just passed. There is still a great amount of this black energy in the ground. These energies can easily take your life. If you accidentally fall into a swamp or hole, then you won't have any feet left. There were places in the eternal demon abyss where the soil was soft. If this black energy flowed inside, it would mix with the soil and form a muddy swamp. If anyone were to fall in this, the consequences could be imagined. Lin Ming's reasoning was rational and succinct. The High Lord's lips twitched, but he didn't oppose this. Everyone decided to wait for several hours. During this time, everyone sat in meditation, trying their best to restore themselves to their peak condition. All of them were readying to travel the road of hell. Lin Ming also entered into the ethereal martial intent as he mediated, constantly consolidating his cultivation. After several hours passed, there weren't any additional dangers. Around the Black Mountain Peak, the residual black energy began to dissipate into a black mist, fading into a fog as it turned from black to gray. As everyone saw this, they finally realized just where the pervasive fog of the eternal demon abyss came from. This fog was actually formed from the violent energy flows that erupted from the eternal demon abyss. "We can go now," Duan Mu proposed as he glanced over at Lin Ming. We can." Lin Ming stood up. This was the eternal demon abyss 1,000-mile forbidden zone. He never thought that he would stumble his way into here. As the group of people descended the mountain, they judged their position from the stars and began to cautiously make their way outwards to the edge. According to the estimation of a High Lord who had been to the eternal demon abyss, they were no more than 100 miles into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. There was still 900 miles until they reached the true center of the eternal demon abyss, so the chances of them making it out of here were still very high. As Lin Ming walked, he raised his vigilance to the limit. If this area was called a 1,000-mile absolute death forbidden zone, then there were naturally reasons why it was so terrifying. If he wanted to safely leave this land, he feared that it wouldn't be so easy. Demon Shine, you followed the Demon Emperor and stayed here for 20-some years. Do you know what dangers there are here and why so many geniuses died here? Demon Shine shook his head. The Demon Emperor's strength back then far surpassed your current self. The things that weren't dangerous to him are fatal traps for you. For instance, that small-scale eruption of the eternal demon abyss. The Demon Emperor also encountered that twice before. To him, there wasn't even the slightest bit of danger, but for you, Halat, there were actually 2 of you that died. If you want me to analyze dangers, then how would I analyze them? Ask me again if you bump into something. Chapter 643. Are we out? Chapter 643. Are we out? After this eruption of the eternal demon abyss, the group together with Lin Ming had a total of 10 people. Of these, there were 4 heavenly demon 7 stars, Fengshan, Lon Xian, Duan Mukun, and Blackstone. All of them were Holy Land descendants. The other 6 were all High Lords, including Lin Ming. The 10 individuals here were all top masters, and there was even Duan Mukun, whose strength approached that of a tower master. The group was on alert the entire time as they walked to the edge of the eternal demon abyss, their speed very slow. It was even slower than when they first entered the eternal demon abyss. The 10 of them all sent out their perception to the limit in order to avoid any evil spirit ambushing them. However, as they walked, nothing happened. 50 miles, 80 miles, 100 miles, 120 miles. These martial artists were fairly aware of just how far they walked. As they crossed 100 miles, by all reasoning, they should have already left the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, or at least approached the edge. As the martial artists realized this, they all became incomparably excited. Had they really made it out? The closer they approached the edge of the forbidden zone, the more vigilant everyone became. The 1,000-mile radius forbidden zone was known as the road of no return. One entered, there was no coming out. Not even birds were an exception. This rumor had been passed down through the countless years, so who knew what sort of danger they would encounter once they finally reached that critical threshold. Like this, the group walked another 20 to 30 miles with jitters. In total, they had probably walked 150 miles, but nothing had happened yet. Had they really made it out? All of the martial artists felt as if they were in a dream. They had entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone and not encountered any danger at all. As a group, they had calmly entered and then calmly left. This 1,000-mile forbidden zone isn't as terrifying as the legends say it is. Didn't we just safely go in and out? Blackstone said with a sigh of relief. There was a bit of disappointment in his tone. This so-called 1,000-mile forbidden zone had truly been exaggerated. Perhaps there were originally many people that died in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Thus there were rumors made about it where no one ever returned. The truth is that there is just a great deal of danger here, but our luck is good, and we didn't meet any and just walked out like that. A High Lord agreed. Ha! For me to have entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone in my life and not die, I truly haven't lived my life in vain. But what a pity we didn't find any lucky chances. If we could dig up 1 or 2 Earth Step Demon God bones in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, then we would be rich. A High Lord from Heavenly Cloud Tower said with some regret, just now they had all been carefully watching out for evil spirits. So, who was of the mind to search for demon god bones? Now that he thought about it, this was truly unfortunate. These frightening rumors proved just how powerful baseless gossip could be, even causing so much trouble now. Hee, if you want to go and search, then you're fine to go back. No one's blocking you. If you go back, you might be able to find an Earth Step Demon God bone. Another High Lord said jokingly. As the previously speaking Heavenly Cloud Tower High Lord heard this, he suddenly had a troubled look on his face. That intensely terrifying experience just now had left a lingering fear in the back of his mind. He nervously laughed and said, I just managed to carefully make it out, so I don't think I would have the luck to do that again. Besides, if I'm alone, it's much too dangerous. These casual words aroused a thought in another High Lord's mind. This 1,000-mile forbidden zone isn't as dangerous as we thought. Everyone was being too cautious, so we didn't investigate to see if there were any treasures about. If we return now, then with the strength of US 10, even if we meet some danger, we still might be able to deal with it. You all should know that no one has entered this 1,000-mile forbidden zone for the last several thousand years. All of them were scared witless by the rumors. So all of the treasures inside have gone untouched. The potential wealth inside is hard to imagine. As this High Lord spoke, some of the martial artists felt their hearts rise with greed. This was true. Ever since the terrifying rumors about this 1,000-mile forbidden zone spread out, no one had gone inside for thousands of years. The surrounding grounds were already explored every 10 years, so there wasn't that much outside. But inside the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, there was definitely an abundance of heavenly treasures. Moreover, the 1,000-mile forbidden zone was so close to the eternal demon abyss that there were probably many Earth Step Demon God bones here. There was even a chance that there might be a legendary Heaven Step Demon God bone. And a Heaven Step Demon God bone was a treasure that not even the ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steps had. If they could find just one Heaven Step Demon God bone, then they would never have to worry about resources for the rest of their life. The talent of these martial artists wasn't poor to begin with, and with a Heaven Step Demon God bone, they would inevitably be able to break through to the Emperor level. Everyone glanced at each other. In the end, their eyes fell onto 2 people. One was Duan Mukun, and the other was the Heavenly Cloud Tower's High Lord Cloud Demon. The 2 of them were recognized by the rest as being the strongest amongst the group. There was no need to talk about Duan Mukun. He came from a super holy land, and after entering the road of Emperor, his strength neared that of a Tower Master. As for High Lord Cloud Demon, he was ranked amongst the top of Heavenly Cloud Tower's 16 High Lords. It had to be known that the High Lords of Heavenly Cloud Tower were originally known as being the strongest of the 12 Skysplit Towers. High Lord Cloud Demon's ranking was thus actually very valuable. His strength was likely no worse than the weakest Tower Master. Duan Mukun hesitated for a moment, undecided. If a martial artist didn't fight for every lucky chance in front of them, they would be resigned to a lifetime of mediocrity. But this 1,000-mile forbidden zone truly wasn't some normal danger zone. For these last thousands of years, countless rumors had originated from here, and numerous peerless talents had perished. They had surprisingly walked out without much danger just now. Was that really just luck? Once they returned and encountered a powerful evil spirit, they might all be annihilated. Duan Mukun couldn't help but glance over at High Lord Cloud Demon. High Lord Cloud Demon also didn't know what to do at this time. After another moment of pondering, he suggested a compromise. Let's return 50 miles. This distance is probably at the threshold limit for the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. We can stay in that area for a few hours. If we search there, our lucky chances will be much better than those we find at the surrounding edge of the eternal demon abyss. Aside from all that, if we encounter a powerful evil spirit, then we are immediately returning. High Lord Cloud Demon's suggestion was neither too reckless nor conservative. Everyone began to respond. Great idea. Brother Cloud Demon's advice is far too good. Haha, Brother Cloud Demon is smart, great job. High Lord Cloud Demon's suggestion truly was good. At this time, a single wrong step could cause all of them to die here, but this one idea could be called the best route. All of the martial artists present looked excited, as if they were about to immediately find a heaven-stepped demon godbone themselves. Sooner is better than later. Let's go now. The High Lord, who first suggested this, said with some impatience. Duan Mukun nodded, agreeing to follow the crowd back. But then his heart suddenly stirred. As he looked over to Lin Ming to see what he thought about this, he saw that Lin Ming was actually standing there with a very solemn expression, his arms crossed against his chest and his head lowered, as if he were deep in thought. Everyone had already taken several steps, but Lin Ming was still meditating there, apparently without any intention of moving. Brother Lin, would you like to come with us? Duan Mukun invited. He very much hoped that Lin Ming would go with them. There were simply far too many secrets on Lin Ming's body. Duan Mukun believed that if Lin Ming came with them to the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, he would be a great help. Perhaps he would turn the tables on danger at a crucial moment, or even save all of them. Lin Ming seemed as if he didn't hear it all, still standing there deep in thought. Brother Lin, shall we go together? Duan Mukun asked again. Lin Ming, hurry up and go, otherwise you'll be left behind. High Lord Cloud Demon frowned as he said. Duan Mukun had asked twice, and Lin Ming didn't even respond. This was very impolite of him. Ha! Brother Lin seems like he doesn't want to go. Let him stay here. Let's go. Blackstone's eyes turned as he quickly interjected. As he spoke, he took 2 steps in fear that Lin Ming would change his mind and catch up. Blackstone's thoughts were very simple. Lin Ming hadn't even gone into the depths of the eternal demon abyss, yet he could casually walk along the outer edges and find a lucky chance that allowed him to break through to revolving core. This sort of good luck was way too heaven-defying. He felt that his own luck was far inferior to Lin Ming's, and he didn't want to divide any of the spoils with him. If the 10 of them divided a lucky chance, there wouldn't be much left to each of them to begin with. When that happened, this Lin Ming might squirrel away half of the treasure, leaving almost nothing for the rest of them to divide. It wasn't just Blackstone who had this idea, but many other High Lords were thinking this. A High Lord said with a true essence sound transmission to his teammates, "Let's go. This Lin boy is probably too timid." That's right. If he doesn't come, then there's one less share to divide out. Humph! The road to becoming a peerless emperor is filled with risks, what martial artists wouldn't dare to take them. Even if he is a peak emperor level talent, he still needs to put forth as much effort as he can. Otherwise, he'll just waste all of his talent and end up an average nobody. In these words, several martial artists also began moving. High Lord Cloud Demon also didn't wait for Lin Ming's decision. Only Duanmu Kun, Lan Xian, and Fengshen were looking at Lin Ming, waiting for his reply. Of the three of them, Fengshen most understood just how terrifying Lin Ming's strength was. As for Duanmu Kun and Lan Xian, they both knew of Lin Ming's ability. The reason that he could seek lucky chances within the eternal demon abyss was not because of luck, but because he had some strange secrets about it. If Lin Ming came, they would definitely have to apportion part of their lucky chances, but this was far better than just throwing their lives away. Brother Lin, what are you thinking about? After his first two questions weren't answered, Duanmu Kun wasn't angered in the least. In fact, his tone softened, and his expression became gentle as he once more asked Lin Ming a question. The other High Lords were already impatient from waiting. This time, after remaining silent for several breaths of time, Lin Ming finally opened his mouth and said, I was thinking that there's something wrong about where we are. Something's wrong? What's wrong? Duanmu Kun's chest tightened. If someone else had said this, he might have said they were far too fearful and suspicious of everything. But if Lin Ming said this, he didn't dare to be negligent. I can't say. If I could think of it, I wouldn't have to think so hard. Lin Ming shook his head. As he walked all this way, he always felt something strange at the back of his mind. When he asked Demon Shine, even he wasn't sure. Then you can stay here and slowly think about it. We'll go first. A High Lord chuckled. Although his words were fairly polite, the ridicule in them was obvious. To be so suspicious and scared even after coming out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. This could only be mental illness or acting. You stay here and think about it. I'm more afraid that you'll catch up. Many martial artists thought at the same time. Chapter 644, Quietly Approaching the Great Maw. Chapter 644, Quietly Approaching the Great Maw. Duanmu, let's go. High Lord Cloud Demon glanced at Lin Ming with an unbelievable expression. Why was this fellow making such baseless claims to stir things up? They had already left the 1,000-mile forbidden zone anyway. Duanmu Kun still looked at Lin Ming. Brother Lin, just what is going on? Lin Ming looked up from his thoughts, gazing at the dark, distant crimson lands. After a long silence, he began to slowly say, I feel that we haven't left the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. What? Lin Ming's words shocked everyone present. What kind of joke are you trying to play? Are you saying that all of us somehow became lost? How is that possible? We were clearly walking in the correct direction based on the stars. Within the eternal demon abyss, the stars were forever linked with the sky, static and unchanging. Thus, there was simply never a situation where one became lost, and they had already walked 150 miles, so they should have walked 30 to 40 miles out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. This fellow is an idiot. Just ignore him. Come, let's go. A High Lord said. He had tried to be respectful by using a true essence sound transmission to speak to everyone before, but now he didn't bother to. If everyone heard, then they heard. As Lan Xian heard Lin Ming, she was also a bit skeptical. Even if she thought Lin Ming's claims weren't true, there was still some basis in what he was saying, and it wasn't as if he were trying to be ostentatious. She asked, Lin Ming, what do you think we should do then? Should we continue walking to the edge, returning to the eternal demon abyss to look for lucky chances, or change directions? Lin Ming shook his head. He didn't even really understand what was going on. So, how could he even suggest to others what to do? After listening to Lan Xian speak, another High Lord said, Lan Xian, why are you asking him what to do? If he says to go in a different direction, do you really expect us to listen to him and willingly enter into some death trap? In these dangerous times, no one was willing to place their lives in the hands of others. This was simply human nature. Duanmu-kun was also in a dilemma. On one hand, he really did believe Lin Ming, but on the other hand, he couldn't just stay here forever because of Lin Ming's suspicious. Not to mention that Lin Ming couldn't even give a suggestion as to what to do right now. As for Feng Xin, without another word, he sat down next to Lin Ming. Feng Xin, what are you doing? A martial artist asked Feng Xin, unsure as to what he was doing. Waiting. Feng Xin's simple response left everyone befuddled. What was he going to do? Wait here for Lin Ming to come up with some plan? Feng Xin, have you also turned into an idiot? Blackstone was speechless. In his view, Feng Xin was a very solitary and opinionated person. But just because Lin Ming said that he had some vague suspicious, this Feng Xin fellow was actually going to sit down here and wait for him to think of something. Wasn't this just a joke? As the people were speaking, Lin Ming actually wasn't paying attention to them. He was communicating to Demon Shine in his spiritual sea. Demon Shine, you know what's happening here? Lin Ming asked. All this way, he hadn't felt anything at the start, but slowly he felt something was wrong, as if something was always aiming at him. But even though he investigated his surroundings, he didn't find anything strange. Even when Demon Shine released his perception, he still didn't find anything. You can't stay, but waiting is useless. If you stay here, then you'll inevitably be separated from everyone. When that happens, and you stumble into some terrifying evil spirit, then you won't even have a shield. What you're saying is to follow them back into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Lin Ming frowned. To return without fully understanding what was going on, that seemed a bit too reckless and dangerous. Demon Shine said, you staying here isn't a plan. In fact, we don't even know where we're going. We followed the stars and walked 150 miles, but we still haven't left the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. There is definitely something suspicious happening here. How about this? You follow them and place a mark down every 500 feet. Perhaps you might be able to discover something then. Place down a mark. All right. Lin Ming thought for a moment and agreed. He could only take this one step at a time and slowly discover just what was happening. Initially, it had been Demon Shine's big brother that had followed the Demon Emperor to stay here for 20-some years in the eternal demon abyss. Although Demon Shine had inherited some of his big brother's memories, it was in a very limited capacity. He wasn't omnipotent or omniscient. Brother Duanmu, I'll go with you, Lin Ming suddenly said. Oh, Duanmu-kun was startled, revealing a bit of a puzzled expression. He didn't know just what Lin Ming had found, or why he had changed his mind, but in any case, having Lin Ming accompany them was always a welcome idea. How come? Didn't you just say that there was something wrong? A High Lord jeered. This, Lin Ming said, he wouldn't come, but actually wanted to follow on their trail. His methods were quite disdainful. Lin Ming didn't bother with him. There was nothing to say right now. Being able to leave here was his most important objective. All he could do was continue walking and see whether these people's judgments were correct. Of course, this was simply impossible. This fellow, seeing Lin Ming come, High Lord Cloud Demon couldn't refuse him. He could only bring the group and go back. Lan Xian looked at Lin Ming with confusion, her lips moving, but she didn't say anything in the end. As for Feng Xin, he silently stood up and followed behind Lin Ming. He maintained absolute belief in Lin Ming's words right now. If Lin Ming decided to go now, then he definitely had his reasons. It was just that the others didn't know or couldn't understand them. As the group walked back, everyone remained cautious. Every 500 feet, Lin Ming would place down a symbol mark. The other martial artists naturally noticed this, but to them, this sort of petty action just seemed like a parlor trick. After walking the return trip for 20 to 30 miles, there wasn't a single danger. Like this, some of the people began to relax. It seemed the 1,000-mile forbidden zone wasn't as scary as it was made out to be. I wonder what we'll be able to find this time. Haha, if we can find a high-level Earth Step Demon God bone, then I will be satisfied. After not meeting any evil spirits during this long trek, several martial artists couldn't help but begin to jovially speak to each other. They were even thinking that they would be able to dig out a heaven-step demon god bone sometime soon. Don't be distracted. Maintain your vigilance. Duanmu-kun frowned, admonishing everyone. Got it, got it. A martial artist laughed. Obviously, he didn't really care. But just as he finished speaking, the smile froze on his face. He stared blankly into the horizon. There, far away, seemed to be an illusionary black flame rising into the sky, connecting the heavens and earth, scorching the stars. What is that? The martial artist gaped. With his words, everyone noticed the great flame shooting in the sky. Because of that flame, the entire world became filled with black fog, as if the heavens themselves were covered by a great black curtain. This scene alarmed everyone present. Several martial artists quickly moved forwards, and the fog seemed to disperse in front of them. Now, they all saw the complete picture of that horrific fire. That massive fire seemed to burn 100,000 feet into the sky. Because of the flame, the air around it distorted from the heat. The flame was completely different from a normal flame. It was transparent and blurry, as if it wasn't real at all. With the ethereal black fog covering it, it seemed hazy and unclear. Underneath this black flame, at the bottom of the earth, there was a vast void, as black as night, darker than ink. This void gave off a feeling as if the earth and space itself were split apart by a divine being, revealing an entrance to a dark and horrifying world. A boundless, potent, and vigorous energy escaped from this void. As everyone was enveloped in this energy, they felt a suffocating grief, making it hard for them to take a single breath. Hazy, faintly, there seemed to be a desolate and sorrowful dirge playing near their ears. Heavens! That is. High Lord Cloud Demon lifted his trembling hand and pointed a finger at the horizon, his voice shaking as he spoke. That endless black void at the ends of the earth, that was clearly the eternal demon abyss. This was the true eternal demon abyss. Back in the annals of history, the number one powerhouse of the holy demon continent entered the eternal demon abyss without returning. Impossible. This is impossible. High Lord Cloud Demon's face was wan as he shook his head. He was unable to accept this reality. We should still be around 1,000 miles from the eternal demon abyss. How could we possibly see it? High Lord Cloud Demon's few words shocked all the martial artists present silly. Eternal demon abyss? What? Are you King joking with me? Every single martial artist paled. Even Duanmu-kun was horrified and alarmed. That was the eternal demon abyss? Heavens! The surrounding 1,000 miles around the eternal demon abyss was known as the absolute death forbidden zone. If they could see the eternal demon abyss, then didn't that mean they were near it? As everyone thought this, they felt their minds tremble, a bone-biting chill crawling up their backs. Before this, they had entered around 100 miles into the forbidden zone, and then they had returned around 150 miles. By all rights, they should have already exited the 1,000-mile forbidden zone with a few dozen miles to spare. Then, they had returned 20 to 30 miles. This should only be the very edge of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. But now, with the eternal demon abyss before them, it seemed they were only a few hundred miles away. How was this possible? At this time, Duanmu-kun's mind echoed with Lin Ming's words. I feel that we haven't left the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. In essence, they had never left the forbidden zone. They had always walked towards the eternal demon abyss. Whether they went forwards or backwards, they had always been walking towards the eternal demon abyss. It wasn't just Duan Mukun who realized this, but also the other martial artists. Blackstone looked at Lin Ming, his lips trembling. The other High Lords also looked at Lin Ming, their hearts quaking. They had always been moving straight towards the eternal demon abyss. The eternal demon abyss was like the maw of a giant beast, a trap that was just waiting for them to step in. Even the past #1 powerhouse of the holy demon continent had perished within the eternal demon abyss. Once they entered, their fates could be imagined. Thinking of this, High Lord Cloud Demon's expression became incomparably ugly. He turned to look at Lin Ming, his voice trembling as he asked, "Young hero Lin, just what is happening here?" Lin Ming let out a heavy breath. The situation was developing in the worst way. He spread his hands out. "I have no idea." Chapter 645, Closed Energy Field. Chapter 645, Closed Energy Field. Back when they thought they had left the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone, Lin Ming had said that something seemed wrong, but as to what it was, he hadn't known. At that time, many of the martial artists had scoffed at him, derisively snorting at his thoughts. But now, no one dared to view Lin Ming's words with contempt anymore. Those several martial artists that had suggested turning back and looking for lucky chances were already going green with regret. The great terror of the eternal demon abyss had been widely known for thousands of years now. Everyone that entered must die, and not even birds could cross. How could any of this have been wrong? There had been titled Ajuras and Tower Masters that didn't believe this rumors and tried to enter the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone to find their own lucky chances, but they had all died in here, regardless of who they were. They had thought these rumors might have been exaggerations, but now it seemed as if they were all true. Facing such a terrifying eternal demon abyss, they had actually made such a ridiculous and foolhardy decision to return and try to dig up some earth-step demon god bones. They must have been too tired of living. "Young hero Lin, we were confused. Please, you must think of a way." The High Lord that suggested to return sounded as if he were crying. He looked helplessly at Lin Ming. Lin Ming had now become his final straw out of here. Although the hope he placed on Lin Ming was tremulous at best, it was still a faint hope. Blackstone's voice also shook, his voice bitter as he said, "Brother Lin, you are merciful and generous. Please ignore when we were confused and mistaken. Before, you said that we hadn't yet left the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone. Is there still hope of leaving here?" As a descendant of a holy land, Blackstone was incomparably arrogant, but now he was so humbly apologizing. This was just a sigh of how messed up his state of mind was, and how at a loss he was to all the events surrounding him. Lin Ming glanced over at Blackstone. Naturally, he didn't have time to care about such a trivial matter. The most important task at the moment was to figure out how to leave the eternal demon abyss. If he could leave, then he would rather he had been wrong. But unfortunately, matters had taken a turn for the worse. He shook his head and said, "I don't have any way right now." Hearing Lin Ming say this, all of the martial artists present felt their hearts sink with despair. That's right, Lin Ming was not an immortal. Although he felt that something was wrong, that didn't mean that he was able to lead them out of this hell. It was true that he was a titled Ajura, but since ancient times, there had even been titled Ajuras that had died in this 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone. In terms of strength, Lin Ming might even be weaker than Duan Mukun and High Lord Cloud Demon. What do we do? What can we do? The martial artists began to wallow in misery. At this time, Lon Exyon suddenly asked, "Young hero Lin, are we lost? Are the stars in the sky some form of illusion, deliberately misleading us towards the center of the eternal demon abyss?" Lin Ming shook his head. "No, the guidance of the stars is correct. The problem lies underneath our feet. If I had to guess, then I would say that for every 100 miles we walk away from the eternal demon abyss, we approach the eternal demon abyss by 100 miles. If we were to walk towards the eternal demon abyss for 100 miles, then we would be closer by 200 miles. Before, we walked 150 miles towards the eternal demon abyss and walked away from the eternal demon abyss by 150 miles. This is a total of 450 miles towards the eternal demon abyss. Disregarding that minor distance now, we should be somewhere around 550 miles far from the eternal demon abyss. As Lin Ming spoke, everyone felt chills crawl up their spine. 550 miles. But now, looking at the position of the eternal demon abyss, it didn't seem that far at all. If they just walked a few hundred more miles anywhere, they would eventually fall into the eternal demon abyss. There would be nothing left of them. Even the breezy and lofty Duanmu Kun paled at this moment. "Brother Lin, do we have any chance of leaving here?" Lin Ming's expression was grim. He bowed his head and thought for a moment. Shaking his head, he said, "I don't know. We might be able to leave, or we might be trapped here forever too." Lin Ming's words were truly demoralizing, but as everyone listened in, it was like they heard the dulcet tones of heaven. Because Lin Ming had said the words, "We might be able to leave." At this time, no matter how minor their hope was, something was better than nothing. To them, Lin Ming had become their final straw. "Young hero Lin, let's not leave yet. We'll move out once we figure out where we're going," a martial artist hurriedly said. The other martial artists began to respond. "Yes. No one bother young hero Lin as he figures out a solution. Keep guard. Don't let any evil spirits here affect young hero Lin." At this time, all of these martial artists tried to be as heroic and valiant as possible, attempting to raise their own value in Lin Ming's eyes. They were all scared that he might abandon them because they had slighted him just a while ago. The truth was that they had overthought this. Lin Ming had decided to cross this river together on the same boat. With them, there would be less danger. At least, if a formidable evil spirit popped out from somewhere, they could act as a shield. If he went alone, then his chances of escaping from here were much slimmer. Lin Ming lowered his head again, thinking some more. After a while, he slowly said again, "Even if we are standing still, we are still slowly approaching the eternal demon abyss." What? Everyone's complexions changed. Walking away was the same as walking towards the eternal demon abyss, and there wasn't even any need to mention walking towards it. But even standing still, they were slowly approaching the great void. How could they still have any chance of surviving? They fell into despair. The only thing that still gave them peace of mind at this moment was the calm expression on Lin Ming's face. "Don't panic. Let's return to our original route first." "Huh? We can still return back where we came from?" The martial artists were overjoyed to hear this. Lin Ming said, "At most we'll be able to return a little. I put some marks down on the way." "Mark?" "Right. Marks." Every 500 feet they walked, Lin Ming would drop a symbol mark on the ground. At the time, many of the martial artists had derided Lin Ming, thinking that he was just trying to trick them and appear mysterious. But now, it seemed as if he was extremely far-sighted and had expected all of this to happen. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's image in their minds became increasingly unfathomable. Everyone was excited, growing more and more confident in him. Lin Ming brought the group to head backwards, following the fluctuation of energy left behind by his mark. Strangely, instead of walking in a straight line, they had to walk in a massive arc. Finally, they reached the seal that he had placed 500 feet back. However, as Lin Ming saw this mark, he was both happy and worried at the same time. What he was happy about was that he could return to where he was by following these marks. What worried him was that this mark was clearly just placed here an incense stick of time ago, and logically it should be able to maintain itself here for several months before dissipating. And yet, currently, this mark was fading, half of the energy already gone. What was this? Lin Ming frowned. As he went to look for the next mark he left, the group also had to walk in a great curving arc. There were even stretches that they thought they had walked past already. But this time, no one dared to speak any nonsense. Wherever Lin Ming walked, they followed. After a while of effort, Lin Ming found the second to last mark he left. Sure enough, the energy from this mark had almost been completely consumed. Feeling for the energy fluctuations of the third, he found that it had completely vanished. Lin Ming's forehead began to drip with a cold sweat. The situation was worse than he thought. He had no idea just what had erased the energy within the marks. Like this, he wouldn't have any idea how to leave this place. How is it? Duanmu Kun noticed that Lin Ming was beginning to drip sweat, and an uneasy sense of foreboding began to rise in his heart. Lin Ming lightly sighed. He shook his head and said, "There's some problem with the marks I left. In this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, there is something unknown that has completely erased them." What? All of the martial artists felt their hearts sink, a deep sense of despair filling their minds. If these marks failed, did that mean they would be trapped here forever? The eternal demon abyss only remained open for half a year. After half a year, all the channels to this place would be shut down, only reopening 10 years later. However, of those martial artists that hadn't made it out in 6 months, there had never been a single one that had reappeared after 10 years. There were no exceptions. If they were trapped here, that was the same as a death sentence. Lin Ming remained silent, but he was actually constantly communicating with Demon Shine in his mind. Demon Shine, what is happening to erase the marks I left? Could it be evil spirits? Demon Shine said, "It's not evil spirits, although I haven't figured out just how to leave this area. I can generally guess just what's going on in this 1,000-mile forbidden zone." Oh, this 1,000-mile forbidden zone is known as a land of no return. The reason for this is probably because there is some powerful energy within the eternal demon abyss that has manifested into a specialized force field that affects the surroundings. And the radius of this force field just happens to be 1,000 miles. Once someone enters, it is very difficult for them to leave. The marks you laid down were also erased by this force field's energy. Lin Ming thought for a moment. As we walked around, I did feel some strange differences in the power of space around here. The space around the eternal demon abyss must be closed in by this force field, but the closed space has too great a surface area. I didn't notice it and walked straight in. With my current understanding of the concept of space, I wasn't able to immediately discover it. Space is enclosed by the force field. After Lin Ming spoke, Demon Shine suddenly seemed to remember something. I remember when I was still roaming the realm of the gods, I heard stories about certain stars in distant spaces that would explode, causing all of their weight to collapse together and form a very special type of miniature star. Around the star is a very strong force field that could twist apart space and force a completely encapsulated space. I fear that even a supreme elder of the realm of the gods that has glanced at the peak of martial arts might find themselves trapped forever in this closed space once they entered. Oh, Lin Ming's mind stirred. This was the first time he had heard about such a star before. Even such a supreme elder wouldn't be able to leave. That elusive peak of martial arts was Lin Ming's life goal. If even an unrivaled powerhouse who had glanced at that peak was powerless before this type of star, then its horrifying power could be imagined. Demon Shine said, "Of course, these are just stories I heard. However, you can rest assured that the force field of the eternal demon abyss is trivial compared to these types of stars. Otherwise, when the demon emperor came here, he never would have been able to leave." Lin Ming stayed silent. Although his understandings of the concept of space could be considered acceptable, facing such a massive energy field here that could warp a vast volume of space into a closed zone, even he felt this extremely difficult to solve. And now, he wasn't even able to use his marks. At this moment, he could only take things one step at a time. Lin Ming stood up and said to the martial artists around him, "Follow me." To these martial artists, Lin Ming's words were infallible commands. How could anyone dare to ignore him? They tried their hardest to keep up with him, lest they fall behind. Chapter 646, The Yellow Springs River. Chapter 646, The Yellow Springs River. If Lin Ming wanted to research and understand the situation about the enclosed Space Force field, he would have to walk around and slowly find out what the governing rules were. But there was a prerequisite. This was that he needed to be able to leave marks along the way. When Lin Ming had placed down marks before this, they had only lasted for 2 incense sticks of time before being cleanly erased. That definitely wouldn't work. After thinking for a while, Lin Ming thought of placing a trace of his battle spirit in the marks. A martial artist's battle spirit was a substantialized manifestation of their will. For martial artists that had strong wills, their will might last tens or even hundreds of thousands of years in perpetuity. When Lin Ming had encountered the will lights in the Road of Emperor, this was the reason they had existed until then. Even within the eternal demon abyss, there might be heavenly treasures or demon bones that contained an emperor will lasting for tens or hundreds of thousands of years. The first array symbol. Lin Ming walked over to a flat area of ground and flicked his finger, shooting out a golden array symbol and condensing it into a small mark. As the mark formed, Lin Ming left a faint trace of azure energy within. This was a wisp of battle spirit. After leaving down the mark with the battle spirit, Lin Ming didn't leave. Instead, he sat down near the erase symbol and waited to see just how fast the energy would pass from it. The other martial artists were unclear as to what was happening. Thus, a martial artist couldn't help but ask, "Young hero Lin, what are you doing? You worthless idiot. What use is there in you asking?" You wouldn't even understand young hero Lin's explanation. Blackstone suddenly said. The truth was that he also wanted to know what Lin Ming was doing, but he feared that he would disturb Lin Ming's thought process at this time. Lin Ming kept total silence and quietly watched the energy leave the erase symbol. Time slowly passed. Soon, it had been a quarter of an hour. The closed force field had wearing away the energy within the erase symbol, but as for that azure wisp that Lin Ming had left within, it dissipated very slowly. Lin Ming's azure will originally had an endlessly growing quality to it. Added to the fact that his will was firm to begin with, it held together well. After a quarter of an hour passed, the energy hadn't even been reduced by 5%. Calculating the total time, that mark with a wisp of battle spirit should be able to support itself for around 6 hours. 6 hours was more than enough time. Boy, you're quite smart. You strengthened that mark with your battle spirit. Nice. Demon Shine's voice echoed in Lin Ming's mind. All right, let's continue. Lin Ming stood up, and the other martial artists began preparing to set out. At this time, Lin Ming was in the lead. As the group advanced forwards, he would leave behind a mark every 500 feet. The path he took was very strange. Sometimes he would go forwards, sometimes he would go to the side, and sometimes he would even go backwards. However, no matter where he walked, he never seemed to be able to leave the eternal demon abyss. In front of everyone, the eternal demon abyss became increasingly close, and that monstrous flame became more and more clear. It was as if they could already feel the terrible heat waves rolling off of it. The pitch-black eternal demon abyss crossed through the end of the world, endless, limitless, like the maw of an ancient beast, swallowing all. Young hero Lin, is there really no problem? A martial artist couldn't help but ask. He actually wasn't feeling reassured at all. As he followed Lin Ming, he noticed that they were actually closing in on the eternal demon abyss. If you have the ability, then you can lead the way. Duan Mu Kun coldly said, causing the martial artist to shut up. After walking for another several dozen miles, the eternal demon abyss seemed as if it wasn't even 200 miles away. The group could already clearly see the horrifying fog rising up from the endless gaping maw. What rose was not flames, but a flow of surging black energy. This energy was like a silent fountain directly impacting hundreds of thousands of feet into the sky. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Let's return to our old route." He hadn't been able to discover just what the strange space laws were yet, but he was far too close to the eternal demon abyss for comfort. He didn't dare to continue forwards anymore. Returning to the original route wasn't easy either. On the way here, they only needed to walk 1 mile forwards to go 2 miles towards the eternal demon abyss. But in returning, they actually had to curve left and right, taking all sorts of crazy paths just to go back a single mile. Fortunately, Lin Ming's battle spirit didn't fail him. As they returned several miles back, there were still remnants of his battle spirit. They didn't completely vanish. As they reached the last several battle spirit marks, the will energy of the battle spirit had nearly depleted itself. This caused Lin Ming to sigh in emotion. Even with his own understandings of the power of space, in addition to demon shine, and even his battle spirit, all 3 of these factors together weren't enough to allow him to figure out just how to leave the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. If he could not even find a single clue, then the difficulty that other martial artists could be imagined, not to mention a titled Azura or Tower Master, but even a high-level life destruction powerhouse that didn't have a good grasp of the concept of space might perish here. We're back. We really came back. Young hero Lin truly knows the way. The martial artists could see the eternal demon abyss blur as they walked backwards. Finally, in a single go, Lin Ming proved his skills and led them to return all the way to the 550-mile zone from the eternal demon abyss where they had started. But at this time, everyone's hearts suddenly chilled. They didn't know when, but the air had filled with an enchanting aroma. If this was a nice spring day in the forests, then this fragrance would have been refreshing. But here in the darkness of the eternal demon abyss, this fragrance caused everyone's hairs to stand on end. As everyone abruptly looked up, they saw that the sky was raining down flower petals. These beautiful and vivid flower petals were like angels flying in the heavens. They were completely out of place in this dreary, dark gray world. As Lin Ming saw this, he felt a chill crawl up his back. Demon Shine, what is this? The jade slip that the Polaris Tower Master had given Lin Ming had very few records about what was inside the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Lin Ming had no idea just what was occurring around him. Demon Shine's complexion suddenly changed. This is bad. Those are brain-devouring tapers. Hurry up and run away. A sharp light flashed in Lin Ming's eye. He didn't bother asking what a brain-devouring taper was, instead instantly launching his movement technique and drawing backwards. Retreat. Don't be touched by those petals. As Lin Ming spoke, a flower petal silently fell onto the head of a martial artist. The martial artist's body shook, and with a cracking noise, blood shot out from his head. Those weren't flower petals. Those were thumb-sized blood-red, fleshly insects. They had sharp teeth like steel thorns. With a single bite, they directly pierced through the skull. Whoosh! The red fleshy insect drilled into the martial artist's head like a bolt of lightning. Ah! The martial artist clutched his head as he fell to his knees. Blood poured out from his head and eyes. The agonizing pain caused him to smash his head constantly into the ground. Every time he did so, thick liquid blood would gush out of the hole in his skull. Everyone could even clearly hear the sounds of his brain being chewed upon in his skull. Seeing this ghoulish scene, the other martial artists didn't hesitate at all. They instantly launched their movement techniques and rushed out with Lin Ming. At this time, the martial artists discovered that the fragrance they smelled just now had the effect of debilitating their true essence flow. With their true essence circulation hindered, their movements naturally became slower. Another martial artist gave a miserable cry as a brain-devouring taper started eating away at him. The miserable cries that filled the air caused the martial artists to panic with fear. They fiercely bit down on their tongues, using the pain to wake themselves up and desperately flee this area. Lin Ming no longer had time to lay down marks. In a single breath, he brought everyone out several dozen miles. But at this time, he suddenly stopped in his steps. Right in front of him was a great river. This river was a dirty yellow-brown color and was over 1,000 feet wide. This wide and smoky river seemed as if it originated from the nothingness of ancient times, flowing towards unknown lands. In the waters of the river, one could see bones floating. Of these bones, the majority of them weren't human, but rather different races. Some had wings, some had long horns, and others had even more peculiar features. Just by looking at this river, one could feel an inexplicable sense of bereavement and anguish fill their hearts, causing all of them to be comparably desolate. The Yellow Springs River. At that moment, Lin Ming's heart stopped in his chest. All of his hairs rose, and without any further words, he immediately swiveled around and ran away. There was no need for Demonshine to tell him what the Yellow Springs River was. When he inherited the memories of the Demon Emperor's soul fragment, it had contained a memory of this Yellow Springs River. It was probably because the Yellow Springs River was too terrifying. Thus it left a deep impression on the Demon Emperor, which was then inherited by Lin Ming. When the Demon Emperor had come to the bank of the Yellow Springs River, he had almost died, becoming more of the countless bones of the river. Duanmu-kun, Blackstone, High Lord Cloud Demon, and the rest were all following behind Lin Ming. As they saw Lin Ming's sudden frightened expression and hasty retreat, they followed him without a word. However, because they were slower, the last two martial artists that caught up didn't notice Lin Ming's expression suddenly change. In that instant, a trace of confusion and hesitation filled their faces. And after this slight confusion, they seemed to lose their souls. Their eyes glazed over, their limbs stiffened, and their steps became heavy. Like zombies, they took several dazed steps forwards and then changed direction, walking towards the Yellow Springs River. At this time, Lin Ming had already brought the remaining people several dozen miles away. As for those two martial artists that had started shambling towards the Yellow Springs Rover, they had walked into the river, going deeper and deeper within. The river water flowed over their legs, waist, belly, chest, and finally their heads. A faint trace of blood leaked out from their bodies, mixing with the river for a moment before immediately being swallowed up. The river remained that same dirty yellow color without the least bit of red. Under the surface of the water, the two martial artists' bodies had already completely disappeared. There was nothing left of them but bones, as if their bodies had rotted away for endless eons. After the two martial artists sank into the river, there wasn't even a stir from where they were. Several breaths later, two skeletons floated upwards, adding onto the endless bones of the river and gradually drifting away. As everyone saw this, they shivered in fear, a cold sweat streaming down their backs. Of these martial artists, which one of them wasn't a brave and peerless heroic youths of their generation. Otherwise, there was no way they would have dared to enter Skysplit Tower. Although they didn't fear death, that didn't mean they couldn't withstand such a creepy way of dying. This truly cracked the courage of even the most daring heroes. Brother Lin, just what is that river? Even Duanmu-kun's voice was shaking at this moment. That was the Yellow Springs River. Lin Ming sighed. The situation was deteriorating more and more. Now, he didn't even have full faith he could find out how to leave this 1,000-mile forbidden zone. The Yellow Springs River. The martial artists present were petrified. This river that was depicted in the ancient legends of the Holy Demon Continent, it actually existed. Chapter 647, Ancient Beast. Chapter 647, Ancient Beast. Yellow Springs River, that is, from the legendary hell from the fables of a bygone era, the skeletons within the river are countless, Without end, Duanmu Kun's voice trailed off as he turned to look at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was silent throughout. Whether this was a random name given by the Demon Emperor, or whether this was truly the legendary Yellow Springs River of the Holy Demon Continent, what was important was that because they frantically ran away just now, they had approached the eternal demon abyss by over 100 miles. This meant that they were just over 400 miles away from the eternal demon abyss. They could already clearly see the black energy that gushed out of the ground, spanning the heavens and earth, setting the stars ablaze. As Lin Ming became increasingly gloomy, and the others also realized this point. In truth, they had ran at most around 20 to 30 miles just now, but they had gone another 100 miles towards the eternal demon abyss. This proved that the closer they were to the eternal demon abyss, the faster they would get sucked into that gaping void. This was seriously bad news. Duanmu Kun let out a heavy sigh. At this time, he felt that his chances of making it out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone with his life intact were becoming increasingly low. "We only have 6 people left," Lon Xian suddenly said. Of the group of 10, the only ones left over were Lin Ming, Feng Shun, Duanmu Kun, Lon Xian, High Lord Cloud Demon, and Blackstone. These 6 were the strongest of the group. As for the other 4, because their strength was lacking, they had already died. When everyone encountered the same danger, it was usually the weakest who would die. As Blackstone discovered there were only 6 people remaining, he felt his heart rapidly beat in his chest, his face paling. Because of the 6 people left, he was the weakest. There was no need to mention Duanmu Kun or High Lord Cloud Demon. He couldn't even think of catching up to them. Lin Ming's strength was unknown, but he shouldn't be much worse than Duanmu Kun. As for Lon Xian and Feng Shen, they were also above him. This meant that if someone were to die, it would most likely be him. Young hero Lin. Blackstone's forehead began to furiously drip with sweat, but he didn't know what to say. In the past, when he had formed teams, he had taken others to be his shield because they were weaker than him. But today the tables had turned. He was the weakest. This was an immeasurably bitter and ironic situation. High Lord Cloud Demon knew what Blackstone was thinking and patted his shoulder in consolation. As he saw the 4 others die just now, he also felt as if he had stepped into death's door. For those 2 dangers just now, if it wasn't for Lin Ming promptly alerting them in time, they probably would have all died. Young hero Lin, you must choose a lucky road. We're all counting on you here. Blackstone's voice was a bit hoarse as he spoke. If I make it through this alive, I'll leave all my infernal energy and even give everything in my spatial ring to you. I don't want any of this, hey. If I had known things would be like this earlier, then I never would have entered the eternal demon abyss. Now, even if there was an earth-step demon god bone given to me, I still wouldn't want it. Blackstone morosely said. Now, any regrets he had were useless. In truth, Blackstone was different from the high lords of the Sky-Split Towers. He was a Holy Land descendant and a high emperor-level talent. Even if he didn't risk his life to search for Lucky Chance, he still would have a very high chance of breaking through the emperor-level bottleneck in the future and becoming a 1-star demon emperor. Of course, unless he had some further great Lucky Chance, he would be stranded there for the rest of his life, forever unable to break through to a 2-star demon emperor. He would only be the most ordinary of emperor-level powerhouses. The reason that Blackstone had come to the eternal demon abyss was this. He came to seek his own lucky chances because he didn't want to resign himself to fate and desired to reach a higher boundary. But now, he regretted coming to this hellhole. After entering the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, his hopes of leaving this place were quickly fading. He would most likely die here. Even if Lin Ming could really solve this land and figure out how to leave, that didn't mean he could bring everyone out with him. If there were people Lin Ming had to leave behind, then Blackstone would probably be one of them. Thinking of this, Blackstone could only let out deep sighs. Becoming the most ordinary of emperor-level powerhouses was still better than death. An ordinary emperor-level powerhouse could live for 5,000 to 6,000 years. If he broke through to a 2-star demon emperor, his lifespan would increase by another 2,000 to 3,000 years. The difference between the two wasn't astronomically great. High Lord Cloud Demon also had the same feeling. They had entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone by mistake and had encountered repeated life and death experiences. There were just too many existences here that he was unable to stand against. He could envisage that in the future, no matter how assiduous or hard-working he was in his cultivation, the difference between him and these hellish demonic spirits was far too great. All he could do was sigh at his own fate. As everyone was thinking, suddenly, there was a great and terrifying sound like billowing heavenly thunder that resounded through the entire world. No one could tell just where this sound came from. All they felt was thunder in their ears, their eardrums almost exploding. Everyone hastily sealed their ears with true essence, lest they start bleeding out from their heads. That horrifying sound intensified, smashing against the world like a natural disaster. The earth shook for 10,000 miles around them, causing them to tremble with fear, their hearts inexplicably filling with fear. Lin Ming's complexion changed. What was that sound? Thunder. No, there was no way that a thunderclap could have so much power behind it. It was like the sound of the world itself quaking in dread. And at this moment, a scene occurred, searing itself into the 6 people's eyes so that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In the eternal demon abyss, several hundred miles in front of them, the black energy flow suddenly became turbulent, quickly diverging. With it, a massive head, several hundred miles long, quietly appeared, ferocious dark red scales, taller than a mountain, a massive horn. It looked like a dragon, but different from the true dragon depicted in legends. Seeing this great ancient beast appear, every martial artist, including Lin Ming, was completely shocked. In that instant, they couldn't even breathe. If just the head was several hundred miles long, then the body must be thousands or even tens of thousands of miles long. Heavens! What in the world was that? The great ancient beast simply didn't pay attention to the 6 people standing several hundred miles away. To it. These 6 people simply weren't qualified for it to care about. Its dark gold pupils were vast and uncaring, regarding every creature under the heavens as mere ants. As the group inadvertently glanced at these dark gold pupils, it was like they had been physically struck. Blackstone, the weakest amongst them, suddenly shook, a tyrannical energy rushing through his body, causing him to vomit out a mouthful of blood. Even Feng Shen and Lan Xian were forced back a step, their faces whiter than death. Those dark gold pupils were several thousand feet high. It was like the infinite void of the universe was hidden behind them, making everyone's minds quake with fear. Duan Mukun and High Lord Cloud Demon quickly looked away, no longer daring to gaze upon this being. But Lin Ming was actually staring at this great ancient beast, his eyes blazing with brilliance even as the blood vessels there bulged like they were about to burst. Lin Ming, if you continue looking, your eyes will explode. Demon Shine's shout resounded in Lin Ming's mind. However, Lin Ming kept his gaze firmly fixed on this great ancient beast until his eyes began to bleed. Hube, the blazing black flow of energy was pushed back once again. The head of the great ancient beast rose up 100,000 feet. Then a pair of wings began to unfurl. As these wings spread out, all of the clouds in the skies were washed away. The black flow of energy was twisted apart, the rocks from all around were turned up in a great storm, and even mountains were swept away. As High Lord Cloud Demon saw this, he was greatly shocked. Watch out! With a great roar, the terrifying storm instantly swept through the 400 miles towards the group, directly impacting into them. Bang! The ground was split apart. The 6 people were swept into the strong winds, no different than straw. High Lord Cloud Demon was aghast. If they were blown away by these strong winds, while they might not be seriously wounded, they couldn't afford to lose Lin Ming. In this hellhole, once they were separated, the chances of finding anyone else again were close to zero. If they didn't have Lin Ming with them, then they could forget ever leaving here. Come to me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 chains of energy shot out from High Lord Cloud Demon's body, twining around the other 5 like spirit snakes. The 6 of them were tossed several thousand feet in the sky before coming crashing down again. Bang, bang, bang. Earth and rock collapsed. Blackstone had a mouth full of dirt. Holy F***, what was that thing? Blackstone spat out a mouthful of dirt and wiped off the blood from his lips. As he turned around to gaze at the eternal demon abyss, the great ancient beast had disappeared into the hazy black fog. It had turned around, its great head submerged into the eternal demon abyss, leaving nothing behind but a great tail in the sky like a pillar that held up the heavens. Just glancing at this great ancient beast had severely wounded Blackstone and caused him to vomit blood. It had to be said that they were more than 400 miles apart. Just what sort of terrifying existence was this? Don't speak nonsense. Hearing Blackstone's curse, High Lord Cloud Demon's complexion changed. Blackstone, if you want to be an idiot and die, then go ahead, but don't drag us in. If you dare to offend this glorious divine being, then we will all die here. High Lord Cloud Demon's voice was stern, but Blackstone only curled his lips, feeling that High Lord Cloud Demon was over-exaggerating things. He said, "There's no need to be careful. I'm just talking. The creature is several hundred miles away, so I doubt it can hear us. Then again, even if it could, that doesn't mean it understands our language." You idiot! High Lord Cloud Demon's face sank. Blackstone, I hope you remember the legend of the eternal demon abyss. Several tens of thousands of years ago, during a period of unprecedented glory and prosperity, there was once a 6th grade sect that had almost united the entire holy demon continent. They gathered 12 emperor-level powerhouses and wanted to cage all of the infernal energy within the eternal demon abyss in a great array formation so that they could use it all for themselves, guaranteeing that their holy land would have a great destiny of 100,000 years. And the end result for this hubris was that those 12 emperor-level powerhouses were all instantly killed by a giant claw that stretched out from the eternal demon abyss, killing even the hallowed lord of that holy land without even ashes remaining. Afterwards, that 6th grade holy land completely disintegrated, and every single one, if their disciples died tragic deaths under the power of a mystical curse. Tell me, do you want to follow in their footsteps? As High Lord Cloud Demon spoke, Blackstone paled. Indeed, even if that great ancient beast just now wasn't that same fellow from tens of thousands of years ago that destroyed a 6th grade holy land with just a great claw, it wasn't any less of an existence. With such divine beings, it was best to remain respectful to them. Otherwise, if they were cursed, there was naught remaining for them but death. Blackstone gulped several times, scared witless. He kneeled down and prayed in his heart several times, begging for this divine being to pardon his sins. As Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon were talking, Lin Ming had been deep in thought, his eyes still bleeding. Lin Ming, you're crazy. You're lucky that big fellow sent everyone flying into the air, or else your eyes really would have exploded. Demon Shine admonished Lin Ming from within his mind. Lin Ming let out a long breath. He silently gazed at the eternal demon abyss for a long time. Then he slowly and calmly said, "I think I've discovered the way to leave the 1,000-mile forbidden zone." Chapter 648. Corpse Devil. Chapter 648. Corpse Devil. You figured out a way to leave the eternal demon abyss? Demon Shine asked, startled. Just a general feel. I don't know if it's possible yet, Lin Ming quietly said. He was continuously playing out scenarios in his mind. Demon Shine was shocked. He was very familiar with Lin Ming's personality now. If Lin Ming said he could, then he must have around a 70 to 80% assurance that his plan would work. The 1,000-mile forbidden zone was known as a land of no return that not even birds could cross. Even a high-stage life destruction or weak emperor-level powerhouse might die here. But Lin Ming was able to discover the method to leave this land. When they had captured the demon bone together, that had mostly been relying on Demon Shine's help, but after they entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, the truth was that Demon Shine hadn't played too great a role. Most of it had been due to Lin Ming's own hard work and effort. This boy, Demon Shine sighed with emotion. Perhaps it wouldn't be too long before a broken remnant soul like him would no longer be able to help Lin Ming. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming had finished deducing the scenarios in his mind. He stood up and said to the group, "Follow me." With Lin Ming's words, everyone quickly stood up. Although they had placed all their hopes on Lin Ming, they still didn't have much confidence they would be able to make it out of here. This entire time, they had always been going deeper and deeper into the eternal demon abyss. The closer they got to the center, the faster they were sucked in. It was like there was some invisible gravitational force that was constantly sucking them in. Demon Shine had said that the eternal demon abyss was like a black hole. The closer one was, the greater the attractive force was, and the more distorted space became. Wanting to come back out was extremely difficult. But Lin Ming had found that he had been caught in a trap of his own misunderstanding. He had thought that to come out of this twisted space maze, he would have to look for an exit. However, this space maze was extremely complex with countless twists and turns. There were even some crisscrossing paths that were 100 to 200 miles away from the eternal demon abyss. If he had to pass through these, then he would have to approach to 100 miles away from the eternal demon abyss, which was undoubtedly very dangerous. Moreover, there were innumerable danger zones in this 1,000-mile forbidden zone. If they encountered some danger and were forced to run away, then all their efforts would have been for naught. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming felt as if he had walked into a dead end. But then that great ancient beast had suddenly appeared, giving Lin Ming a groundbreaking inspiration. When that great ancient beast had let out a deep roar into the skies, the powerful shockwave had surged outwards and destroyed the surrounding space maze. Then, when the great ancient beast had unfolded its vast wings, the following terrifying storm that swept out had again shattered the space maze, directly blowing them out 1,000 feet. This 1,000-foot distance was towards the outside of the eternal demon abyss. In other words, they were blown 1,000 feet away from the eternal demon abyss. As this happened, it was like a light lit up in Lin Ming's mind. The distorted space here could change the walking direction of the weak, but it could not change that violent and tyrannical shockwave and energy storm from the great ancient beast. The reason for this was because they were far too strong. If he could be like the great ancient beast and destroy the surrounding space maze, then leaving this place would be much simpler. Shattering the space here was a madman's idea. If it were several months ago, Lin Ming wouldn't have believed he could accomplish this. But now that he had broken through to Revolving Core, and his battle spirit had also reached the bronze stage, his striking power was incomparable to how it used to be. A battle spirit had a colossal effect on striking power. In just this aspect alone, Lin Ming had already surpassed a second-stage life destruction powerhouse. Initially, Xian Wuji and others had cut open a space channel in a broken world. Now he too should have this ability. Well, at least he should be able to change the curved space at a weak point of the space maze. Now, the reason that Lin Ming was walking was to look for this weak point in space. Blackstone closely followed behind Lin Ming. Uneasily, he asked young hero Lin, "How come you didn't place down an array symbol mark this time? Without a mark, how would they return?" Blackstone simply didn't have any sense of security here at all. Duan Mukun and the others didn't understand either. But what they knew was that Lin Ming had his reasons for doing this. They didn't understand the strange and mysterious principles of this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, so there was no reason to ask. There's no need to. Lin Ming responded simply without explaining. In fact, leaving battle spirit marks meant that he would have to lose some willpower. One mark was not much, but hundreds of them added together would exhaust him. Right now, Lin Ming had to ensure that his striking power and battle spirit would be at their strongest state. Blackstone noticed Lin Ming's silence and tactfully didn't ask any further. All he could do was follow Lin Ming, his heart anxious the entire time. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming finally found the first weak point in space. As long as he could destroy this distorted space in front of him, he would be able to leave this level of the space maze and go into the next. It would save him a great amount of time and effort. Lin Ming closed his eyes. The heretical god force opened. He revolved the true essence within his body to the limit. Penetrating rainbow. With the battle spirit fused to his purple comet spear, Lin Ming thrust out. The sudden attack took the other 5 by surprise. They thought that an enemy had arrived, and all began to take out their weapons, preparing themselves for the final showdown. However, as they waited, they discovered that nothing happened. Lin Ming had simply stabbed at empty air just then. Is that fellow too nervous and attacked empty space? Blackstone maliciously thought. Before this, he didn't have any confidence that he would be able to defeat Lin Ming. But seeing him mess up in public, he couldn't help but start thinking to himself, so even you'll have times you're embarrassed. Let's go. Lin Ming said succinctly and lifted his feet to walk. His thoughts had been correct, with the bronze battle spirit fused into his attack, and added to the fact that his cultivation had reached revolving core. He really was able to change the distortion in space here. As everyone saw Lin Ming calmly walk forwards, the rest followed him with no questions. Following this, a set pattern began to appear. Every now and then, Lin Ming would suddenly attack the empty air. Everyone was confused. Just what was this? To be honest, attacking empty air looked sort of silly. If this were another martial artist, they would have assumed that they had a mental sickness. But Lin Ming was different. If Lin Ming did it, then no matter how absurd or ridiculous it looked, there must have been some unexplainable mystical function behind it. This could be called the weighty stature of a master. Attack after attack. Everyone was startled at first, but after that they became accustomed to it. No one asked why Lin Ming did what he did. They knew that asking was useless anyways. Blackstone was disquieted. Were Lin Ming's silly-looking attacks really effective? Casually, Blackstone turned back to look at the eternal demon abyss. As he saw it, he was immediately startled. Everyone look. The rest of the group turned around to see that the far-off eternal demon abyss seemed blurrier now. That billowing flow of energy had sunk back into the thick fog, looking ethereal and dreamlike. From being clear to faint, this proved that they were walking further from the eternal demon abyss. Moreover, they had gone at least several dozen or 100 miles. Realizing this, everyone grew excited. They didn't know how Lin Ming had done this, but now no one dared to disturb his thoughts. As for Lin Ming, every time that he attacked space, the strike of the purple comet spear would completely sink into the invisible surface of space and be camouflaged by it, so that no one could see just how much energy was behind each of these attacks. Everyone assumed that they were just ordinary attacks, but the truth was that every single strike used 80 to 90% of Lin Ming's strength. For these short interval and high-intensity attacks, even though Lin Ming had the support from the Gate of Healing, he still found it hard to continue. He had no choice but to take out some pills and restore his strength. Within the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming had to constantly make sure he was at this peak state. Otherwise, if a catastrophic danger were to happen, no one would come to his rescue. Young hero Lin, what is so mysterious about your attack? Can we help out? As Blackstone saw that Lin Ming had already rested for half an hour, He couldn't help but ask this question. He was too worried right now. Every second longer that they were in this 1,000-mile forbidden zone meant that there was that much more danger. Lin Ming didn't even have time to respond before High Lord Cloud Demon coldly coughed and shouted, "Blackstone, sit down." Blackstone dejectedly returned to his spot. "You not bothering Brother Lin is already the greatest help," Duanmu Kun said. He had also been carefully observing Lin Ming's attacks. Those seemingly random attacks actually came in at very particular angles and speeds. Wanting to replace Lin Ming's attack with their own was easier said than done. 3/4 of an hour later, Lin Ming was completely restored. At this moment, when Lin Ming's eyes flashed open, he was immediately shocked. He could see a dim green shadow behind Lon Xian. As he took a closer look, a creepy feeling instantly shot up his back. "Lon Xian, behind you." "What?" Lon Xian was greatly shocked. She suddenly turned around, a cold sweat already dripping down her back. Behind her, a long, green-haired corpse woman was silently floating in the air, her crimson lips open as she continuously sucked wisps of essence energy from Lon Xian's body into her mouth. "Ah!" Lon Xian cried out in alarm, her beautiful face turning pale. "It's sucking in your life force," Lin Ming said, shocked. This kind of green corpse was called a corpse devil. After a martial artist's corpse was possessed by an evil spirit, it absorbed the infernal energy from the world and slowly became this sort of ghostly monster. "Die!" Duanmu Kun's face flashed with a merciless light. He took out his long sword and stabbed at the corpse devil. Once a corpse devil absorbed one's essence energy, it would greatly shorten their life. It was unknown just how much of Lon Xian's essence energy had been swallowed, but if they didn't kill this green-haired corpse devil then, that essence energy would never return. Facing Duanmu Kun's violent sword strike, the corpse devil didn't even try to dodge. It let that sharp sword cut down on its body. Dang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. Duanmu Kun's sword cut open the ragged clothes of the corpse devil, but it didn't even manage to scratch the skin. What? Duanmu Kun's complexion paled. Although that attack just now was rushed and he wasn't able to use his full strength, it was at least 60 to 70% of his peak power. Yet he wasn't even to scratch the skin of this monster. If this was so, then even if he attacked with all of his strength, he might only be able to give it a minor wound. The other martial artists also grimaced. Duanmu Kun's strength ranked amongst the top in their group. If he couldn't even injure the corpse devil, then there was no need to mention the others. Run. This was the idea that simultaneously appeared in the minds of several people. However, just as they thought this, it was like they were suddenly thrown into an ice house. In front of them, around 70 to 80 feet away, were 3 more corpse devils. They had gathered in a formation and had them surrounded. Chapter 649. 2 Spears Till Death. Chapter 649. 2 Spears Till Death. The 3 new corpse devils that appeared were tall and fierce-looking. From their appearances, they had been giant demons and Goliaths before they died. With the female corpse devil, that was a total of 4 corpse devils. Just any one of them was stronger than Duanmu Kun. How could they even fight this? Blackstone felt his heart sink into chilling despair. Lan Xing and Feng Shen also paled. Let's all rush out in one direction. High Lord Cloud Demon took the initiative to launch an attack. He took out a lance from his spatial ring and thrust straight towards a Goliath corpse devil. He poured all of his demon essence into this strike. There was no holding back. Ghostly Dragon Emperor strike. A lance thrust forth, causing massive waves of black, true essence to rise up. All of the surroundings rocks were crushed by the lance's energy, falling down like a hailstorm. The corpse devil that this attack was aimed at cunningly smiled. It stretched out a glowing green claw. directly blocking the lance. A claw of flesh was actually able to resist High Lord Cloud Demon's heaven-step treasure. With a kacha sound, High Lord Cloud Demon's spear was firmly grasped by the corpse devil. High Lord Cloud Demon was whiter than paper. For this strike, he had used a secret Goliath technique that wounded himself to increase his power. In addition, with his full strength and also his low-grade heaven-step treasure lance, this was enough to crack apart a large hill. But this corpse devil had actually blocked it with a claw. What sort of strange power was this? What sort of terrifying body strength was this? But at this moment, Duanmu Kun, Lan Xian, and Feng Shen all rushed forwards. Their 3 heaven-step-long swords all cut down together. Attack the eyes. Duanmu Kun fully realized just how terrifying the defensive power of these corpse devils was. A sword cut apart both the eyes of the corpse devil. A savage and brutal rain of sword light came falling down, directly covering the corpse devil in a hail of incomparably keen energy. Pung pung! The corpse devil's rotten eyes burst apart. However, to a corpse devil, the truth was that their eyes had already lost their use long ago. They perceived the world through smells and sensing life force. Besides angering, these attacks hadn't done anything at all. Ho! A corpse devil roared. Everyone around felt their ears ache with numbness, their eardrums almost rupturing. Next, a Goliath corpse devil swept out his claw and caught all 3 heaven-step swords in his grasp. These 3 swords were originally soft swords. After being grasped by the Goliath corpse devil, there was a screeching sound as all 3 swords began to twist and bend under the massive pressure. Meanwhile, that green-haired devil corpse also shot forwards, striking out a claw at Lan Xian and Feng Shen. At this time, Lan Xian and Feng Shen had their swords grabbed by the Goliath corpse devil. It was impossible to pull them back out. They could only escape if they abandoned their swords. But facing these corpse devils without their weapons, their fates could be imagined. They had never thought that even with a combination of 4 attacks, they wouldn't even able to tear open an exit in this encirclement. These corpse devils were far too terrifying. Careful! Their claws are poisonous. Duanmu Kun shouted out. As his words were half out, he was suddenly surprised. He found that Lin Ming, who hadn't yet attacked, had actually appeared behind the green-haired corpse devil. Lin Ming held the purple comet spear in his hands, his face expressionless. Atop the spear point, a cold light sparked. Death. A brilliant light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. The heretical god force was open to the limit. Compressed true essence erupted in surging waves. The power of thunder and fire wove together. Penetrating rainbow. A spear shot out. This strike contained the will of a bronze-level battle spirit. Combined with the terrifying energy, even the void around the spear trembled. The female corpse cackled, not bothering to dodge, allowing this spear to stab at her. At that same time, she swiveled around, reaching her claw out at Lin Ming's neck. Lin Ming, be careful! Lan Xian and Feng Shen's expressions immediately changed. This female corpse devil had ridiculous defensive powers. She was able to ignore any and all attacks, countering in a terrifying manner. Once those glowing green claws broke through one's protective true essence, even if it was only a minor wound, the corpse poison would be enough to cause an agonizingly painful death. If a martial artist were to collide with this female corpse devil, they would absolutely suffer a great loss. However, facing the attack of this green-haired corpse devil, Lin Ming simply didn't care. His spear thrust out like before. Seeing that claw nearing Lin Ming's neck, Lan Xian and Feng Shen became incomparably pale, but that green-haired corpse devil was laughing like a macabre maniac. Jej. But at this moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. The claw of the female corpse devil seemed to suddenly slow down, and the purple comet spear in Lin Ming's hands suddenly accelerated. The power of thunder and fire twisted together. The bronze battle spirit erupted. With a chi sound, the purple comet spear pierced through the green-haired corpse devil's throat. With a twist of the spear, the female corpse devil had half her neck torn off. But at this time, when the green-haired corpse devil's claw was only half a foot from Lin Ming, he suddenly drew backwards. As he pulled back his long spear, a wisp of purple lightning shined on the tip. A thrust, a retreat completely clean. The sudden turn in events stunned Lan Xian. Even Feng Shen, who kept Lin Ming in the highest esteem, still had his mouth hanging wide open. He nearly forgot that his own sword was grasped in the hand of the Goliath corpse devil. They had attacked the green-haired corpse devil, so they personally knew just how terrifying its defensive power was. It was like refined gold, immune to all attacks. But now Lin Ming had actually penetrated it with a spear. Just what had happened? Lin Ming, Lan Xian gulped, not sure what to say. What are you acting so shocked about? Attack. Duanmu Kun's few words brought everyone back to reality. As the Goliath corpse devil was distracted, he took advantage of this and kicked it in the face, pulling his sword back out. Kill. Duanmu Kun had amazingly fast hand and eye reflexes. He sliced at the green-haired female devil corpse's neck, hoping to cut off the other half of its neck. Feng Shen, Lan Xian, and High Lord Cloud Demon all seemed to awaken from some hazy dream. Immediately, they all used their ultimate killing strikes to attack the wounded green-haired corpse devil. With the sound of scraping metal, Duanmu Kun's sword energies ruthlessly rushed onto the green-haired corpse devil, but he actually wasn't able to break past her defenses. This caused him to panic, horrified. Just what had Lin Ming done with his strike, just then that he was able to penetrate her? At this time, Lin Ming had already taken out his spear and drawn back several dozen feet. As he was about to launch another attack, he felt his purple comet spear shake. That strike just now had placed a tremendous burden on the purple comet spear. If it wasn't for the battle spirit attached to it, then he feared it wouldn't have been able to pierce through her. It had to be known Feng Shen, Lan Xian, Duanmu Kun, and High Lord Cloud Demon were all Holy Land descendants or Sky Split Tower High Lords. All of them were unbelievably rich and influential people. The weapons they used were all low-grade Heaven Step treasures, around the same quality as that of Xian Wuji's. As for Lin Ming, the purple comet spear in his hand was only a peak high-grade Earth Step treasure. In such a high-intensity fight, piercing through the hard corpse devil's neck had been very difficult. These corpse devil's bodies are too hard. If I didn't have my battle spirit, then even I wouldn't be able to do anything. Lin Ming frowned. These corpse devil's bodies, after being tempered with infernal energy over tens of thousands of years, had already reached a degree of hardness at the same level as a low-grade Heaven Step treasure. Duanmu Kun's attacks hadn't been able to break through the corpse devil's defense because the difficulty of that was the same as destroying an entire Heaven Step treasure. At this time, a miserable scream sounded out. Lin Ming took a closer look and knit his eyebrows together. The one who was injured was Blackstone. Just now, as everyone was collectively attacking the corpse devils, this fellow had hidden in the back. But now the other two corpse devils had attacked him. Blackstone was also a Holy Land descendant. He was not some common genius of his generation. As the two corpse devils attacked him from both sides, he abruptly twisted his body, thinking he had escaped the attack, but the strike had actually managed to scratch his left arm. The corpse devil's green claws could break apart even the hardest defenses. The claw directly tore apart Blackstone's protective demon essence and scraped the flesh. Even though this was a minor wound, Blackstone's expression suddenly changed. He helplessly watched on as the flesh of his left arm began to corrode away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tendrils of pain that spread out caused his face to twist in agony, drops of cold sweat dripping down his body. Cut it off. Duan Mukun's pupils shrank. At that time, he couldn't bother to ask why Blackstone didn't join in the attack just now. His figure flashed, and he immediately appeared in front of Blackstone, his sword already falling down. No! Blackstone whimpered and writhed, wanting to stop this strike, but Duan Mukun's sword was too fast. With a flash of sword light, a bloody light shined in response. A bloody left arm flew out in the air, completely corroded by corpse poison in midair, and becoming nothing but white bones. What a ghastly corpse poison! As Lin Ming saw this, he felt his scalp tingle with horror. Ah! Blackstone cried out in anger, pain, and misery. To a martial artist, the value of an arm was obvious. In this world, there were many top miracle medicines that were able to regrow limbs. But these medicines could only speed up the growth of a new arm that had never been tempered. This new limb would be weak with low defense. If one wished to train it to the strength of the other arm, then that was impossible. In other words, Blackstone's left arm would forever be his weakness. As Duan Mukun saw this, he could only shake his head. All of this had been brought on by Blackstone himself. Blackstone was the weakest amongst everyone present. He never thought of joining in with Duan Mukun and the others in their hopeless battle to begin with. From the very start, he had planned on them rushing in and then running away in the chaos. But he didn't think that Lin Ming would appear and reverse the battle situation with a single spear strike. Instead, it was him that had been attacked from the back by the pincer attacks of two corpse devils. Attack together, will finish one off first, divert their attention, and allow Lin Ming to be the main attack. Duan Mukun rapidly judged the situation on the battlefield. After these few exchanges of moves, he discovered that although these corpse devils had amazing defense, terrifying striking power, and were also fast, they still had one fatal weakness. That was that their intelligence was low, and their responses were slow. Otherwise, these four corpse devils would have coordinated their attacks, and the ones injured wouldn't be just Blackstone. Feng Shun, Lan Xian, and High Lord Cloud Demon spoke no further. They flourished the swords and spears in their hands, creating a weave of sharp light that covered the green-haired corpse devil. But that green-haired corpse devil had already plunged into a state of rabid craziness. It ignored Feng Shun, Lan Xian, and the rest, desperately rushing towards Lin Ming, a manic and savage light in its eyes as it vowed to rip Lin Ming to shreds. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a grim light. The battle spirit in his spiritual sea fused onto the purple comet spear. At the same time, he completely opened the heretical god force and burned the blood of the ancient phoenix. With a burst of spear light, Lin Ming stepped forwards, the purple comet spear in his hands, howling like an azure dragon. Chi. The purple comet spear easily thrust through the green-haired corpse devil's neck once more. With a twist of the spear swept towards the direction opposite last time. With a sound of screeching metal, the other half of the green-haired corpse devil's neck was cut off. The entire female corpse devil's neck was severed, its head flying high into the sky. Its listless body took a few more steps forwards before plopping onto the ground. As Duan Mukun, Lan Xian, Feng Shun, and High Lord Cloud Demon saw this, they were all shocked, speechless. From start to end, none of them managed to play any significant role. In fact, none of them had even been able to injure the green-haired female corpse demon, and their attempts at distraction had failed. By himself, Lin Ming had killed off that green-haired corpse devil in 2 strikes. This striking power, just how freakishly abnormal was it? Chapter 650, Great Lucky Chance. Chapter 650, Great Lucky Chance. Lin Ming took a deep breath and held the purple comet spear steady. the spear point still trembling. To use the purple comet spear to pierce through the green-haired female corpse devil was the same as using a peak Earth step treasure to ruin a heaven step treasure. This was entirely due to the added striking power from his battle spirit. Lin Ming's battle spirit was currently at the bronze level. In the future, when it grew, it would become even more terrifying. The battle spirit was well known as the mightiest attack. This reputation was not unearned. As the other 3 corpse devils saw this, they let out increasingly savage roars and ignored everyone else, all of them simultaneously rushing towards Lin Ming. Facing the concurrent attacks of 3 corpse devils, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a keen light. He flicked his fingers and a battle spirit-infused divine demon steel needle howled forth. The power of thunder was a force that most constrained ghosts and evil spirits. With the added support of the battle spirit, the might of this thunder grew to yet another level. Chila, the divine demon steel needle sank into the body of a corpse devil, causing thick arcs of electricity to shoot out. The corpse devil trembled and then fell to the floor. Although it wasn't severely injured, this still allowed Lin Ming to face 2 instead of 3. With his feet stepping atop golden rock, shattering the void, Lin Ming suddenly accelerated. Take the first strike and take control of the battle. His figure seemed to teleport in front of a corpse devil. True essence erupted from his body, revolving to the limit as the spear in his hand came smashing down. At this moment, Lin Ming had no intention of hiding even the least bit of his strength. Facing 3 corpse devils at once, he had to maintain the utmost caution and guard. Although his protective true essence and bodily defensive power were strong, he still couldn't allow his skin to be scratched even the littlest bit. Once his skin was broken, that terrifying corpse poison would drill into his body. Lin Ming didn't believe he would be able to resist that at all. Pung! The purple comet spear came slashing down like a whip. With the spear shaft's flexibility reinforced by the battle spirit, he directly smashed apart a corpse devil's chest. The corpse devil was like a rag doll as it was pounded backwards hundreds of feet by Lin Ming's spear. At the same time, the other corpse devil's claw was reaching towards Lin Ming. But as that corpse devil's claws approached, its speed suddenly drastically slowed, as if it were mired in mud. In a situation where Lin Ming had just struck with his spear, he still managed to pull out his spear and strike at the other corpse devil. In other words, in an instant, Lin Ming had made 2 spear strikes. Bang! With an explosive sound, the second corpse devil was smashed backwards, sent flying away by Lin Ming's spear. With 3 corpse devils rushing towards Lin Ming at once, one had its body paralyzed by electricity, and the other 2 were smashed away by Lin Ming's spear one at a time. As the other 5 people saw this, they were all shocked. Was this even human? If this striking power was used upon a person's body, it would shatter their body and break everything within them into pieces. Who could still block this? Die! Lin Ming turned his spear and pointed towards that corpse devil that was paralyzed by the power of thunder. The power of the heretical god force and 8 inner hidden gates erupted together. Lin Ming's true essence seemed to rage around him like a roiling inferno, his long hair recklessly waving in the air. Penetrating rainbow. A spear light shot through the void. Fire and thunder intertwined, and energy violently exploded. The distorted space maze was split asunder even as Lin Ming's spear pierced through that corpse devil's chest. Bang! It was like a meteor had struck the ground. The terrifying blast of energy cracked earth, sending chunks of dirt flying into the skies with abandon. Fog and crushed stone rolled up in a wave hundreds of feet high as it surged outwards. As the other 5 people saw the terrifying impact of these shock waves, all of them began summoning their true essence to resist it. Fog and dirt began falling back to the ground. Where the corpse devil had been, there was now a massive gaping hole in the earth hundreds of feet deep. The corpse devil was completely buried within this earth, its fate unknown. How fearful! Seeing this sight, High Lord Cloud Demon paled. This was far too terrifying of an attack. Just the shock waves had this much strength behind them. He thought that after Lin Ming broke through to Revolving Core, he'd have a comprehensive combat strength around that of Duan Mukun. But now, it seemed that if their strength was placed in front of Lin Ming, any one of them would just be a joke. What the hell? How could this boy's striking power be so ridiculously powerful? High Lord Cloud Demon and Duan Mukun glanced at each other, seeing the deep horror and amazement in the other's eyes. This had already surpassed the scope of their understanding. Lin Ming gently landed several hundred feet away. As he held the purple comet spear in his hands, his expression was tranquil. The battle spirit truly hadn't disappointed him. Even though the corpse devil's body was as tough as refined gold, Lin Ming's spear had still torn it apart. Even if that corpse devil was still alive somewhere in that pit, it wouldn't be too great of a threat. As the other two corpse devils saw this, an instinctual fear was born in their hearts. They hesitated, not sure if they should continue fighting. But at this moment, Lin Ming's feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void once more, and his figure faded, seeming as if he were teleporting through the air. A spear thrust forth, like an azure rainbow shooting through the heavens. Pung! The corpse devil fundamentally wasn't able to even react before Lin Ming stabbed into it, sending it flying back and causing its chest to collapse. As the other corpse devil saw this, it growled out and turned around to escape. The surrounding 5 people all gulped. These corpse devils had low intelligence and lived mainly based on their instincts. Still, after this brief fight, the last remaining one had begun to flee. From this, Lin Ming's terrifying strength could be imagined. Lin Ming, chase it. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming was startled. At this time, chasing that corpse devil was a completely unwise move. In this chaotic space, once he entered into a different section of the space maze, all of that effort he put into passing through those several dozen miles outwards would be wasted. Chase it. That fellow must have some good stuff, Demon Shine urged. Although the corpse devil had a slow reaction time, it wasn't slow by any means. In a short period of time, it had already rushed very far away. If it ran out of sight, it would be basically impossible to catch up in this distorted space energy field. Lin Ming fiercely grit his teeth, grasped the purple comet spear, and gave chase. As the other 5 people saw this, they were bewildered. What was Lin Ming doing? Was he actually thinking of chasing the corpse devil? Damn it, Ak. At this time, the top priority was obviously to escape from this 1,000-mile forbidden zone. What was the point of chasing down this corpse devil and killing it? In this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, one had to constantly analyze the surroundings while being surrounded by dangers on all sounds. Wasn't chasing this corpse devil the same as committing suicide? As the other people complained in their hearts, they had no other choice. At this time, Lin Ming was their haven. If he followed, then the others would have to follow without hesitation. Following Lin Ming was the only hope they had to make it out of this dreadful land alive. Without Lin Ming, they were over with. Fengshen was the first to run forwards. He had absolute belief in Lin Ming. Regardless of what Lin Ming did, he had to have his reasons. There was no need to suspect Lin Ming's methods, because if anyone did, that meant they were wrong. Duan Mukun, Lan Xian, and the rest followed right after. Blackstone frowned. What is Lin Ming doing? He's just deliberately stirring up trouble. Duan Mukun glared at Blackstone with disgust, not bothering to reason with him. He only coldly said, "If you don't know, then don't ask. If you have the ability to make it out of here yourself, then go ahead and leave." Blackstone's words died in his throat. He was left speechless. He certainly had to follow Lin Ming. He simply had no other choice. Moreover, what happened just now was his own fault. so he didn't dare say anything more. The corpse devil madly ran away. Its speed was about the same as Blackstone, Fengshen, and the rest. With Lin Ming's speed, he just had to shrink the space underneath his feet to catch up, but he purposefully reduced his speed so he could maintain a distance of several hundred feet. The corpse devil's mad rush wasn't in a straight path. Rather, it frequently took corners, curved around, and took sudden lefts and rights. Lin Ming steadfastly followed. No matter where it went, he would follow with Duanmukun, and the rest not even daring to go half a step off astray. Everyone was well aware of just how strange this 1,000-mile forbidden zone was. Once someone became lost here, then this would also become their burial ground. The corpse devil brought Lin Ming along for a half-hour chase. At this time, a black mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. There seemed to be a strange spatial distortion around this mountain that meant one didn't see it until they were just 1,000 feet away. As the corpse devil saw this mountain appear, its speed became faster. It roared and quickly vanished into the mountain. "Chase it!" Demon Shine shouted. Without hesitation, Lin Ming also rushed in. Once he stepped into this mountain, Lin Ming felt as if he had entered a completely separate dimension. The corpse devil disappeared, and the endless dreary gray lands that surrounded them also disappeared, replaced by a pitch-black space. "Take the right path and go straight. I left a special mark on that corpse devil earlier. There's no way that it can escape my palm, and here is probably, Lin Ming, we hit the jackpot." Jackpot. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He didn't ask the details, but said, "Let's wait for the others." As his voice fell, Fengshen, Duanmukun, Lan Xian, and the rest also rushed into this dark space. "Follow me," Lin Ming simply said. Without further ado, he launched his movement technique and rapidly ran to the right with the 5 others following him. With Demon Shine's instructions, Lin Ming ran in 7 or 8 circles in the dark. Then, after he stepped through a strangely twisted space barrier, light appeared before him. At this time, he discovered that he had entered into a cave. Within this cave, there were several sarcophaguses. As for that corpse devil, it crawled into a corner of the cave, sending out intimidating roars towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming calmly took out his purple comet spear and pointed it towards the corpse devil. Against a single corpse devil, there simply weren't any problems. "Lin Ming, this corpse devil is already frightened by you. Although it's trying to intimidate you, the truth is that this is all an act. If you make a channel for it, then it will immediately escape." "Oh." Lin Ming moved to the side. In this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, he didn't want to fight in any unnecessary battles. It was best if he could retain his maximum strength so that he would have a great chance of living through the next disaster that happened here, not to mention that killing this corpse devil gave him absolutely no advantages at all. After Lin Ming moved to the side, Fengshen and the rest also understood as soon as they caught up and hurried to the side. Lin Ming may not fear this corpse devil, but they were different. In this narrow cave, if Lin Ming wasn't here, then it was possible they would become this corpse devil's supper. Seeing Lin Ming allow it an opening to leave, the corpse devil roared several more times, its rotten eyes shining as it glared at Lin Ming. It cautiously scooted towards this path, and when it felt it was safe enough, suddenly rushed across the cave. Then, as if it had disappeared in space, it simply vanished. After the corpse devil disappeared, Lin Ming asked, "Demon Shine, just what kind of place is this?" "Ha, Lin Ming, you young boy, we are rich now. I thought that these corpse devils were stronger than they should be. These corpse devils aren't those higher-level monsters that come from the depths of the eternal demon abyss. Rather, they are formed within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone after high lords or others die here and then have their corpse possessed by evil spirits. A corpse devil could use infernal energy to temper their corpse and make it unbelievably durable, but not to this degree. Those four corpse devils just now should not have had a defensive power equal to a heaven-step treasure. If those things just relied on the infernal energy in the eternal demon abyss to temper themselves, they wouldn't be able to accomplish this even in 100,000 years. So, I suspect that they must have some special treasure to temper themselves through body transformation. And my guess was correct. It is all right here. Chapter 651. Heaven Step Demon God Bone. Chapter 651. Heaven Step Demon God Bone. Special body transformation treasures? What sort of resources would that be? Lin Ming's interest was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask. As someone who was a dual body and law cultivator, he was certainly interested. Just open up those sarcophaguses and take a look inside, Demon Shine excitedly said as he licked his doggy tongue. This old dog was easily roused by things like valuable resources. There were a total of 4 sarcophaguses. These sarcophaguses seemed carved from obsidian, and there were also strange and simple patterns carved onto them. They appeared to have passed through an immeasurably long time. Lin Ming stood in front of the sarcophaguses. After not finding any array formations, he asked Demon Shine, "Is this something from tens of thousands of years ago?" "Hey, it might be more than several tens of thousands of years. These sarcophaguses should have been used to bury some important people, and this cave was most likely their grave. But it was just far too long ago, and now that so much time passed, who knows what this place was originally like. In short, this tomb was later captured by those 4 corpse devils, and these sarcophaguses also became their lair." "Oh, those 4 corpse devils weren't formed by the bodies left behind here?" "Ha! How is that possible? Even if it were a top-level martial artist like the 8-Fall War Emperor, their corpse wouldn't last for so many tens of thousands of years. Their bones should have decayed, or most likely condensed into demon god bones now. Perhaps the reason that those 4 corpse devils were attracted to this tomb and decided to settle here was because they were attracted by the energy of those demon god bones. Lin Ming, go and open the sarcophaguses." "All right." Lin Ming agreed. He put away the purple comet spear and bent over, carefully pushing open the first sarcophagus. With a rumbling sound, an incomparably thick infernal energy spilled out from the sarcophagus. Fengshen, Duanmukun, and Lan Xian's eyes lit up. Behind them, Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon were also startled, their eyes revealing disbelief and excitement. At this time, everyone realized that this was a massive treasure trove. Everyone craned over to see that the sarcophagus was filled with fist-sized black glass balls. Over 10 in total. They were all high-quality demon god bones. Demon god bones, so many. Blackstone gulped, nearly drooling as his eyes flashing with greed and desire. High Lord Cloud Demon licked his lips. It had to be known that an ordinary pigeon egg-sized demon god bone was already considered very precious. One as large as a chicken's egg was even rarer. There were very few that were as large as a fist, not to mention that looking at the quality of the energy from these demon god bones, they were likely all Earth-step demon god bones. More than 10 fist-sized Earth-step demon god bones. Their value could be imagined. All of the demon god bones that High Lord Cloud Demon had ever possessed in his life, even when added together, couldn't compare to even half of a single one of these demon god bones. It was said that the eternal demon abyss was chock full of lucky chances. This was a truly well-deserved reputation. Moreover, this was within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Boy, this is a pretty good sign. Just this first sarcophagus, and there are more than 10 low-grade Earth-step demon god bones. I guess there should be around 30 genes total. But the better stuff is still awaiting us. Lin Ming nodded and continued to open the second sarcophagus. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The second sarcophagus was much heavier than the first one. After opening it, a blazing golden light flooded out, illuminating the entire stone cave. Lin Ming peered into the sarcophagus. Within it, he was surprised to find something that looked like a palm-sized golden plate. He felt that it must be the fruit of some plant. The fragrance was overwhelming. Lin Ming was stunned. This fruit contained an incomparably extraordinary energy. Just smelling the scent it emitted made him feel relaxed and breezy, as if every cell of his body was being energized. Behind Lin Ming, everyone else's eyes had gone perfectly round. Even a fool could see that this golden disc was much more precious than the previous Earth Step Demon God bones. Hey, wow, this is incredible. That's a profound gold divine fruit. It is a top-quality heavenly treasure that is useful for tempering the body. This is even this saint's first time seeing such a thing. Boy, your luck is ridiculous. This profound gold divine fruit is a very mystical type of plant. It's similar to the mushroom from the mortal world. Those mushrooms can grow on dead wood, but this profound gold divine fruit specifically grows on a demon god bone. In other words, it is the mushroom formed from a demon god bone. It needs 10,000 years to germinate, 10,000 years to flower, and 10,000 years to produce a fruit. Once the fruit is born, all of the essence within the plant is condensed into that single fruit, becoming the profound gold divine fruit. After picking it, it won't spoil for even 10,000 years afterwards. It's a mushroom that grows from a demon god bone. Lin Ming was shocked. This world was truly vast. All sorts of strange things were possible. As it was said, deadwood could not be carved, but the essence of deadwood could be used to breed ginseng, black tiger palm mushrooms, spiritual bamboo, and all sorts of other precious materials and herbs. If there was a lucky set of coincidences, then deadwood could even breed 1,000-year-old lingji, an amazing medicinal material. Then what if that dead wood was replaced with a demon god bone? Compared to dead wood, the essence of a demon god bone was trillions upon trillions of times superior in both quality and quantity. If this was used to breed a heavenly treasure, the value of this treasure could be imagined. Demonshine said, this profound gold divine fruit cannot be bred from just an ordinary demon god bone. It would require at least a high-grade earth-step demon god bone, and only with divine providence would the profound gold divine fruit tree be born. The tree would only be a foot high and would need to absorb all of the demon god bone's essence in order to germinate. Then it would have to absorb other demon god bones as nutrition, growing for another 30,000 years before its fruit would be born. You can imagine just how difficult this is. Compared to this profound gold divine fruit, even the nirvana dragon root can't be considered much. Hearing Demonshine give such a high evaluation, Lin Ming took a deep breath. But then he thought of something. He asked, a bit puzzled, if this profound gold divine fruit is so precious, then how come those 4 corpse devils didn't swallow it yet? They probably wished to, but as they say, extremes give birth to extremes. This profound gold divine fruit is bred within a very thick aura of the infernal energy and death energy here, and the demon god bone is also an extreme treasure. However, the profound gold divine fruit is actually an extreme yang and extreme light attributed body transformation treasure. With the cultivation of these 4 corpse devils, they would probably explode from within if they tried to eat this fruit. If they wanted to eat it, they would still need several tens of thousands of years of further cultivation before they could think of attempting it. Still, just by defending the profound gold divine fruit and absorbing the essence energy that it releases, their harvest would still be tremendous. If I'm correct, then the root of this profound gold divine fruit has already been eaten by those 4 corpse devils. Otherwise, how could they have bodies with durability comparable to a heaven-step treasure? I see. So that's how it is, Lin Ming suddenly realized. After the profound gold divine fruit was born, the energy within the roots would naturally be much weaker. If the corpse devils ate the root instead, that was still at the level where they could withstand it. What a pity! Lin Ming regretfully shook his head. For such a miraculous body transformation medicine like this, even the root was a priceless treasure. Yet it was eaten up by those 4 corpse devils. His thoughts flashed, and he asked, if I had those corpse devils' bodies, could I refine the medicine efficacy of the profound gold divine fruit's root from them? Lin Ming was only thoughtlessly asking, but Demon Shine had a scandalized expression after hearing it. Boy, you're quite the funny one. The medicinal efficacy has already fused into those corpse devils' bodies, so even if you refine them, there won't be much left over. Not just that, but it would take a high-level alchemist to do so. Do you really think that all those piddling losers of the Holy Demon Continent and Sky Spill Continent have the ability to do this? Lin Ming nodded, bit embarrassed. He was only casually asking anyways. If it didn't work, then that was fine too. He let out a deep breath and then moved towards the 3rd sarcophagus. As the other 5 people saw this, they couldn't help but gulp. Today, all the sights they had seen were just too impactful on them. Even if it were a Holy Land descendant like Fengshen and Lan Xian, the total amount of resources they had used from birth until now only added up to a single demon god bone from the 1st sarcophagus. The 3rd sarcophagus cover rumbled opened, and a thick burst of infernal energy burst out, no less than that of the 2nd sarcophagus. As for Duan Mukun and the rest who were standing behind Lin Ming, even though they could feel this extremely potent energy, they were too numb to be fazed by any of this. Even if some monster jumped out, they still wouldn't be surprised. However, after the 3rd sarcophagus fully opened, all of their eyes still went as wide as full moons. In the massive 3rd sarcophagus, there was only a pigeon egg-sized green glass bead. Although it was small, the energy inherent within it was more than all of the demon god bones of the 1st sarcophagus added up together. At this time, Duan Mukun and the rest, who had never seen this object before, could already deduce what it was. This was a heaven-stepped demon god bone. This was a legendary treasure. According to rumors, not even a generation ruler of the blood slaughter steppes had ever obtained a heaven-stepped demon god bone. Boy, I have to say your luck is just too good. This is a low-grade heaven-stepped demon god bone. Of this low-grade heaven-stepped demon god bone, and the profound gold divine fruit, which one is more valuable? Lin Ming asked. The profound gold divine fruit. As long as you are strong enough, you will be able to find a low-grade heaven-stepped demon god bone here if you put in the time and effort. In fact, you can even find many of them, but as for a profound gold divine fruit, that is a treasure born from the stars aligning just right. Without a great lucky chance, you would never be able to find something like this. Lin Ming nodded. Although the profound gold divine fruit was more precious, to the martial artists of the Holy Demon Continent, they would probably value the heaven-stepped demon god bone more. The legends said that a heaven-stepped demon cloud bone was an absolute stepping stone to entering the Emperor boundary, and the truth was probably not far off, especially to someone like High Lord Cloud Demon, whose future talent hovered at the precipice of becoming an Emperor-level powerhouse. If he could obtain a heaven-stepped demon god bone, the chances of him becoming an Emperor-level powerhouse would rise astronomically. As Lin Ming thought this, he glanced over at High Lord Cloud Demon, and, indeed, he saw naked greed and thirst clouding his eyes. With his lucky chance to becoming an Emperor-level powerhouse right in front of him, how could he not be tempted? If he missed out on this, then he would probably never become an Emperor-level powerhouse. Lin Ming didn't bother with High Lord Cloud Demon. He continued moving onto the 4th sarcophagus. I wonder just what is in this 4th sarcophagus, Lin Ming thought out loud. Maybe there's a medium-grade, heaven-stepped demon god bone inside. Demon Shine happily teased. He was in very high spirits right now. Although these were mostly body transformation and essence-gathering system treasures that he couldn't use, it would still allow Lin Ming to increase his own strength. If Lin Ming became stronger, then his chances of helping Demon Shine restore his divine soul were that much higher. Lin Ming bent over and pushed hard against the cover of the fourth sarcophagus, opening it. With a rumbling sound, the fourth sarcophagus opened. However, as he looked inside, he was completely stunned. Chapter 652, Goddess. Chapter 652, Goddess. It wasn't just Lin Ming who was completely stunned. Even the 5 others behind him were petrified. Before this, they had seen the previous sarcophaguses that had low-grade earth-step demon god bones, a priceless treasure that was the profound gold divine fruit, and then the heaven-step demon god bone that not even the rulers of the blood slaughter steppes had ever obtained. It was fair to say that no matter what was in the fourth sarcophagus, they would already be numb to it, but they absolutely never thought that it would be what it was. Lin Ming took a deep breath and completely shoved open the sarcophagus lid. Looking inside, he was left speechless for a long time. Lin Ming had imagined what could be in the fourth sarcophagus if it were a trove of medium-grade or high-grade heaven-step demon god bones, or even if it were empty, he wouldn't be too surprised. But he never imagined that in this fourth sarcophagus there would actually be a woman lying down, a peerless woman. Her black hair fell down like a waterfall of night. Her crystal-clear skin seemed to be crystallized from the purest essence of the stars and moon, and her unrivaled features seemed carved from the finest jade. She didn't even seem like a woman that could be born within the world. Rather, she was like an ultimate sense of aesthetics formed from the energy of heaven and earth. The woman lay down in the sarcophagus as if she had fallen asleep. One even suspected that her long and tender eyelashes would tremble, and then she would open them, revealing brilliant eyes like liquid moonlight. Just what is this? Heavens, could she be a young woman from tens of thousands ago? Or perhaps a supreme elder of ancient times? Lin Ming found all of this incredible. The young woman in front of him seemed to be in her 20s at the most, not much older than he was. Moreover, beside this young woman, she had also been buried with her weapon, and it was even a spear. However, this spear had broken off, and all that was left over was less than half, and even this small portion seemed immeasurably damaged. Once a treasure was damaged, it would be hard for it to resist the erosion that accompanied the passing of time. After tens or even hundreds of thousands of years, this half of a spear already appeared far too rusted. It could be imagined that she once used the spear on the great battlefield, and after a fierce battle, her weapon was damaged, and even her life slowly faded away. It turned out that she used the spear. Lin Ming found this astonishing. In his experience so far, young women tended to use weapons like soft swords. It was rare to see one using such a mighty long spear. Subconsciously, he wanted to touch that spear that had rusted to the point where it seemed as if it could break apart at any moment. But at this time, Demon Shine's frantic voice sounded out in his mind, "Don't move." Lin Ming drew back his hands like lightning, taking deep breaths. Yes, his actions just now had been crude and reckless. In this incomparably mysterious eternal demon abyss, any reckless action could invite a disaster upon everyone here. Demon Shine hesitated for a moment before saying, "This girl is clearly dead, but her body seems to be overflowing with life force. In my knowledge, this is really... I have no idea." Demon Shine shook his head. When he followed the Demon Emperor within the realm of the gods, he could still have been considered quite a character there. But the realm of the gods was far too vast. Compared to those true hidden powerhouses within the realm of the gods, the Demon Emperor wasn't even worthy of being an ant. It had to be known that when the Demon Emperor joined the siege of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands so many years ago, there had been 10,000 characters that were all at the same rank, if not higher, than the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was in no way a pinnacle existence within the realm of the gods. As his familiar, Demon Shine's knowledge was even more limited. This corpse has probably laid here for at least several tens of thousands of years. For all this time, she hasn't decayed at all. Instead, her body is full of exuberant vitality, and she seems to have fallen asleep. This phenomenon has already gone beyond my scope of understanding. Demon Shine shook his head. It was very rare to see the usually boastful and proud Demon Shine sigh in such a depressed manner. Lin Ming looked at this young woman's corpse. Although he didn't know why she lay here for so many tens of thousands of years, what Lin Ming was absolutely certain of was that this woman was a terrifying character before her death. She had been at least at the same level as the saintess of the Verdant Feather Holy Land, if not higher. Perhaps after one's strength reached a certain boundary, their body could still exist like an immortal idol for hundreds of thousands of years after death. Who knew? Brother Lin, just what is this? Duan Mukun stared at the young woman in the sarcophagus. He had to admit that this woman was the most perfect being that he had ever lain his eyes on. Even knowing that she had died, her unrivaled beauty still stirred his heart. The Fae were born with a natural desire to pursue beauty and beautiful things. As Lan Xian stepped forwards, she also sighed as she saw this young woman. How could such a perfect woman die like this? I have no idea. She should have been one of the original masters of this tomb. Her corpse hasn't decayed for 100,000 years. The boundary that she has reached has surpassed any of our imaginations. Lin Ming looked deeply at the woman one last time, and then decisively closed the sarcophagus. What do you plan on? Duan Mukun said, a bit startled. Forget it. Let her rest in peace. Lin Ming shook his head. You plan on giving up this woman's corpse? Demon Shine asked, a bit surprised, not mentioning just what use this woman's corpse would have in the future. Just any object on her body would be a colossal fortune. Yet Lin Ming hadn't even searched her, instead directly giving up on the body. This required a very strong will. The reason that Demon Shine had prevented Lin Ming from touching that broken spear was because he wanted him to study it first without rashly acting out. He hadn't intended for Lin Ming to completely abandon this sarcophagus. Lin Ming said, since Senior died, she has soundly slept here. Opening her sarcophagus is already disturbing her peace. If I were to search her body for treasure, then that would make me no different from a grave robber desecrating the graves of the dead and blaspheming their lives. I don't want to draw the grievances and punishments of heaven upon me. Moreover, she was likely a remarkable and powerful ancient king. In her life, she had limitless glory, and if in her death her grave were to be desecrated, then that would be far too sad. Also, the eternal demon abyss is an extremely strange place, and there is a powerful force here. If I do something so wicked that offends the heavens, then I might suffer the curse. Those 4 corpse devils stayed in this ancient tomb for so long, at least thousands of years, and yet none of them dared to even touch the sarcophagus. There must be something that made them fear this grave and stop, allowing her to sleep peacefully here. As Lin Ming spoke, he arranged several array symbols around the sarcophagus and sealed it away. Demon Shine nodded. Indeed, those corpse devils loved to eat things that were full of life force. Yet that young woman in the sarcophagus and had lain there, her clothes neatly ordered and her hair smooth and undisturbed. Obviously, after she was buried, there had never been anyone or anything that had dared to move her. There must be many reasons for this. Or perhaps those corpse devils were scared by the aura of someone that had once been a peerless powerhouse. When the array symbols fell onto the sarcophagus, they completely sealed it away. As Blackstone saw this, he opened his mouth but ended up not saying anything. He was reluctant to give up on whatever treasures might be in that coffin, but he didn't have the qualifications right now to openly refute Lin Ming's decisions. All right. After Lin Ming completely sealed the sarcophagus, he turned towards the other martial artists and casually said, So, about the distribution of treasure. As these words were spoken, Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon's hearts rose into their throats. The distribution of this lucky chance. That was the most important matter. Of these 3 sarcophagus, casually taking out something from any of them would be a priceless treasure, especially that golden disc-shaped fruit and that heaven-stepped demon god bone. Those were treasures that even the ruler of the blood slaughter steppes would go crazy over. In total, there is 1 heaven-stepped demon god bone, a golden fruit, and 16 low-grade earth-stepped demon god bones. I want the heaven-stepped demon god bone, the golden fruit, and half of the low-grade earth-stepped demon god bones. You may divide the rest amongst yourselves. Lin Ming's casual words seemed to rip Blackstone's heart out. F***CK. This fellow was far too sadistic. In other words, that meant there were only 8 low-grade earth-stepped demon god bones to divide among 5 of them. As for him, he was the weakest of the group. It would already be excellent if he could be apportioned even 1, entering the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, experienced countless life or death dangers, and yet all he got for this was just a single earth-stepped demon god bone. Blackstone couldn't accept this. High Lord Cloud Demon also grimaced. With his strength, he could be given 2 earth-stepped demon god bones. But a low-grade earth-stepped demon god bone was mainly used for 4-star demon kings to break into the quasi-emperor realm. If he truly wished to break through that emperor-level bottleneck, then the use of a low-grade earth-stepped demon god bone was limited. Even 1 or 2 low-grade earth-stepped demon god bones wouldn't guarantee that he could break through to the emperor realm. High Lord Cloud Demon grit his teeth. He stared at the heaven-stepped demon god bone in the 3rd sarcophagus, his eyes flashing with pure avarice and unwillingness. This demon god bone was just too important to him. With this lucky chance in front of him, if he missed out on it, then he would never have any hope for his future. Lin Ming, your portion is a bit too much. High Lord Cloud Demon was dissatisfied, but he tried to ease his tone down as respectfully as he could. At this time, he didn't dare to cause trouble with Lin Ming. He felt that Lin Ming had suggested this distribution because he was willing to bargain a little. If High Lord Cloud Demon didn't fight for it, then it would settle like this. But if he did try to struggle a bit, then there might be some hope for him. This heaven-stepped demon god bone could only be found through serendipity. At this time, now that he saw one, how could he give up so easily? Yes, Lin Ming, you are just too callous right now. You can eat the meat, but you should at least leave the soup for us. I'm not suggesting that the 6 of us equally divide the treasure. As long as I can have 10% of the treasure, then I will be content. I entered into this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, risked my life, lost my arm, paid such a great price. I should at least have a little bit of harvest. Blackstone echoed. Him mentioning 10% was only a high point he set, so he could bargain with it. In truth, he only expected around 5% of the treasure. Now that he had lost an arm, he would no longer enjoy the status and treatment that he previously received in his holy land. In addition to his strength sharply dropping, his chances of breaking through to the emperor level became even more dubious. If he could grasp this lucky chance in front of him, then his chances of breaking through to the emperor level in the future would be much higher. Feng Shen, Duan Mukun, and Lan Xian didn't have much of an expression, although it was true that they too desired the heaven-stepped demon god bone and that golden fruit. They were well aware that without Lin Ming, they wouldn't even have their lives, much less treasure to divide. In truth, if Lin Ming wanted to take the entirety of the treasure for himself, there wasn't any way they could object to that either. Moreover, for them, if there weren't any surprises, they would be able to fully step foot into the emperor level in the future. Because of this, their desire for the heaven-stepped demon god bone was not as intense as Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon's. After listening to Blackstone's words, Lin Ming's lips curved in a caustic smile. towards this sort of greedy clown. He simply didn't want to bother with him. If Blackstone had quietly accepted matters as they were then, Lin Ming wouldn't mind bequeathing something onto him. But now that he had to chirp up with his stupid suggestions, Lin Ming directly changed his mind. Lin Ming coldly said, "Blackstone, I seem to remember that you once said that if I could take you out of here safely, you would give me everything within your spatial ring, and you wouldn't keep anything at all. I think I remembered that correctly, right?" With this light rebuttal, Blackstone was left speechless. Chapter 653, Murder. Chapter 653, Murder. Yeah. When Blackstone had been wallowing in despair, he had indeed said that if he could make it out of this land alive, he would give all of his wealth to Lin Ming. But at that time, Blackstone had been desperate to survive, so it wasn't strange that he would make such a promise in that situation. Now he saw just how powerful Lin Ming really was. Not only had Lin Ming managed to find the method to leave this 1,000-mile forbidden zone, but his strength was indomitable. By himself, he had defeated the 4 corpse devils, making it seem that their chances of leaving here were much higher. Under the constantly hanging threat of death, when a person was doing everything they could to survive, as long as they were tossed a rope, they would be willing to give up all their wealth. But when that threat was gone, their heart would change and their greed would return. This was the debased nature of man. Moreover, with such a lucky chance in front of him, something so precious that could only be found through a stroke of fate, how could Blackstone not be moved? After being rebutted by Lin Ming's words, Blackstone's bleak expression became even uglier. "Lin Ming, it's true that I said those words. It's just that we entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone together, and I risked my life this entire time. Although I wasn't the one to kill the enemies, I still managed to serve as a shield for you. At least consider that I lost my arm." Blackstone hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted by Lin Ming. "You risked your life for me? Was I the one that pushed you into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone? Was I the one who forced you to bring up the rear and have your arm cut off?" This series of rhetorical questions left Blackstone dumbfounded. Initially, the reason he had lost an arm was because he was too scared to rush towards the corpse devil. At this time, High Lord Cloud Demon butted in. "Young hero Lin, I know that without you, none of us would be alive right now, let alone have a chance to obtain resources. It's just that someone as majestic as you will inevitably become a peerless emperor in the future and have countless more resources. In fact, aren't all these resources not too effective for you? I don't think you'd be able to use everything. If this fist-sized Earth Step Demon Godbone would have a base value of 1, then that Heaven Step Demon Godbone would probably have a value of 40 to 50. I don't know what the golden fruit is, but it shouldn't be any worse than the Heaven Step Demon Godbone, making it also worth 40 to 50. In addition, with the 16 Earth Step Demon Godbones, that is around a total of 100. You only gave the 5 of us 8 Earth Step Demon Godbones, so that is only 8% divided amongst the rest of us. The truth is that I don't need that much. As long as I can have 1/3, no, 1/4 of the Heaven Step Demon Godbone, then that will be enough for me to break through the Emperor level bottleneck. I can make an oath right here that as long as I become an Emperor level powerhouse, I will remember this kindness for my entire life. When that time comes, if young Hero Lin has any needs, I will work like a horse for you." High Lord Cloud Demon solemnly vowed, making swearing gestures with his hands. Lin Ming was simply unmoved by this nonsense. His face was expressionless as he said, "It's true that I have a great number of lucky chances, and I could even say that this Heaven Step Demon Godbone isn't too tempting to me, but I have friends and family who also need to use them. The decisions I make, I will not change. Me willing to save you isn't because you are special or anything. Me leading you to leave this 1,000-mile forbidden zone is already me being benevolent to you. As for lucky chances, why should I divide any of them with you? The reason that he helped rescue everyone was mainly because of Fengshen, and partly because of Lan Xian. Lin Ming regarded Fengshen as a friend, and Lan Xian had also been a teammate of his, both of them having risked their lives in a squad. When Lin Ming had gone back to capture the demon bone, Lan Xian had sincerely advised him not to go for his own safety, showing true consideration for Lin Ming's welfare. Although this was only a very light and simple friendship, Lin Ming placed a great deal of importance and emphasis in these relationships he had, no matter how faint they were. Before, the reason he had been willing to stop and wait for these people, and even dividing them less than 10% of these resources, was all because he appreciated Fengshen and Lan Xian and was willing to give them some face. As for Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon, he was already being merciful by not instantly killing them, and they still wanted to take part of his lucky chance? Dream on. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ming was planning on returning to the South Horizon region right after this tour of the Eternal Demon Abyss, he would have already killed Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon right here and right now. Whether it was the profound gold divine fruit or the heaven-step demon god bone, both of these treasures were enough to make him a target of powerful forces once the news spread out. Young hero Lin, High Lord Cloud Demon, wanted to say something, but as he saw Lin Ming's icy cold eyes glaring at him, he could only shut up and remain silent. He felt that once Lin Ming made a decision, he would not easily change it. He simply didn't have the power to bargain at all. He could only choose to accept this or have nothing at all. As the weaker man, there was nothing he could do. He didn't doubt that if Lin Ming wanted to, he could kill all 5 of them. High Lord Cloud Demon finally relinquished his desire towards the Heaven Step Demon God Bone, and was planning on getting 2 Earth Step Demon God Bones for himself before going back. At least something was better than nothing. But at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Don't you want to obtain a Heaven Step Demon God Bone? Don't you want to break through the Emperor-level bottleneck? Who? The sudden voice startled High Lord Cloud Demon. This voice appeared in his mind, and after hearing it, it didn't sound like it came from any of the other 5 people here. Could this be? High Lord Cloud Demon's eyes turned over to the 4th sarcophagus, his face paling. It couldn't be her. As this idea grew in his heart, a chill rose from the soles of his feet and traveled up his spine, shooting straight into the skies. He did want a Heaven Step Demon God Bone, but he absolutely didn't want to come into contact with this kind of ghostly being. At this time, High Lord Cloud Demon also noticed Blackstone's situation. Before, Blackstone had a very ugly complexion, but now he looked confused, his pupils losing focus, as if he were in a trance. He also heard the voice. High Lord Cloud Demon was shocked. Also, it appeared that Blackstone had already fallen into this trap. At this moment, High Lord Cloud Demon suddenly discovered that it wasn't just Blackstone that heard this voice, but also Fengshen, Lan Xian, and Duan Mukun. All of their complexions had changed. Among them, Duan Mukun and Fengshen still appeared lucid, but a trace of turmoil had appeared in Lan Xian's eyes. This is bad. High Lord Cloud Demon's heart surged with a strong sense of unease. At this time, he remembered Lin Ming and quickly turned to look at him, but then his field of vision suddenly turned into an endless white field. In the dim light, he could see a peerless powerhouse wearing armor, holding a divine weapon as he looked upon the world with contempt. And this powerhouse's appearance was exactly the same as High Lord Cloud Demon's. This was his appearance several hundred years from now after he became a peerless emperor. Peerless Emperor? My peerless Emperor? This thought reverberated in High Lord Cloud Demon's mind. Then he lost himself in illusion, forgetting what was happening now. Many martial artists had a mental weakness. Once they suffered a soul attack or tried to make a breakthrough, This weakness would become their heart demon, struggling to swallow their spiritual sea. High Lord Cloud Demon's heart demon was his obsessive desire to become an emperor-level powerhouse. At this time, besides Lin Ming, the only one able to maintain their sanity was Duanmu Kun. But his forehead was seeping with sweat, and he had an extremely grim expression. Feng Shun was second to Duanmu Kun. Although his strength was weaker, his heart was firm, and he was able to maintain his consciousness. As for Lon Xian, High Lord Cloud Demon, and Blackstone, all three of them were completely entranced. Who is this? Lin Ming's mind went cold. He grasped the purple comet spear and maintained full alert. His own will was as firm as iron, and he also had the battle spirit and samsara martial intent. He was able to completely ignore this sort of soul attack. He didn't even blink to destroy that illusion in his soul. There weren't any signs of evil spirits around. Could it be? Lin Ming suddenly turned to look at the fourth sarcophagus. Was it her? If it truly was her, then the consequences would be calamitous. She had been an unbelievable existence. Even if she had died 100,000 years ago, her residual will was not something that Lin Ming could contend with. But at this moment, Demon Shine's voice sounded in his mind. Lin Ming, do not panic. It is not that woman. No, it is the heaven-stepped demon god bone. I was negligent. A heaven-stepped demon god bone must have a mind of its own. How could it willingly be caught and eaten up by others? Demon Shine's voice suddenly woke up Lin Ming. Demon Shine had once said that a heaven-stepped demon god bone must have a consciousness and would be much more difficult to capture. In fact, even a top earth-stepped demon god bone would be intelligent. For instance, when Lin Ming had caught the blood demon bone from before, that demon bone was intelligent and could tempt martial artists close to absorb their blood vitality. So this was it. Lin Ming let out a deep breath. If it was just the heaven-stepped demon god bone, then there wasn't a reason to dread it at all. He took a step forwards, wanting to seal up the heaven-stepped demon god bone that was causing all this trouble. But at this moment, Blackstone let out a bellowing roar as he rushed towards Lin Ming. The heavy sword in his hand swept out straight towards Lin Ming's neck. Blackstone had been thoroughly controlled. It was apparent that the heaven-stepped demon god bone feared Lin Ming, so it had controlled Blackstone and made him attack. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming coldly snorted, "Since it's like this, don't blame me." Towards someone like Blackstone, Lin Ming wouldn't stay his hand for fear of harming him, or do something so stupid as withstanding Blackstone's attacks while trying to suppress the heaven-stepped demon god bone. If he was controlled because his mind was weak, who was to blame? Grasping the purple comet spear, the heretical god force opened. Lin Ming's spear swept out. Bang! The heavy sword was struck away. Blackstone's arm shook and his palm ruptured. In terms of striking power, he was no different from a baby in front of Lin Ming. However, after the heavy sword was sent flying away, Blackstone still rushed towards Lin Ming, wanting to strangle him. His eyes were already a deep blood red. Seeing this, Lin Ming sneered. His attack just now had contained his battle spirit. A battle spirit was invisible and intangible. It could crush all, including the divine soul, negative emotions, life force, heart demons, and everything else that was insubstantial. Lin Ming had wanted to help Blackstone by destroying the heart demon that had invaded his spiritual sea, but his spear strike simply had no effect. Blackstone was still desperately trying to kill him at all cost. So, it seemed Blackstone really did hate him from the depths of his soul. This heart demon had galvanized the hatred in his heart and made him desperate to kill Lin Ming. "You are hopeless." Lin Ming was expressionless as he thrust out the purple comet spear. This spear strike was infused with his battle spirit as well as the full power of the heretical god force. Puff! With the added sharpness from the battle spirit, Blackstone's protective demon essence, and neck were both torn apart by Lin Ming's spear like paper, blood shooting out. Chapter 654, Peak of 10 Wings. Chapter 654, Peak of 10 Wings. After Lin Ming killed Blackstone with a spear, Duanmu Kun's complexion changed. Out of everyone here besides Lin Ming, he was the most clear-minded. Even though Blackstone was a Holy Land descendant, Lin Ming had killed him with absolutely no qualms. His actions were ruthless and decisive. Seeing that Lan Xian was also controlled, Duanmu Kun fell into a panic. What should he do? She might also be killed by Lin Ming. Taking back the long spear, a stream of blood shot out and Blackstone's body shook, and he took several steps back. His eyes were still blood red, his hands covering this neck as he stared at Lin Ming with utter hatred burning in his gaze. What a mess! Lin Ming coldly looked at Blackstone. This type of person was nothing but a vicious black-hearted wolf. He had been showing kindness and good intentions in saving him from this hellhole. And not only was he not grateful, but he actually held a grudge because he wasn't given more resources, wanting to kill Lin Ming in the future just for this. This type of person, even if he hadn't been controlled, Lin Ming would still have killed him. He didn't want to waste any effort in saving a potential enemy. This was the profound lesson that Ouyang Boyan had taught him. Even if he didn't have any family or friends or anyone else in the Holy Demon Continent, he still wouldn't let such a snake lay hidden here. Die. Kacha. Lin Ming's palm cut across Blackstone's neck, directly severing his throat. Blackstone was like mud as he softly slumped to the floor. Like this, a great Holy Land descendant had died here, drowning in his hatred. Next is Lin Ming turned to the heaven-stepped demon god Bone. As he withstood its will attack, he stepped closer and closer to the demon god Bone. The demon god Bone trembled, panicked, and began to tremble, issuing out whining, howling sounds. It started to desperately activate its inherent emperor will to attack Lin Ming, but there simply wasn't any effect at all. Like this, it had no choice but to give up, using its will attacks on the others present. As a result, Lan Xian and High Lord Cloud Demon lost the last sliver of sanity in their eyes. They rushed towards Lin Ming, coming in from both sides. Tisk! Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a thick killing intent. Brother Lin, please show mercy. As Duanmu Kun saw this, he was dismayed. But because of the will attack from the heaven-stepped demon god Bone, he was rooted in place. Even just this shout almost caused him to lose his mind because he had diverted a bit of his attention towards Duanmu Kun's pleas. Lin Ming simply turned a deaf ear. He flicked the purple comet spear in his hand, and in the next moment, a brilliant spear light shot through the sky. Around Lin Ming, the flow of time seemed to instantly slow down. As Lan Xian and High Lord Cloud Demon rushed towards Lin Ming, he immediately thrust out twice, one spear towards High Lord Cloud Demon's heart, and the other between Lan Xian's eyes. Seeing this, Duanmu Kun's pupils contracted, overcome with a hysterical horror. No, puff, a bloody light shot out. For those controlled by the heaven-stepped demon god Bone, although the energy within their body would momentarily increase because they lost their rationality and thinking, they were completely unable to break through Lin Ming's strange concept of space and time attack. Lin Ming's attack could penetrate the most durable of defenses. How could High Lord Cloud Demon defend against it? A spear easily thrust through High Lord Cloud Demon's heart. With a twist, a tyrannical true essence erupted, directly crushing High Lord Cloud Demon's heart. At the same time, another spear light flashed, piercing between Lan Xian's eyes. Seeing that cold spear point and the keen energy it released, Duanmu Kun felt his heart sinking into despair. As for Lan Xian, her expression was still vacant even as she kept stumbling towards this attack. The purple comet spear was like a bolt of lightning as it thrust between Lan Xian's eyebrows before quickly returning, blood blooming. Lan Xian's body stiffened. She immediately slumped to the floor, as if she had lost every bone in her body. Lan Xian. Duanmu Kun's heart stopped beating for a second as his world fell apart around him. Because of the interests and entanglement of their sex, him and Lan Xian couldn't develop a budding relationship as a man and a woman. But after knowing each other for so many years, their friendship was still very deep. "She's fine," Lin Ming calmly said as he looked at Lan Xian. "I've cut away her heart demon. The wound between her eyebrows isn't even 1/4 of an inch deep. She'll be fine." In that attack just now, Lin Ming had used his battle spirit to invade Lan Xian's spiritual sea and destroy the heart demon residing there. Although a battle spirit was powerful, it wasn't omnipotent. If Lan Xian really did hold hatred for Lin Ming in her heart, then that heart demon within her would have been strong. She would have been just like Blackstone, rushing to kill Lin Ming even if she was wounded. If that had happened, then Lin Ming wouldn't have been soft-hearted. No matter how beautiful Lan Xian was, he would have used a heavy hand to destroy the flower. Cut apart her heart demon? Could Lin Ming have? Duanmu Kun paused. As someone who came from a super holy land that neared a 6th-grade sect, his experiences and knowledge far surpassed the ordinary man's. Towards the understanding of battle spirits and will, his knowledge wasn't much worse than Lin Ming's. Only the battle spirit, known as that power that could cut through all, could enter into a martial artist's spiritual sea and cut apart their heart demon. Lin Ming, he comprehended his own battle spirit. How was this possible? Duanmu Kun was simply unable to believe this. Initially, when he stepped into the Road of Emperor, he also had the intention of tempering his will and forming his own battle spirit. Finally, he tarried at Road of Will Lights for over 10 days before he spent a great deal of effort and energy and finally passed the first Quasi-Emperor Will Light. When he reached the second Quasi-Emperor Will Light, he wasn't able to bear it anymore. If he was having so much trouble with a Quasi-Emperor Will Light, there was no need to mention what a true Emperor-level Will Light would do to him. Within his generation, Duanmu Kun had an extraordinary will. In addition to his terrifying background, his amazing talent, his uncanny perception, and his top cultivation method, he could be called a favored son of the heavens. He had also felt that he towered above others, but when he tried to condense his own battle spirit, he suffered a brutal blow. The disparity was just too great. When he entered the Road of Emperor, he had been a 1-star demon king, equal to a human middle to late revolving master. Even so, he had still failed. As a last resort, Duanmu Kun had chosen the road of stone tablets. As for Lin Ming, his cultivation at that time had been an entire realm lower. He was only at the extreme Xiantian realm. With just his extreme Xiantian cultivation, he had been able to form his own battle spirit. Unprecedented since ancient times was putting it lightly. Thinking about it, when Lin Ming entered the Road of Emperor, he had stayed within for over half a year. After coming out, his cultivation had only increased by half a small boundary. This was truly incomprehensible. At the time, Duanmu Kun had also felt that something was wrong. Knowing what he knew now, Lin Ming had most likely chosen to stay on the Road of Will Lights and had gone as far as being able to form his own battle spirit. The Road of Will Lights was only useful in tempering the will. It was extremely limited in raising one's cultivation. This would explain why Lin Ming's cultivation had only increased by such a small amount. Heavens, what kind of talent was this? Compared to this, something like some silly title de jure was just garbage. For the first time, Duanmu Kun felt fear and awe towards Lin Ming. He no longer took Lin Ming as a rival, but rather as a future earth-shaking and heaven-conquering legend. Perhaps even being the #1 master of the holy demon continent wouldn't be enough to satisfy Lin Ming. In the future, it was very likely that he would break through the martial void and step into the realm of the gods, even becoming an overlord of a territory there. As Duanmu Kun's thoughts were racing, Fengshen began to lose himself. Before Feng Shen completely lose his self-control, Lin Ming took a step forwards and raised his spear, stabbing it between Feng Shen's eyes. "Ca." Feng Shen trembled, and a bit of blood splashed out from between his eyes. He didn't slump down to the floor, like Lon Xian did, but instead directly woke up. "What happened to me? I'll tell you later." Lin Ming turned to Duan Mukun. Duan Mukun was suddenly frightened. His will was being invaded, and he had no strength to resist Lin Ming at the moment. He saw that Lin Ming's attacks were able to cut apart heart demons, but High Lord Cloud Demon had not received this treatment. Lin Ming's spear had directly pierced through his heart. This was a simple and pure killing move. Lin Ming had intended to kill High Lord Cloud Demon from the very start. Perhaps it was because Lin Ming saw the hatred hiding within High Lord Cloud Demon. Or perhaps it was because he was disgusted by High Lord Cloud Demon's greedy character. But, in short, he had decisively killed High Lord Cloud Demon without an ounce of mercy. Realizing this, Duan Mukun gulped. With some difficulty, he said, I'm all right." "Oh, okay." Lin Ming nodded, and then turned around towards the demon god bone. Duan Mukun was still sweating from a cold fear because just now he had discovered something else. After Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon were killed by Lin Ming, the infernal energy had left their bodies, and half of it surged towards Lin Ming before being swallowed up by his heavenly demon tattoo. At this time, Duan Mukun had seen that the 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo on Lin Ming's arm had actually reached the peak of the late 10-wing stage. High Lord Cloud Demon had come from the strongest sky-split tower within the Blood Slaughter Steppes, Heavenly Cloud Tower. Even there, he had been one of the top-ranked High Lords. The infernal energy within him was much richer. And after this energy was absorbed by Lin Ming, he immediately broke through the late 10-wing stage bottleneck and entered into the early peak of 10 wings. He was just a single step away from becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon. Lin Ming's heavenly demon tattoo was actually at the peak of 10 wings. After Duan Mukun realized this, his heart chilled. If this continued, then it was possible Lin Ming could become a 12-winged heavenly demon. He wanted to become a 12-winged heavenly demon. As a Holy Land descendant, Duan Mukun was well aware of what a 12-winged heavenly demon was to the Blood Slaughter Steppes. It was a completely taboo existence. Even the son of the Blood Slaughter Steppes ruler was not allowed to become a 12-winged heavenly demon without permission. Moreover, in order to become a 12-winged heavenly demon, one had to find and kill a massive amount of powerful High Lords. Even if one was allowed to become a 12-winged heavenly demon, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could ever accomplish. Lin Ming had unexpectedly and silently become a peak 10-winged heavenly demon. Along the way, how many High Lords had he killed? That ridiculous Blackstone and High Lord Cloud Demon had thought something so dumb as trying to discuss dividing lucky chances with Lin Ming. They probably thought that Lin Ming was just a little amateur boy, but he was actually a tiger wearing a sheepskin. They had both brought about their own deaths. In any case, no matter what, he could not be enemies with Lin Ming. This was the only thought in Duan Mukun's mind at the time. He didn't know how old Lin Ming was, but at most he was 22 or 23. To be so young and have such a cultivation, strength, and to even form his own battle spirit in the Xiantian realm with his firm and decisive character, his ruthless actions, Lin Ming nearly had no weaknesses. Once offended, such a person would return hundreds or even 1,000 years later. At that time, even destroying a super holy land might be as simple as turning a hand. It was exactly because he had all these thoughts at once that Duan Mukun's back was cold with sweat. As he was lost in his thoughts, Lin Ming had already arrived in front of the Heaven Step Demon Godbone. This was another demon Godbone that held the residual emperor will of an ancient powerhouse. The sort of will attack that this god demon bone was capable of was exactly what Lin Ming was least afraid of. Its attack towards him who had fully formed his bronze battle spirit and had also broken through to revolving core could at most scratch his boot. As the demon god bones saw Lin Ming closing in, it began to issue out ear-piercing cries, as if it were an actual living creature. Lin Ming simply didn't care. He thrust out one hand. Seal. Chapter 655, Black Hole Revolving Core. Chapter 655, Black Hole Revolving Core. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the bronze battle spirit that lived there howled. With the array symbols that he formed infused with his battle spirit, they immediately enveloped the demon god bone. A battle spirit could be attached to any attack or weapon. Of course, this included even the energy of an array symbol. After fusing with a wisp of battle spirit, the golden array symbols became much sharper. Seeing this rain of golden light fall over it, the demon god bone screamed in horror. This sharp sound really made one's scalp tingle with dread. The demon god bone used every last bit of its strength to launch a will attack against Lin Ming, but all of its actions were useless. Not too far away, Duan Mukun was alarmed. Among everyone present, besides Lin Ming, he understood the most about will and battle spirits. He was also clear as to what attack method this demon god bone used. Ever since Lin Ming began sealing away the demon god bone, all of the pressure on Duan Mukun's body suddenly vanished. The demon god bone had given up its attacks on everyone else and was using its complete strength to resist Lin Ming. Even so, Lin Ming didn't even blink. It was like he didn't even notice it. Was his willpower that strong? After an incense stick of time, the screeching howls of the heaven-stepped demon god bone began to weaken before completely vanishing. Duan Mukun took several steps forwards and found that the heaven-stepped demon god bone within the sarcophagus was already wrapped up in a thick cocoon. The cocoon was formed by layers upon layers of array symbols, as well as a purple power of thunder. The power of thunder had an absolute advantage against evil ghosts and spirits. Using it to suppress this demon god bone was undoubtedly the best method. All right, we're finished here. Lin Ming placed the heaven-stepped demon god bone in his spatial ring, as well as the profound gold divine fruit and half of the earth-stepped demon god bones. As for the remaining 8 earth-stepped demon god bones, those were naturally left over for Duan Mukun. And the rest. We actually don't need to be given any of the treasure. During this adventure into the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone, everything has been thanks to Brother Lin. Making it out of here alive is the only lucky chance that we'll need. Duan Mukun ruefully smiled as he looked at the 8 demon god bones left over in the sarcophagus. In truth, even if it were just the most ordinary, long-incised, low-grade human steppe demon god bone, it still wouldn't be some cabbage if placed in a holy land. From the time he was born until now, the total amount of resources that Duan Mukun had used up couldn't amount to a single one of these fist-sized earth steppe demon god bones. It was impossible to say that Duan Mukun wasn't interested in these earth steppe demon god bones, but because of the fear he felt from Lin Ming's ruthless and decisive character, he decided that these demon god bones simply weren't worth it. On the contrary, if he could form good relations with Lin Ming, then the advantages he could obtain in the future might be worth even more. Lin Ming said, 8 earth steppe demon god bones are enough for me. The rest is for you, Fengshen and Lan Xian. This is fair. At the very start, when he was dividing up the resources, he had already calculated what he needed. Him, Mu Qinyu, and Qin Xingxuan would each take 2 earth steppe demon god bones for a total of 6. And if Lin Ming's little sister Lin Xiaoge also had the aptitude to practice martial arts, then that would be another 2, for a grand total of 8. How about this? The 3 of us will take 1 each, and Brother Lin can take the other 5. A single earth steppe demon god bone is already plenty for us. Duan Mukun refused once more as he glanced over at Fengshen. Feng Shen didn't have any expression at all. Apparently he agreed with this decision. Lin Ming didn't decline. He immediately took 5 more of the demon god bones. In truth, thinking about it more, besides Mu Qinyu Qin Xingxuan and his little sister, there was also Mu Bingyun, Mu Yuhuang, and Mu Fengxian he needed to give them appropriate consideration to. Because of the kindness they had once shown him in the past, he should give them 1 or 2 each. With that, another 3 to 5 was just right. As Duanmu Kun saw Lin Ming take 5 of the remaining demon god bones, he relaxed. This could be described as a great result for everyone here. Brother Lin, shall we go now? No need to hurry. Lin Ming thought about the time and shook his head. The eternal demon abyss would be open for half a year. It had only been around 2 months since they had entered. In these 2 months, Lin Ming had made repeated breakthroughs in his strength and also fought in a great number of battles. Although the energy within him was potent, it was restless and unsteady. This was the result of accumulating so much strength in such a short period of time. Lin Ming expected that they would inevitably encounter some new danger in the next several months. A dull knife wouldn't be able to cut wood. It was best to take advantage of their current situation and use this safe zone to stabilize his strength. Let's recover here for a month and return to our peak condition before leaving again. Lin Ming's words were no different from a command. No one dared to question him. Duanmu Kun immediately nodded and said, "That's also good." The truth was that in these past days, Duanmu Kun had been in a constant state of high stress and tension. He really did need to rest and recuperate. Him, Feng Shen, and the just awoken and still groggy Lan Xian went to a corner of the tomb and sat down, beginning to meditate there. As for Lin Ming, he went to another corner. Lin Ming took out a few top-grade blood demon crystals and quickly entered into the ethereal martial intense state. With demon shine guarding him, Lin Ming didn't worry that there was anything that would sneak up on him. After breaking through to the revolving core realm, his ethereal martial intense state was much more smooth. With just a reminder from demon shine, he would be able to immediately wake up. Like this, time passed slowly. Lin Ming's cultivation didn't increase, but his foundation slowly stabilized. Lin Ming hadn't used an earth step demon god bone. This sort of heavenly treasure was equivalent to a tyrannical and oppressive medicine. Currently, the energy within his body was already restless and disorderly. If he swallowed an earth step demon god bone like this, then it would only make his foundation unstable, affecting his future cultivation growth. Consolidating one's foundation was an extremely laborious and burdensome process. Currently, within Lin Ming's Dantian, besides the spinning crystal core there was also a great number of scattered true essence crystals floating about. They slowly revolved in the gaseous energy around the crystal core. All of these were signs of disordered energy. What Lin Ming had to do was completely absorb these crystalline true essence shards into the surface of his revolving core. This was the so-called process of consolidating his foundation. This was a very long and time-consuming process. Moreover, it didn't even increase the total amount of true essence there was. Other martial artists would also try to solidify their foundation like this. They would often go into closed-door seclusion for a year or longer to accomplish this. However, no matter how much time they spent, they would reach a point where their foundation could no longer be consolidated. This was their limit. When those scattered true essence crystals gathered onto the revolving core, they would also break off some of the other true essence crystals on the revolving core surface because of the agitation of energy. Because of this energy would return to the Dantian, where it would become new crystallized shards of true essence. When these two reached a balance, that was when a martial artist reached the limit of their consolidation. No matter how much longer they spent, it wouldn't be useful. So, a normal revolving core martial artist would spend a year or so on the wearisome work of consolidating their foundation. Afterwards, once they reached their limit and established a balance in their revolving core, they would no longer be diligent in steadying their foundation. This balance could be reached at any time. It all depended on how solid the martial artist's foundation was before they entered revolving core. For example, take Lin Ming. Before he broke through to revolving core, his foundation was solid to the extreme. From the very start, the revolving core he formed had been several times larger than an ordinary martial artist's. Afterwards, his revolving core had collapsed and became the same size as an ordinary martial artist's revolving core, except that its color was darker, and it spun several times faster, meaning that the energy within it was several times greater than usual. Such a revolving core already had a much greater attractive force, so it would absorb true essence crystals much more easily. Because of this, Lin Ming's process of consolidating his foundation was much easier than an ordinary martial artist's. With just a thought, the true essence crystals freely floating in his dantian fell onto his revolving core like a gently drizzling rain. With just a few days of work, half of the true essence crystals had been sucked up into his revolving core. However, following that, the speed was much slower. There were less free-floating true essence crystals, so consolidating his foundation was that much harder. Lin Ming, when your revolving core foundation reaches the extreme, that is when every true essence crystal and all the remaining energies have concentrated into your revolving core without a single bit escaping, forming the perfect crystal core orb. Such a revolving core is extremely rare. In the realm of the gods, they call this a black hole revolving core because at that time, your revolving core is similar to a black hole. The true essence crystals can only enter, and the attractive force is that much greater. This is your goal. Reach black hole revolving core before breaking through to the middle revolving core realm, because if your foundation ever becomes unstable, you will have to pay several times the effort in the future, and you still might not be able to recover from it. I understand. Lin Ming nodded and continued consolidating his foundation. Lin Ming had already made up his mind. Black hole revolving core was the realm he needed to reach. Until the day he reached this realm, he would not make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Time passed unknowingly. 1 month later, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open from his meditation. In that instant, it was like 2 bright arcs of lightning lit up the room. An invisible aura was sent out, making Lan Xian, Duan Kun, and Feng Shen feel like something cold crawled up their backs. In that moment, they could feel the true essence within their bodies restlessly moving, spontaneously resisting this pressure. As Lan Xian looked at Lin Ming, she was a bit shocked. Lin Ming, you? Oh! The aura suddenly vanished, and the bright electric light in Lin Ming's eyes also disappeared, as if everything just now was an illusion. Lin Ming stood up. Compared to a month ago, the energy around him was calmer, and his aura was more collected without a trace leaking out. The total amount of true essence in his body hadn't increased, but his strength had actually risen once again. Originally, he had just entered the revolving core realm, but not he could be considered as having stably entered early revolving core. Duan Kun looked over to Lin Ming. He felt as if an azure dragon was hidden within Lin Ming's being. Once his energy erupted, the clouds and seas would tremble, shaking the heavens and earth. Such a Lin Ming was awe-inspiring. Thinking of this, Duan Kun's eyes subconsciously fell onto the heavenly demon tattoo on Lin Ming's arm. A peak 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo was just a step shy from achieving 12 wings. Duan Kun didn't believe that Lin Ming would give up on reaching this goal. If this were true, then Lin Ming would inevitably become the enemy of the entire blood slaughter steps. From the peak of 10 wings to 12 wings, he would have to kill at least 3 or 4 high-ranking High Lords like High Lord Cloud Demon. Just who would he kill? Thinking of this, Duan Kun's eyebrows shot up. Although Lin Ming appeared to be a pleasant and polite youth, the truth was that when it came to killing, there was nearly no one as decisive as he was. Let's leave the Forbidden Zone, Lin Ming said. In his current state, it wouldn't take long to make it out of this 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone. Within the Eternal Demon Abyss, Lin Ming had come to understand some things. This was that it was time to return to the South Horizon region. From the time he left the Demon God Imperial Palace, in just a flash, it had already been 2.5 years since he stepped foot within the South Horizon region. For this entire time, the worry within Lin Ming's mind had increased with every passing day. Chapter 656, Opening the Goddess Sarcophagus Once More. Chapter 656, Opening the Goddess Sarcophagus Once More. Lin Ming led Duan Mukun and the others to leave the tomb, arriving back at the pitch-black space where they couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them. There were very minor distortions in the power of space here. If it wasn't for Lin Ming leading the way, it would have been very difficult for Duan Mukun and the others to leave. As Lin Ming was about to step out of the mountain, he suddenly felt his body shake. In that moment, he seemed to hear an incomparably beautiful woman's voice, like the sounds of heaven, elusive and filled with a weeping grief. The voice seemed to form some strange, ancient syllables. Even Lin Ming, who was familiar with the language from the realm of the gods, as well as the ancient giant demons, still couldn't completely understand the meaning behind it. He slowed his steps and glanced over at Duan Mukun and the others. He wanted to see whether or not they heard this voice, but their expressions were calm. Obviously, they hadn't heard anything at all. Is something wrong, Brother Lin? Duan Mukun asked, not sure why Lin Ming stopped. No. Lin Ming shook his head. Since no one heard this voice, then it was useless if he mentioned it. It would be better if he didn't speak about it at all. Oh, Duan Mukun saw that Lin Ming didn't want to speak further, and intelligently didn't press the issue. Lin Ming slowed his pace, listening to the woman's voice as he walked. If he was correct, then this voice was left behind by that goddess within the sarcophagus. Lin Ming had investigated her body but hadn't found any signs of life. Obviously, she had been dead for a very, very long time. Then, these sounds must have either come from an array formation that she had left behind, or perhaps it was from the battle spirit of her remaining will. Her strength was likely to have been no less than that of the verdant feather Holy Land's Saintess, a top character even within the realm of the gods. It wouldn't be strange if she could leave behind a battle spirit that still existed after tens of thousands of years. As Lin Ming walked, he listened to this voice this entire time. Although he wasn't able to completely understand it, he still carefully memorized these words in his heart. The more he listened, the more unnerved he became. He, Duan Mukun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xian had all entered the tomb together, but he was the only one able to hear this voice. Just what was this voice trying to tell him? Let's go back, Lin Ming suddenly said as he stopped. Lan Xian and Duan Mukun were shocked. They didn't think that Lin Ming would have a thought like this even after they left the mountain. Duan Mukun's intuition was that this sudden decision had something to do with his sudden pause a moment ago, but he tactfully didn't ask further. Lin Ming brought the group to return, passing through that pitch-black space until they returned in front of that peerless woman's sarcophagus. Lin Ming stood in front of the sarcophagus for a long time. Then he deeply bowed in respect and said, "Senior, I apologize for disturbing your rest." With this, he undid all the countless seals he had left behind and shoved open the sarcophagus cover. With a rumbling sound, the sarcophagus completely opened. As a result, that utterly perfect woman appeared in front of everyone once more. "Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing?" Lan Xian couldn't help but ask. In heart, she thought that Lin Ming shouldn't be robbing a grave, right? Duan Mukun flashed an eye at Lan Xian, and she attentively didn't say any more. Lin Ming was completely silent, only staring at the beautiful woman as she lay there. She was calm, like she had simply fallen asleep. Lin Ming recalled the voice of the woman from a while ago, and after a long time, he had a faint guess. Senior, I have a reason, and it isn't because Junior is being disrespectful. If I offend you, then please forgive me. With that, Lin Ming bent over and put his hand on the woman's body, trying to find something. Of course, he wasn't just randomly groping around. He had a clear purpose in mind. Before he touched her, he had used his perception to investigate the goddess body. He discovered that there were two areas where the fluctuation of energy was obviously different. One was at the woman's waist, and the other was at her neck. These were the two areas that Lin Ming was searching. At the woman's waist, he first fished out a jade pendant. This jade pendant was a deep azure color and incomparably cold to the touch. There was an ancient mystical design carved into the center, looking like some sort of bird-shaped totem. Whatever this was, it was unlikely to be some sort of magical treasure. Although it exuded a very pure energy, it obviously didn't have any striking power. It seemed to be more like a keepsake of some sort. Senior, were you wronged? Lin Ming's guess was that after dying, her will hadn't yet dissipated after these tens of thousands of years. Now, she was trying to express to him some message. Was she wronged? Did she have some grudge? Or perhaps this was an absolutely irreconcilable hatred. After such a long time had passed, would her enemies, or those that had wronged her, still be in this world? Lin Ming's mind was full of questions. He hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, whether you have a grievance or grudge, this Junior will take this item. When Junior soars into the realm of the gods in the future, perhaps I might have a slim chance of helping Senior solve this mystery and completing this cycle of hatred. Although Lin Ming didn't know who this goddess was or what she had done, he had still obtained a number of lucky chances from her tomb. In essence, this could be considered a kindness that she had bestowed upon him. In this situation, if he could help her to the full extent of his power and maybe fulfill her last wish, then that would be completing the cycle of karma between them. However, there had always been something that Lin Ming didn't understand, whether it was the woman in this tomb or those abnormal existences within the eternal demon abyss, like the massive ancient beast that was thousands of miles long. These were all beings that should belong within the realm of the gods. Just why would they be here at the Holy Demon Continent? According to Demon Shine, the Holy Demon Continent and Sky Spill Continent shared the same planet together. As for the 3,000 boundless worlds, that was 3,000s multiplied with each other for a total of 1 billion. A billion worlds, and the Holy Demon Continent and Sky Spill Continent combined was just a single one. In fact, this planet could be called insignificant, a negligible drop in the endless ocean. How could a powerhouse from the realm of the gods be entombed in the abyss of the Holy Demon Continent? Actually, just what was the eternal demon abyss? How was it created? How many tens of thousands of years had it been here for? Where did those evil spirits and unimaginably powerful existences originate from? And what were the 12 sky split towers? Who had constructed them? Why would there be the Road of Emperor? Lin Ming's mind was filled with all these unanswerable questions. The 12 sky split towers had already existed for countless years, surviving through the endless wind and rain of time. With so many complex ancient arrays, the existence that was able to construct the 12 sky split towers was absolutely on the same level as the woman in this tomb. Such a character, even if placed with the realm of the gods, would still be the master of the highest level of Holy Land. Just why would they come to the Holy Demon Continent? Lin Ming really couldn't figure any of this out. He shook his head and began to trace the woman's neck. Before, he had discovered that the energy here was also different. As he touched upon something cold, Lin Ming was just about to pull it out, when at this moment he suddenly pulled back his hand, as if he had been bitten by a viper. How is this possible? Lin Ming's complexion paled, as Duan Mukun and the others saw Lin Ming's fierce reaction. They also went on high alert. "Brother Lin, is something wrong?" Lin Ming's face was filled with surprise and uncertainty. Hesitantly, he reached out his hand again and traced the woman's neck once more. This time, his hand specifically moved closer to the woman's left chest. Touching upon there, he could feel soft and smooth skin. Lin Ming was able to confirm that what he felt was not an illusion. This woman had a heartbeat. Before, he had investigated her and clearly didn't feel the slightest fluctuations of life. So, how could there be a heartbeat? If there was a heartbeat, how come he didn't detect it? Lin Ming found this impossible to imagine. He wavered for a long time, and then silently said, "Senior, I apologize for offending you." Lin Ming let out a wisp of his perception and investigated the woman's left chest. In fact, the perception of a martial artist was ubiquitous. Naturally, penetrating through clothes was a simple action, but to use his perception to pass through this goddess' clothing was truly a boorish and disrespectful gesture. But in order to confirm some things, Lin Ming didn't have a better method. He could only make sure that his mind was as clear as a mirror and that he absolutely had no thoughts of desecrating or blaspheming her in any way, shape, or form. Passing his perception into the goddess's left chest, Lin Ming felt his mind tremble. Then, he instantly disappeared from the real world and came to a completely different world of will. This was a vast starry sky, a world comparable to the endless starry skies. Lin Ming panicked. At this moment, he heard a series of cracking sounds, as if crystal glasses were being broken. Looking up, he could see space cracking apart, quickly blowing up in front of him at an ever-growing pace. Then, a vast, infinite ocean of energy and life force gushed out. Bang! Lin Ming was sent flying away. In front of such terrifying energy, he was no different from a leaf in a storm, unable to resist at all. If this energy had even a tiniest bit killing intent towards Lin Ming, then he would be directly smushed into a bloody fog. What a powerful energy. Just what is this? Lin Ming finally stabilized himself with great effort and wiped off the blood that leaked out from the corners of his mouth. He looked up to see that in the endless starry skies, in that area where space had broken apart, there was actually a great vibrant red heart powerfully beating. Pung, 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 pung. With every heartbeat, the void trembled. With every beat, Lin Ming could feel all of the blood vitality of his body being pulled away, all of the blood vessels within him wanting to explode and rush out of him. This is... Lin Ming's eyes went perfectly wide as he stared on at the beating heart in the starry skies. This bright and vivid deep red heart seemed as if it were carved from pure blood crystal. After passing through several tens of thousands of years, the life force within had never dimmed by a single touch. A bright crimson divine light emitted from this heart, accompanied by a vast, inexhaustible energy of life. This heart could likely beat on in perpetuity for another 100,000 years. This was the heart of a true emperor. Moreover, an emperor of the realm of the gods. The master of this heart must have been a top powerhouse, looking down on every other existence. Was this the heart of the goddess? This thought instantly cut through Lin Ming's mind before he rejected it. It was not. On the goddess body, Lin Ming had felt a serene aura, uncaring of all world problems, as profound as the limitless sea. In her presence, everyone's hearts would be filled with awe, no one daring to blaspheme her. And from this heart, Lin Ming could feel an overwhelmingly domineering aura, an existence unmatched by all that lived within this universe. This master of this heart, when living, must have shaken the foundations of the realm of the gods, an unrivaled emperor that looked down with disdain at all of creation. These were two completely different atmospheres. This proved that this heart did not belong to this goddess. Yet what confused Lin Ming was that when he had touched the goddess' chest, he had clearly felt a heartbeat. If he wasn't wrong, then this heart existed within the goddess. Thus, Lin Ming was able to feel it beat within her. But because the goddess had died, he couldn't sense any fluctuations of life from her. A goddess that had died had the heart of a great emperor sealed within her that had been beating for tens of thousands of years. The final analysis of these facts left Lin Ming inexplicably horrified. What sort of great emperor was this? He had pulled out his heart, and yet it still beat for all these tens of thousands of years. Such a great emperor, who had killed him and who had sealed his heart within this goddess body. Chapter 657, Leaving the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 657, Leaving the Forbidden Zone. Lin Ming retreated from the world of will, a cold sweat already streaming down his back. He had been completely suppressed by the aura of that heart. Fortunately, that heart did not care one bit about him. Otherwise, he would have already been crushed into nothing. "Brother Lin, are you okay?" Duanmu Kun noticed Lin Ming's strange behavior and asked him, "Is something wrong?" Although Duanmu Kun had only known Lin Ming for a short time, he had still been able to get a relatively good grasp on what sort of character he had. Lin Ming wasn't the type to play evil tricks or do something dirty. He must have discovered something just now. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before recounting what just happened to Duanmu Kun with a true essence sound transmission. With another person, there would be another viewpoint on matters and another opinion. Perhaps they would be able to understand some more things. "You said that there is the heart of a great emperor sealed within this goddess that has been beating for the last several tens of thousands of years." After hearing this, Duanmu Kun was inexplicably shocked. He too wanted to feel the heartbeat of this goddess, but after a moment of hesitation, he didn't dare to put out his hand. According to Lin Ming's account of events, he had been sucked into that world of will. Luckily, Lin Ming's battle spirit had already formed. Even so, he had been suppressed to the point of sweating all over. If Duanmu Kun himself were to be drawn into that world of will, then he feared he would be ground into a pile of meat. Lin Ming said, "The great emperor that I mentioned now isn't a great emperor of the holy demon continent, but one from the realm of the gods. Compared to such an existence, even the 8 Fall War emperor is nothing more than a little baby. I really have no idea just who killed this person, and why would their heart appear within the eternal demon abyss?" Lin Ming couldn't imagine just how strong a true great emperor from the realm of the gods would be. Not to mention other aspects, but in terms of lifespan, if a great emperor of the mortal world didn't make a miraculous breakthrough, they could live at most for 10,000 years. But a great emperor of the realm of the gods, even after death, their heart would still be able to beat on for tens of thousands of years. These were two completely different levels. Duanmu Kun came from a super holy land, so he certainly knew the rumors about the realm of the gods. After a moment of thought, he suddenly said, "Are you sure that this great emperor was killed?" Lin Ming paused. "His heart is here, so can he still be alive?" "I can't say." Duanmu Kun shook his head. "In the ancient books of my holy land, I've also read some records about the supreme elders within the realm of the gods. I've read that there are some martial artists who have reaching an extremely high boundary and can regrow their limbs even after they are cut off. And above that, there are those that can be reborn from a single drop of blood. Even if they lost their entire body, as long as there is still a single piece left over, they could slowly regenerate into a complete body. To a great emperor of the realm of the gods, perhaps even losing a heart doesn't mean they would die." As Duanmu Kun spoke, Lin Ming did recall some memories about this. There were some powerhouses within the realm of the gods who, after reaching a very high level, could reform themselves even after being cut apart. As for being reborn through a single drop of blood, Duanmu Kun's words weren't too far off from the truth. By relying on just a little piece of their body, one really could be reborn with a complete form. However, The cost of that was that the new body would only have that tiny sliver of the original body. Basically, this meant that their entire life's martial arts would be wasted. For a top martial artist to lose that much of their body, it meant they would lose that much of their energy. You're right, this great emperor might not have died. Lin Ming nodded. Before, he had fallen into a different way of thinking. Duan Mukun also said, this goddess died several tens of thousands of years ago, and yet her body hasn't decayed. She still lies here, sleeping in beauty. This completely defies common sense. No matter how powerful this goddess was before death, after she died, her energies should have faded away a bit after such a long time. At least, her skin should have lost some of its gorgeous luster. But since that isn't the case, I think there might be a different possibility. And that is that this great emperor from the realm of the gods gouged out his own heart to place within her body, in order to preserve the life force of her body for 100,000 years. Duan Mukun even seemed amazed by his own words. As Lin Ming listened to him, he was shocked, although this reasoning sounded strange. It might have been true. A divine emperor had gouged out his own heart in order to preserve the vitality of this goddess. To a martial artist, their heart, dantian, and spiritual C were their three most important points, and these were also the areas that contained the most energy. If one cut out their own heart, they would lose at least 10% of their strength. If that great emperor felt this was worth it, then undoubtedly this goddess was extremely important to him. If this were the case, then this realm of the gods' great emperor should have entombed her in a crystal sarcophagus to ensure she was well protected. Why would he abandon her within the eternal demon abyss? Such a simple tomb. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a powerful being from the realm of the gods buried here. There were too many things that Lin Ming was confused about, so he simply didn't think about it. He leaned forwards and continued to search around the goddess' neck. Before, when he felt the goddess's heartbeat, he had drawn back his hand, so he failed to take the keepsake out. Gingerly reaching into her dress, Lin Ming pulled out a necklace. This necklace was very strange. It was absolutely not something that a woman would normally use. The necklace itself was as thick as a little finger. Rather than a necklace, it seemed more like a chain. On the end of this necklace was a palm-sized metal plate, a full inch thick. In the center of this metal plate was a hole that seemed as if it had held some gem, but now that gem was lost. What a strange keepsake. Lin Ming shook his head. He put the jade pendant and necklace in his spatial ring. As for the riddle of the eternal demon abyss, he would have to wait until his was stronger before he could begin to unravel it. And for now, Lin Ming was far from reaching this realm. In the future, when he was strong enough, he would personally enter the eternal demon abyss to see just what was inside. Peering deep into the woman's sarcophagus, he branded her image in his mind, and then slowly pushed the cover back over. Lifting his hand, he formed some array symbols and sealed away the sarcophagus. Lin Ming only casually sealed it. With that heart from a divine emperor protecting her, there were no evil spirits that would ever be able to do anything to the goddess. Luckily, he didn't have any malicious or dark intentions from the start. Otherwise, when he was sucked into that world of will, just the slightest bit of killing intent from that divine emperor's heart would have killed him countless times over. The reason that those corpse devils didn't dare to touch the sarcophagus of this goddess was most likely because they feared the heart of that divine emperor. Senior, Junior must bid you farewell. Lin Ming cupped his fists together. As he left the tomb, he had a faint feeling that in the future his fate would one day cross with this woman again, and perhaps even the divine emperor who had left that heart. Let's go. We're getting out of here. Lin Ming suppressed all the questions in his heart and brought Duan Mukun and the rest to leave the tomb. Eternal Demon Abyss, 1,100-mile zone. The land was completely silent. Under a sky that had remained gray for tens of thousands of years, a dark fog rolled through. In this crimson land, one could occasionally see several broken stone tablets on the earth, engraved with ancient and mysterious symbols. On this day, there were several blood crows circling up above, creepily screeching. These blood crows lived by eating corpses. It was said that they had a very special ability to sense and smell the energy of a dying person. Thus, when there were people dying, they would always be gathered at that spot in advance. You bunch of beasts also came to join in on the fun. From the fog, a giant demon martial artist suddenly leapt out. As he saw this group of blood crows flying in the air, he began to simmer with a burning rage. You want to wait for this father to die? Then this father will kill you first. Go die. Spear light flashed, and several blood crows were pierced through. The others gave several screeches before flying away. In truth, these blood crows had no striking power. Within the eternal demon abyss, they were the weakest and most ordinary of species. They lived on by burying their eggs deep underground to avoid the eruptions of the eternal demon abyss, and would breed once every 10 years. Third brother, this can't go on. We've already been trapped here for an entire month. Damn this unholy place. The one who spoke was an imp martial artist. As he saw the giant demon martial artist attack a blood crow, he could only shake his head and sigh. The giant demon martial artist put away his spear and cursed F***ck it all. This year's eternal demon abyss is too strange. In the past, it was never so dangerous after an eruption. I fear that over half of those that came to the eternal demon abyss have already died. No kidding. Che, I thought that I would be able to obtain some lucky chances here, but if I can't even get out, then any lucky chance is useless. The last one to speak up was a young Fey girl. She was the only woman in the group of 3. Their squad originally has 6 people. Now, there were only 3 left over, and they were also stuck in this danger zone with no way to leave, often having to face the attacks of evil spirits. As the 3 were speaking, they heard a mournful scream, the fog around them suddenly stirring up like a pot of boiling porridge. This is bad. The 3 of them paled and immediately drew out their weapons. At this time, with the fog in front of them blown away, they could see that 5 10-foot-tall humanoid monsters had appeared in front of them. These 5 monsters were incomparably disgusting, absolutely nauseating to look at. Their faces were covered with pus-filled sores, and the top of their heads looked like crowns of oozing meat. Their fangs looked like steel needles, and as they walked upright, their claws looked like sharp and cruel blades. Just when will these damned monsters stop chasing us? An imp martial artist felt his heart sink into despair. The reason they had mistakenly entered into this space maze was because they had been chased down by this group of demonic beasts. Afterwards, they had been stuck here in this danger zone for an entire month without any way to leave. Now, he never thought that this group of disgusting monsters would use some unknown method to find them, and had actually chased them all the way here. As they saw these large monsters in front of them, the martial artists realized that none of them would be leaving here alive. F***ck. If I'm going to die trapped here, then I would rather die fighting with these monsters. If you want to kill this father, then this father won't let you off either. A giant demon martial artist gave a loud shout and thrust his spear forwards, a sharp spear light slicing through the void. This giant demon martial artist certainly wasn't an average martial artist, otherwise there was no way he would have lived until this point. However, he returned even faster than he went. That repulsive humanoid monster only slapped out its hand and sent the giant demon martial artist flying. 3 bloody wounds appeared in the giant demon martial artist's chest, blood gushing out. The difference was too great. In their first encounter, they hadn't been able to resist either. These humanoid monsters were not only ridiculously strong, but nearly invulnerable to weapons. None in their group had been able to fight back, thus the reason they fled into the wild and stumbled into a danger zone by mistake. As the imp and fey martial artists saw this, their eyes filled with anguish. At this moment, all of them would die. The 5 large monsters gave 2 loud roars and stretched out their cruel claws to grasp at the 3 martial artists. The imp martial artist's eyes flashed with a decisive color, and he was prepared to fight till his death with these monsters. But at this moment, twin beams of radiant light appeared out of thin air, piercing through the eyes of 2 monsters as if they were made of paper. Those 2 monsters weren't even able to cry out before their bodies shook, and they tumbled to the ground, blood bubbling out of them. The imp martial artist was completely stunned. Chapter 658, Killing the Monsters. Chapter 658, Killing the Monsters. Those humanoid monsters, which they had thought were invincible, 2 of them had instantly died. It wasn't just the imp martial artist that was astonished, but the giant demon martial artist and young fey girl were also shocked. Before this, all of them tried attacking these humanoid monsters, but no matter what martial skill they used, even with their full strength, none of them had been able to break past these creatures' fur. They were on completely different levels, but just now, 2 beams of light had pierced through 2 of the humanoid monsters, instantly killing them without the least bit of resistance. Just who had done this? Watching the 2 shaking monster corpses on the ground, the 3 martial artists were overjoyed to be alive. Subconsciously, they took several steps backwards. A gaping red hole had appeared in these 2 monsters' head, and their blood and brains were spilling out, flowing along the ground. As the 3 remaining monsters saw their companions die, all of them flew into a rage. They roared, twisting around to see just who had dared to ambush them. But at this time, within the fog, the figures of several people began to slowly come into view. As the 3 monsters saw these people's figures, they rushed towards them. Chi, chi, chi. 3 more beams of light shot out, piercing through the fog, and directly passing through those 3 monsters' foreheads. The 3 monsters' bodies shook. After their heads were pierced by this light, they all fell to the floor. But the center one, because of inertia, stumbled towards the figures of the several people. And then, a scene that the 3 martial artists would never forget suddenly occurred. A flaming azure light shot up into the sky, passing straight through that large monster and splitting in half. Blood fell like rain. Pung, pung. The corpse fell apart as its body was cut vertically in half. As for that figure that was revealed between the halves, they were protected by a flow of energy, and not a single drop of blood stained them. As the 3 martial artists saw this, all of them began to celebrate surviving this catastrophe. At the same time, they all began to feel uneasy. They could see that the several figures approaching were humans and fae. This trip into the eternal demon abyss was reaching its end. Their first worry was that they didn't have a guide, and their second worry was that any martial artist that managed to survive up until this point would often have a considerable amount of resources with them. Thus, the killing between squads had becoming increasingly frequent. The act of killing someone and stealing their wealth had occurred multiple times. Currently, those 4 approaching martial artists could chop up the 3 of them as if they were melons. As long as any of them harbored any evil intentions, all 3 of them would die here. I truly thank the Tower Masters for the grace of saving our lives. The imp martial artist who led the 3 of them quickly rushed forwards to thank their saviors. In his view, only a Tower Master had such strength. He could only hope that these Tower Masters didn't take a fancy towards weaklings like them. Otherwise, they were done for. After giving his thanks, the imp martial artist looked up. But now, he froze once more. As the 4 martial artists stepped out of the fog, he could finally clearly make out who they were. They were actually Duanmu Kun, Lan Xian, Feng Shen, and Lin Ming. When they first entered the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming had been the focus of everyone, so of course he could recognize him. But afterwards he heard that Lin Ming had died somewhere. How could he suddenly show up in this 1,100-mile zone of the eternal demon abyss. The three martial artists' minds were in chaos. Then the imp martial artist suddenly realized something. Based on their positions, those several rays of light must have come from Lin Ming. How was this possible? The imp martial artist had to admit that he was only an average-ranked High Lord from the Sky-Split Towers. He hadn't been able to break through the defense of those monsters, but now they had actually been instantly killed by Lin Ming. Did this mean that Lin Ming had strength close to that of a Tower Master? Thinking of this, the imp martial artist was flabbergasted. Just what was going on? So it's little sister Blue Lotus and High Lord Sandstone. Duanmu Kun smiled as he spoke. He was acquainted with the young Fey girl in the center of the three. As for that imp High Lord, he only knew of his name. Senior apprentice Brother Duanmu, thank you for saving us, the young Fey girl called Blue Lotus said in a soft voice. She wasn't blushing because of shyness, but because the rapid series of events and her near death had made her blood flow quicken. Ha! It's not me who rescued you. I just don't have this ability. If you must thank someone, then thank Brother Lin here. Duanmu Kun laughed. From when they had strayed into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, and in addition to the month they had practiced in the tomb, it had been a full month and a half. With Lin Ming's leadership, they had finally made it out alive. After having survived such a disastrous event, Duanmu Kun was in an excellent mood. As the imp High Lord Sandstone saw that Duanmu Kun wasn't planning on killing them, and that he also knew Blue Lotus, he was ecstatic. It seemed that they had managed to escape a calamity. I am 5 Color Towers, High Lord Sandstone. I thank young hero Lin for saving us. There was no time now to wonder why Lin Ming was so strong. The imp High Lord cupped his fists together and bowed once more. Unconsciously, he had started to speak with a respectful tone. It's no problem. I just have a question to ask you, Lin Ming said impassively. Young hero Lin, please ask. I will try to answer to the best of my knowledge. I want to know, how many months have you been in the eternal demon abyss for? As Lin Ming asked this question, High Lord Sandstone was confused. Duanmu Kun and the others also looked at each other, puzzled. Did this still need to be asked? The three of them had been with Lin Ming, and in total 3.5 months should have passed since they entered the eternal demon abyss. Although High Lord Sandstone was perplexed, he respectfully replied, reporting to young hero Lin, it's been just shy of 5 months since I entered the eternal demon abyss. 5 months! Lin Ming thought for a moment, no surprise on his face. But Duanmu Kun and the others were completely shocked. How could it be 5 months? It had obviously been 3.5. They looked towards Lin Ming and immediately understood, as they saw that he had an expression as if he had expected this. Perhaps within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, there was something odd about the flow of time. The truth was that time and space often existed as one existence. If a powerful force field could twist space, then it would likely change the flow of time. It wasn't strange for both time and space to always be affected simultaneously. Thus, Lin Ming had guessed that the time they spent within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone was different from outside of it. Now, from High Lord Sandstone's answer, it seemed that the time within was slower. We're all right. Lin Ming waved his hand, thinking of something else. Back when he was in the king's cage, he had also entered a cage of space and time, understanding the essence of time there. Time was simply the illusion of change between all living beings. As long as he could remove the heart demon that existed within this illusion, he could guarantee that his mind wouldn't be chaotic and he wouldn't lose himself in the distortion of time. But now, it seemed as if this wasn't necessarily true. Even if he held on to his heart and mind, he could still be caught up in a whirlpool of time and space without being aware of it. Thinking of this, Lin Ming could only sigh. Time was simply far more illusory and baffling than space. Now, he realized just how much he didn't understand about time, and just how little of its source he had touched upon. His past understanding of time had its place in use, but now put among a wider use of the law, it was no longer feasible. "Let's go, we're leaving here." Lin Ming no longer thought about the chaotic time within the Eternal Demon Abyss's 1,000-mile forbidden zone. This was a level that he was far from being able to understand. "Where are we going?" Duanmu Kun asked. "We're leaving the Eternal Demon Abyss," Lin Ming decisively said. The Eternal Demon Abyss would only be open for 6 months. Now that 5 months had passed, it was around the time they should leave. As the imp martial artist heard Lin Ming's words, his eyes widened. "Young hero Lin, could you take us with you?" The imp martial artist's idea was very simple. Now, there were only 3 of them left, and it was doubtful they would be able to find any more lucky chances in the last remaining month. They could already count their blessings that the 3 of them were able to make it out of here safely. Naturally, if they followed Lin Ming, it would be much less dangerous for them. "Sure," Lin Ming answered without hesitation, nodding. Forming a team was a mutually beneficial relationship to begin with. Thus, the group of them stepped onto the road to return. Coming here, there was a guide to lead the way. But leaving here, all of that depended on one's own ability. In this nearly half-year adventure, the surviving martial artists had accumulated a great deal of experience within the Eternal Demon Abyss. Now, with Lin Ming leading the way, they encountered several minor dangers, but all of these were easily resolved. Besides the young Fey girl called Blue Lotus receiving a minor wound, no one else was harmed. 15 days later, the group reached the northern entrance of the Eternal Demon Abyss. At this time, there were already many people gathered at the entrance. Although there was still half a month until the channel into the Eternal Demon Abyss closed, there were always some matters where arriving earlier was better than coming later. If one were to try arriving just on time and then stumble into some accident or danger and ended up trapped within the Eternal Demon Abyss, dying like that would truly be an injustice. Seeing Lin Ming, Duanmu Kun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xian all appear together, this immediately aroused a great uproar. These 4 were all characters with unbelievable origins. Without accident, all of them would become peerless emperors in the future. Lin Ming, that boy, he hasn't died. Rumors of Lin Ming's death had long since spread to everyone's ears. Everyone knew that Lin Ming had returned to a danger zone and disappeared afterwards, most likely having died for his stupidity. But now that they saw Lin Ming safe and sound, and also in the company of Duanmu Kun and the others, all of them were shocked speechless. How come Lin Ming is with Duanmu Kun? Didn't they say that he fell into some danger zone? Was he rescued? Did Duanmu Kun rescue him? Maybe, or they might have run into each other later. The martial artists all began to speak. Lin Ming was a focus of attention, but Duanmu Kun was too. Although it was acknowledged that Duanmu Kun's talent was slightly inferior to Lin Ming's in terms of strength, everyone assumed he was actually the stronger of the 2. With both of them appearing together, this naturally attracted everyone's attention. Lin Ming simply didn't care to bother with anyone, ignoring them all. He went and sat down next to a boulder, entering into meditation to adjust his condition. As for Duanmu Kun and the rest, they also followed Lin Ming. There were many people present that Duanmu Kun knew of. According to Duanmu Kun's character in the past, he was always happy to speak with heroic elites of the world, so he definitely would have gone over to speak to them. But now, he was actually disinclined to do so. After entering the 1,000-mile forbidden zone and experiencing so many horrible and wonderful things, Duanmu Kun felt as if his vision of the world had suddenly grown. Now, all of these people could no longer enter into his eyes. How interesting! Not too far away, a black-clothed youth smirked. He was 5 Color Towers Zhuanyu, who was also a Holy Land descendant. His reputation was only a bit below Duanmu Kun's and much higher than Lan Xian's. During this journey into the Eternal Demon Abyss, Zhuan Yu was extremely fortuitous and had obtained a very great lucky chance, causing his strength to rapidly soar. Because of this, Zhuan Yu's already confident and arrogant nature had become extremely overinflated. He now believed that he had the capital to be equal rivals with Duanmu Kun. With a slight hesitation, he walked over to Duanmu Kun. Chapter 659. The Return of the Polaris Tower Master. Chapter 659. The Return of the Polaris Tower Master. Here, at the entrance to the eternal demon abyss, the frigid wind was quietly rustling through. As Duanmu Kun was meditating, he saw a black-clothed Goliath youth walking towards him. Zhuan Yu, Duanmu Kun's eyebrows twisted together. Duanmu Kun was a Fey, and Zhuan Yu was a Goliath. The two of them had already been competitors, and their relationship was antagonistic. Duanmu Kun, Zhuan Yu's eyes narrowed. I'm glad to see that you and Lin Ming both made it through this journey into the eternal demon abyss alive. Wonderful. Truly, I am glad. Otherwise, I would have been lonely all my life. Zhuan Yu's words purposefully left out Feng Shen and Lan Xian. He didn't even glance in their direction. Obviously, he felt that those two didn't have the qualifications to compare to him. Feng Shen didn't really care at all about this, but Lan Xian grew angry. This damn Zhuan Yu was not much stronger than she was, yet he actually dared to look down on her with such disdain. How could she possibly endure this insult? Zhuan Yu, who the hell do you think you are? Lan Xian said, sharply. Lan Xian's fighting words immediately attracted everyone's eyes. Whether it was Lan Xian, Zhuan Yu, Duanmu Kun, or Lin Ming, they were all outstanding heroic youths that stood at the pinnacle of the 12 sky-split towers. If these people were arguing, then naturally there was much fun to see. Seeing so many people turn towards them consciously or unconsciously, Zhuan Yu smiled. His tone was flippant as he asked, Little girl Lan, I wonder what sort of lucky chance you managed to obtain within the eternal demon abyss. As Lan Xian heard Zhuan Yu speak to her with such disrespect, she became angry. But as she heard Zhuan Yu mention lucky chances, she actually became somewhat breathless. During this trip to the eternal demon abyss, her harvest was only a few pieces of demon god bones, the most precious of those being the earth steppe demon god bone that she had obtained in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Although her harvest could be considered good, if this Zhuan Yu dared to be so arrogant like this, then it was likely he found a much greater lucky chance than she did. If she really were to compare, then she would mostly lose. Not just that, but as she sensed his aura, Lan Xian felt something strength from Zhuan Yu's body. There was a mysterious fluctuation of energy that startled her. This is... Lan Xian's heart jumped. Zhuan Yu hadn't made a breakthrough, but the impression he left on others was even scarier. Lan Xian's intuition told her that Zhuan Yu really must have obtained some extraordinary lucky chance here, causing his strength to soar to a new level. Currently, it was true that she couldn't compare to Zhuan Yu. At this time, Duanmu Kun's eyes flashed with a trace of blue light. Taking a wide view of the strange energy within Zhuan Yu's body, he thought for a moment before slowly saying, I see, so you've managed to obtain a contract beast. No wonder you're making such a ruckus here. Although Duanmu Kun appeared calm, he was actually somewhat startled. The contract beast within Zhuan Yu's body was likely a top breed even within the entire holy demon continent. This sort of contract beast could only be found through a stroke of fate. Once found and carefully raised, this sort of being could greatly increase a martial artist's strength. And listening to Zhuan Yu's meaning, he feared that this contract beast was still young, and yet it was already capable of greatly increasing his strength. Good sight. Yes, this is a contract beast. It is also my greatest harvest during this trip into the eternal demon abyss. I have finally obtained a powerful contract beast. Duanmu-kun, I challenge you. After this journey into the eternal demon abyss, once we've both left the blood slaughter steps, I want a final showdown to see just who is the best. Zhuan Yu was incomparably confident in himself. When he first obtained the contract beast, he was already awed by how strong it was. Once it grew into its adult form in the future, its combat strength could be imagined. Zhuan Yu now firmly believed he had the capital to stand on equal ground with Duanmu-kun, whether it was today or in the future. Even if they started fighting now, he expected that he had at least a 60% chance of victory. I'll follow you to the end. Duanmu-kun didn't decline. Having matches between talents was very normal. Duanmu-kun feared no one. In fact, in his 20-some years of life, countless outstanding heroic youths had been defeated under his blade. Good courage. Great. Zhuan Yu laughed. Then he turned to Lin Ming. You there, Lin Ming, I will wait 1 year for you. With your talent, you should have the qualifications to fight me then. I hope those stories of you weren't exaggerated. Otherwise, I would truly be disappointed. The news that Lin Ming had become a title de jure had long spread throughout the entire blood slaughter steppes. Zhuan Yu believed that in 1 year, Lin Ming would make considerable progress. But at the same time, his contract beast would also become that much more terrifying. He was really looking forward to this battle. As Zhuan Yu spoke to him, Lin Ming simply sat there in meditation as if he hadn't heard Zhuan Yu at all. As for Duanmu-kun, Lan Xian, and even the stoic Feng Shin, all three of them were briefly startled before a comical expression lit their faces. Zhuan Yu wanted to wait a year before he fought Lin Ming. Lan Xian wanted to laugh, but she managed to hold it back. She wasn't interested in alerting Zhuan Yu to anything. In fact, she wanted him to eat his own shit. But what a pity from Lin Ming's attitude. It seemed that he simply didn't care about fighting someone like Zhuan Yu. This caused Lan Xian to be a bit disappointed. Seeing Lin Ming completely unaffected by his challenge, Zhuan Yu grew a bit angry. If he was publicly looked down by a human, how could he ever raise his head in the future? Lin Ming, I just spoke to you, didn't you hear me? As Zhuan Yu spoke again, Lin Ming really did open his eyes. Zhuan Yu coldly snorted, wanting to spit out a few spicy insults. But at this moment, he discovered that Lin Ming wasn't looking at him, but rather at a far-off distance place. Zhuan Yu became completely incensed. He was about to storm off in a fit of rage, when at this time, he felt his mind grow cold. He could feel at this moment that a powerful energy was quickly approaching. He suddenly turned and saw that several hundred feet away, there was a black-clothed, middle-aged man slowly walking out of the fog. This middle-aged man was extremely tall, and his body was wrapped in a thick black cloak. His eyes were as deep and profound as the night stars, and from his appearance, he seemed to be a hybrid of a giant demon and Goliath. This person was the Polaris Tower Master. It wasn't just the Polaris Tower Master that had arrived, but behind him was also a Goliath martial artist carrying a great axe. This Goliath martial artist was actually a Tower Master too, the Great Axe Tower Master. With the sudden appearance of 2 Tower Masters, all the martial artists present immediately turned silent. Even Zhuan Yu, who had just obtained a massive lucky chance in the eternal demon abyss and also received a massive boost to his ego, found his heart growing cold, no longer daring to be as brash as he was. In front of a super powerhouse like these Tower Masters, he simply didn't have the ability to resist. Behind the Polaris Tower Master and the Great Axe Tower Master, there were also 4 or 5 other martial artists. Among them was White Stone Tower's High Lord Three Eyes, a well-known figure who was no weaker than High Lord Cloud Demon. In addition, there were also several other martial artists that Lin Ming recognized. One of them was Heavenly Cloud Tower's High Lord Black Ash, a fellow that had been part of Lin Ming's squad when they first entered into the Eternal Demon Abyss. When Lin Ming entered the Eternal Demon Abyss, this High Lord Black Ash was already testing him, unable to hide the killing intent in his eyes. He even attempted to probe Lin Ming's strength. Finally, High Lord Cloud Demon had to stop at the time, and afterwards he joined the same squad as Lin Ming. He didn't have any good intentions in doing so, but during the trip he didn't have a chance to do anything either. Another person that Lin Ming recognized was the top-ranked High Lord Bloodfire of Polaris Tower. He was the same as Lin Ming, someone who had a slave seal from the Polaris Tower master planet within them, except that he truly was being controlled. Lin Ming thought that during this trip into the Eternal Demon Abyss, High Lord Bloodfire would be used as mere cannon fodder, but he didn't expect that this fellow would actually manage to survive. After High Lord Black Ash and High Lord Bloodfire saw Lin Ming, they were shocked, especially High Lord Black Ash. He had seen with his own eyes Lin Ming returning to that damned danger zone. He thought that Lin Ming would undoubtedly die there, but this boy was still alive. Not just that, but he broke through to Revolving Core? What was going on here? High Lord Black Ash was jealous to the point of hate. Without a doubt, Lin Ming had obtained a great lucky chance within the Eternal Demon Abyss. F***CK. How come this boy kept having such good luck? High Lord Black Ash's jealousy had turned to bitterness. His eyes moved, and he said to the Polaris Tower Master, "Congratulations, Sir Polaris. Your Polaris Tower now has another powerful High Lord." This Lin Ming definitely obtained some great lucky chance within the Eternal Demon Abyss and broke through to Revolving Core. This is a matter for celebration. High Lord Black Ash obviously spoke these words loudly because he hated Lin Ming. In particular, he spoke towards the Polaris Tower Master because he wanted to deliberately arouse the other man's desire to rob. Lin Ming obviously knew what High Lord Black Ash was trying to do. As he looked towards him, his eyes flashed with a trace of naked killing intent. The Polaris Tower Master faintly smiled. His guess was also similar to High Lord Black Ash's. But what sort of lucky chance had Lin Ming obtained? He beckoned Lin Ming and said, "Lin Ming, come forwards." Lin Ming sneered in his heart, his hand tracing his spatial ring as he walked towards the Polaris Tower Master. "Lin Ming, you've done well. I'm pleased that you've safely returned. Now, what sort of lucky chances did you obtain this time?" As the Polaris Tower Master spoke, he had a kind and happy smile on his face, as if he really were a general that was grateful their soldier returned alive. As for those last few words, they were said with a true essence sound transmission. "Some demon god bones and a fruit," Lin Ming answered with a smile. His words were very simple, but there was a subtle flavor of ridicule hiding behind them. "Oh, a fruit." The Polaris Tower Master was stunned, and then immediately interested. Within the Eternal Demon Abyss, nearly all plants had become extinct. If there was a fruit, then it must have been something extraordinary. "Good, very good. Then show me this fruit." As Lin Ming listened to the Polaris Tower Master's words, he remained completely unmoved. Instead, the sarcasm on his face only became increasingly obvious. It was at this time that the Polaris Tower Master realized that something was wrong. The Polaris Tower Master grimaced, "Lin Ming, you actually dare to defy my orders? Your orders?" Lin Ming's lips curved up in a sneer. "Why would I listen to your orders?" These words were no longer said with a true essence sound transmission. All of the martial artists present could hear them. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. What was happening? Why did Lin Ming say such things to the Polaris Tower Master? "What did you say?" The Polaris Tower Master's complexion changed. He suddenly linked his mind to the slave seal within Lin Ming's spiritual sea and discovered that it was still there, perfectly intact. So just what was going on here? Something was wrong. If the slave seal was intact, how could Lin Ming escape his control? Could it be that Lin Ming knew some way to isolate the slave seal? Could it be that from the very beginning, Lin Ming had never been controlled, and all of this was an act? Thinking of this, the Polaris Tower Master's expression became increasingly ugly. Tisk, are you inspecting the slave seal? Rest assured, it is still in my spiritual sea. Again, Lin Ming's words weren't spoken with a true essence sound transmission, as he clearly enunciated each word. Everyone was shocked. Slave seal? Chapter 660, Invincible Aura. Chapter 660, Invincible Aura. Slave seal? The martial artists present weren't idiots. They knew just what a slave seal was. They replayed the words that Lin Ming had just spoken. Are you inspecting the slave seal? Rest assured, it is still in my spiritual sea. With everything linked together, the martial artists present had a faint guess as to what Lin Ming meant. That was the Polaris Tower Master had planted a slave seal within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, but he wasn't able to control Lin Ming. Just what was going on? The Polaris Tower Master's eyes flashed with a blazing killing intent. He stared at Lin Ming like a wild beast. What garbage nonsense are you spouting off about? Ha! Whether I am talking nonsense or not, it is clearest in your heart. Don't you find it strange that your slave seal isn't working on me? Lin Ming's words were aggressive, making the Polaris Tower Master feel as if his heart was dripping blood. A Tower Master was controlling the talented High Lords of Skysplit Tower with slave seals. If these sorts of rumors spread out, then the ensuing chaos could be imagined. Feng Shun, Duan Mukun, and Lan Xian all had changed expressions. They absolutely believed everything that Lin Ming said. Now, they were all glad that they weren't subjected to such treatment. To have a slave seal planted within them, it was a fate worse than death. But what method had Lin Ming used to cause the Polaris Tower Master's slave seal to fail? Lin Ming, if you dare to slander me one more time, I will kill you. The Polaris Tower Master was worked into an extreme rage. He absolutely didn't expect that Lin Ming had some method to circumvent his slave seal and lead him around in circles. This boy was so young, and yet he had such shrewd methods. He absolutely could not be allowed to live. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ming wantonly laughed, not even caring for the Polaris Tower Master's threat. Me slander you? You planted a slave seal in my spiritual sea, and just now used a true essence sound transmission to order me to give you everything I obtained within the eternal demon abyss. How about it? Are you not going to admit this? That's right. There's also High Lord Bloodfire who has been controlled by you. Now, he's nothing more than a useless zombie. Have someone investigate his situation, and you'll immediately understand which High Lord would like to investigate him. As Lin Ming spoke, he looked towards High Lord Bloodfire. High Lord Bloodfire's complexion immediately changed, and he shouted, Lin Ming, what nonsense are you speaking? High Lord Bloodfire was completely controlled by the Polaris Tower Master. It was simply the Polaris Tower Master speaking through him. Bloodfire, you are truly a tragedy. Lin Ming shook his head, no longer bothering with Bloodfire. High Lord Bloodfire was also controlled. Facing the super bomb that Lin Ming threw out again, all of those that were doubtful from the start now had their suspicions confirmed. It was impossible for Lin Ming to speak so irresponsibly like this. A simple probe of High Lord Bloodfire would immediately reveal his secret. And now, it was impossible for the Polaris Tower Master to unravel the slave seal in High Lord Bloodfire's spiritual sea. Once it was undone, High Lord Bloodfire would immediately obtain his freedom. After being a zombie-like servant for so many years, he would immediately turn on his ex-master. No matter what, the charges against the Polaris Tower Master were now all proven. For Polaris Tower to use slave seals to control the talents there, once this news spread out, it would inevitably lead to anger from several of the major Holy Lands. They would join forces to exert pressure on the Blood Slaughter Steppes, forcing them to punish the Polaris Tower Master. After all of them had descendants who had gone to the blood slaughter steppes to gain experience. How could they remain calm with such a tower master controlling a sky-split tower? Not to mention, the Polaris Tower Master was also the son of the blood slaughter steppes ruler. Once he inherited his father's position in the future, the consequences would be disastrous. This time Lin Ming had truly pierced through the sky. All of the martial artists realized just how major the consequences of this would be. All of their complexions changed. This Lin Ming doesn't care for his life. He actually dares to confront the Polaris Tower Master like this. Even if this is true, the Polaris Tower Master is bound to kill Lin Ming out of anger. Lin Ming is insane. Now, he has even offended the ruler of the entire blood slaughter steppes. At this time, Zhuanyu was standing near Lin Ming. Seeing the Polaris Tower Master reveal a pure killing intent, he subconsciously gulped and retreated several steps back. Although he was arrogant, it was impossible for him to be as arrogant as Lin Ming and openly expose the fact that the Polaris Tower Master planted slave seals in others. This was the same as suicide. Lin Ming must have encountered some hopeless situation within the eternal demon abyss that made him go crazy. As Zhuanyu thought this, he retreated at an even faster pace. Not too far away, High Lord Black Ash also stepped back, eagerly awaiting the show. In his opinion, Lin Ming had bitten off more than he could chew. Since he dared to challenge the authority of the Polaris Tower Master, he would die here without a grave. The Polaris Tower Master began to move forwards, one step at a time, as the field of energy around him became increasingly strong, forcing all the other martial artists to retreat. To dare slander a Tower Master, to dare slander the reputation of my blood slaughter steppes, Lin Ming, you have committed a crime worthy of death. Oh, crime worthy of death. Ha ha ha. Lin Ming laughed as he extracted the purple comet spear. In the blood slaughter steppes, strength is king. Any crime here will not be adjudicated by you. Good, very good. After so many years of me not taking action, it seems that everyone has already forgotten my strength, and also the absolute disparity between a Tower Master and a High Lord. Now, I will give you one last chance to fall to your knees and admit your mistakes. I will cut off your arms and let you live, or I will rip you apart. As the Polaris Tower Master spoke, his aura suddenly erupted like a great volcano. All of the surrounding martial artists were swept up by this strength. The weaker ones were forced to step back, their faces paling. It had to be known that all of these martial artists were either High Lords or top Heavenly Demon 7 stars. If they were forced back and shaken by just the Polaris Tower Master's aura, then his true strength could be imagined. As for Lin Ming, he bore the brunt of this aura and directly withstood it. However, his expression was still as calm as before, as if this awesome aura from the Polaris Tower Master was nothing more than a gentle spring breeze. This boy. The Polaris Tower Master's eyes flashed with a severe light. He had wanted to erupt his complete aura and force Lin Ming to kneel before him, but he never imagined that Lin Ming would withstand it so easily. You want to use your aura to force me to my knees, creating the false pretense that I was admitting fault, and then kill me afterwards? How unfortunate, but your aura is just too pitifully weak. Lin Ming sneered and took a sudden step forward. The heavenly demon, martial intense Azura force field erupted. Bang! Since breaking through to revolving core. This was the first time that Lin Ming had completely released his Azura force field. A terrifying surge of energy seemed to break through the void, shattering the earth underneath Lin Ming's feet and causing a web of cracks to snake outwards. The Polaris Tower Master's aura was directly crushed to nothing by this force field. If the Polaris Tower Master's aura was like a flood of water, then Lin Ming's Azura force field was like a mighty flood of steel, washing away all with overwhelming force, crushing the Polaris Tower Master's aura and directly suppressing him. The Polaris Tower Master's body shook, and the ground underneath him cracked apart. As his body visibly trembled, he was nearly forced to step back. What? Seeing this scene, all of the martial artists present were stunned. Lin Ming had actually turned the tables and almost forced the Polaris Tower Master to retreat. How could Lin Ming have such an amazingly strong aura? Although one's aura didn't represent their full strength, it could represent a great deal of it. As the Azura force field became increasingly strong, all of the surrounding martial artists felt a massive pressure envelop them, from their body to their organs to their bones to their soul, from head to toe. This pressure came crashing down upon them. Because of this pressure, all of them felt as if they couldn't breathe, their heartbeats heavy. What was going on? The martial artists present were alarmed, forced to retreat even further. 200 feet away, Zhuan didn't think he would need to retreat again. But facing Lin Ming's terrifying aura, he felt his blood slowing down in his body. His blood slowing down was manageable, but the crux of this was that he could see from the aura of the two that this fight that was about to break out would be earth-shattering. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist it. Thus, Zhuan had no choice but to draw back even further. At this time, his complexion had become extremely ugly. He found it difficult to imagine that the one who sent out this terrifying aura was that Lin Ming. Hey, Zhuan, how does it feel? I remember that you said you would give Lin Ming a year before challenging him, right? An amused woman's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Turning around, he could see that the one speaking was Lan Exile. She had already retreated 300 feet away and was now looking at Zhuan with her lips forming a bright smile, a sly and elated expression on her face. Zhuan immediately turned the color of a liver. He now knew why Lin Ming hadn't even bothered acknowledging his challenge in the beginning. This was because the gap in their strength was just far too great, so he hadn't even cared for him. Realizing this, Zhuan felt his heart beat with panic, especially after seeing Lan Xian's taunting smile. He wanted to spit out some ruthless curses about her entire family, but he didn't have the courage to do so. Without a doubt, as time passed, the difference between him and Lin Ming would only grow. A contract beast would be nothing against someone like Lin Ming. As Lan Xian saw Zhuan face like a bitter gourd, and his bewildered expression, her heart was incomparably free. Little boy, if you want to be so rampant in front of this ant just because you got a little pet, then you deserve what you get. Good young fellow. You truly have hidden so many secrets. The Polaris Tower Master's eyes flashed with a cold light. He never imagined that Lin Ming's aura would actually surpass his own. He could tell that this aura that Lin Ming emitted was actually a force field, but he didn't have a force field of his own. To try to compare with just his own aura, this had caused him to suffer a major loss. What sort of force field is this? Even with my cultivation, being covered by this force field has caused my strength to weaken by a great deal. Just where did Lin Ming obtain this force field from? The killing intent in the Polaris Tower Master's heart became increasingly thick. He could no longer compete with just his aura. It was time to fight. This boy absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, he will become the greatest threat the Blood Slaughter Steppes has ever seen. 1 8-Fall War Emperor is already more than enough. If another one were to appear, then the consequences would be inconceivable. The Polaris Tower Master's mind flashed with this thought. Then demon essence erupted from his entire body. With a shout, he rushed forwards like a savage tiger, his fist smashing out at Lin Ming. A fist? Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. He knew that the Polaris Tower Master's favorite weapon was the Great Sword. Without moving, Lin Ming faced the Polaris Tower Master. With a thought, the heretical god force completely opened, and 90% of the 8 inner hidden gate strength was brought forth. Lin Ming's fist came pounding out, body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Fist to fist? What an utter idiot! The Polaris Tower Master grinned maliciously. Although the weapon he habitually used was the great sword, he also excelled at fisticuffs. Little punk, since you want to die so badly, watch my fist break apart your arm first. Thinking of this, the Polaris Tower Master's strength rose even more. Bang! In the instant that the two fists collided, a terrifying airwave broke out. Space trembled, the earth cracked, and several martial artists felt as if they lost hearing in their ears. Pung, pung, pung. The sound of heavy footsteps rang out. After this one exchange of moves, the Polaris Tower Master was actually forced back again and again. With each step he took back, the earth underneath his feet would explode, rupturing apart. Only after taking 10 steps back did he manage to steady himself, a look of horror dawning on his face. How could his fist be so hard? Chapter 661, Glory of the Battle Spirit. Chapter 661, Glory of the Battle Spirit. The Polaris Tower Master was forced back. In that collision between Lin Ming and the Polaris Tower Master, it was the Polaris Tower Master who was actually forced back. All of the martial artists present were stunned. It was true that Lin Ming's aura was no weaker than the Polaris Tower Master's, but aura didn't represent a martial artist's complete strength, and there was also something strange and tricky about Lin Ming's aura. Moreover, the Polaris Tower Master's accumulated fame and strength were too great. It was hard for anyone to imagine that a heroic youth could be stronger than him. But now, in a single exchange of blows, Lin Ming had only been a little shaken, but the Polaris Tower Master was actually forced back 10 whole steps. Although the Polaris Tower Master wasn't injured, his blood still tumbled, and he had eaten no small loss. At this point, the Polaris Tower Master's complexion was extremely ugly. He thought that Lin Ming was only using some sort of special force field to suppress his aura, but his strength wasn't too special. He didn't use his sword for his first attack because with his status as a Tower Master, having to go all out to deal with a junior was a bit shameful. Even if he won in the end, people would still criticize him. In fact, although the Polaris Tower Master's weapon of choice was a great sword, his fist skills were still extremely powerful. The reason he fought with his fist was because he wanted to use Lin Ming to demonstrate his power and authority. But he never thought that if he didn't use his sword, Lin Ming also wouldn't use his spear and would fight with fists instead. Fist against fist, the Polaris Tower Master was confident that he could break Lin Ming's arm. But after their fists collided, the Polaris Tower Master discovered that what he hit clearly wasn't a fist, but an iron hammer instead. Not only was Lin Ming's fist terrifyingly adamantine, but there was also a strange power of vibration within it, nearly causing his own arm to be broken. This boy, was he really human? Although he guessed that Lin Ming must have practiced some sort of body transformation technique, it was impossible for the human body to be tempered to this degree. This was a durability that was comparable to a treasure. Not even the giant demons or Goliaths, races well known for their formidable bodies, would be able to hold a candle to him. Just where had this abnormally monstrous freak come from? The Polaris Tower Master was enraged. He suddenly pulled out a heavy sword from his spatial ring and pointed it straight at Lin Ming. Who? A blazing black flame ignited atop the Polaris Tower Master's great sword. The aura overwhelming. Medium-grade heaven-step treasure. All of the surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. 4 heaven-step treasures. There were enormous differences between every rank. Within Sky-Split Tower, because the High Lords overflowed with far too much wealth, it was common to see them with heaven-step treasures. But these were mostly the lowest of heaven-step treasures. As for medium-grade heaven-step treasures, only very few people had seen them before. No, that's not a medium-grade heaven-step treasure, but a peak low-grade heaven-step treasure. It's only a step away from becoming a medium-grade heaven-step treasure. Everyone looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then took out the purple comet spear from his spatial ring. The purple comet spear was originally crafted from top materials, but those were considered top materials only relative to a fourth-grade sect like Divine Phoenix Island. Moreover, the one who forged the purple comet spear was Ancestor Qian, who was only a middle revolving core powerhouse. Thus, the purple comet spear within Lin Ming's hand was only a peak high-grade Earth Step treasure. Lin Ming's spear is only a high-grade Earth Step treasure. As everyone saw Lin Ming's spear, they were surprised before shaking their heads in disappointment. In fact, as an early revolving core powerhouse, it was already excellent that he had a high-grade Earth Step treasure weapon. But placed within the blood slaughter steppes, where resources were immeasurably plentiful, and also placed within this group of High Lords and Holy Land descendants, this high-grade Earth Step treasure appeared rather shabby instead. When compared to the Polaris Tower Master's great sword, it especially paled. There was a difference of a large boundary between the two, with a mere high-grade Earth Step treasure to resist a medium-grade Heaven Step treasure. How could he even defend against it? The difference is too great. Even if Lin Ming is strong, he will suffer too much because of the difference in their treasures. There is no way he'll be able to fight. The use of a treasure did not lie mainly in its ability to increase a martial artist's combat strength, but rather the degree of its own hardness. If an inferior treasure were to hit a top-ranked treasure, it was possible for the lesser one to break in half. Even Duanmu Kun, Lan Xian, and Feng Shen were feeling nervous for Lin Ming. Ha ha! Lin Ming, you want to use that trash spear to face my heaven-opening sword. You are really asking to die. The Polaris Tower Master wickedly grinned as he looked at the purple comet spear in Lin Ming's hand, his voice filled with contempt and ridicule. At the start, the Polaris Tower Master had wanted to win in a beautiful and awesome manner so that he could establish his authority in front of everyone. But now, after that brief period of fighting, he had changed his mind. Lin Ming's power had already exceeded his every expectation. As long as he could win, then he would be satisfied. Who lives and who dies? We will know after this battle. After speaking, Lin Ming's aura began to rise. Underneath his feet, the land began to rupture from his increasingly sharp aura. Humph, your end is imminent, and yet you remain such a flippant piece of garbage. Lin Ming, you dared to slander me. You dared to slander the blood slaughter steppes. And for this, I shall take your dog life now. The Polaris Tower Master gave a loud shot and stepped forwards, the land breaking beneath his feet. His body turned into a stream of light that shot towards Lin Ming, the great sword in his hand cutting down like the peak of a mountain. This sword was actually aimed towards Lin Ming's purple comet spear. He wanted to cut apart Lin Ming's purple comet spear. As long as he succeeded, it was the same as chopping off a tiger's fangs. Lin Ming's combat strength would drop to the floor. As the surrounding martial artists saw this, they all thought in their heart that the Polaris Tower Master's methods weren't honorable, but in a struggle of life and death, the winner was king, and the loser was the villain. As for what method was used, none of that was important. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. The heretical god force opened to the extreme, the 8 inner hidden gates erupted, and the complete battle spirit was fused into the purple comet spear. A battle spirit was invisible and intangible, but it could be attached to any treasure, turning it into an incomparably sharp killing weapon. A trivial withered leaf with a battle spirit attached to it could cut apart a treasure. Lin Ming poured his battle spirit into the purple comet spear, and thus the originally insufficient quality purple comet spear began to shine with a shimmering greenish-yellow light. This was the glory of a bronze battle spirit. Clang! The Polaris Tower Master's heavy sword smashed into the purple comet spear, pressing down on it like a great mountain. The earth underneath Lin Ming's feet exploded, and the purple comet spear fiercely bent. But this strike was actually abruptly kept off by Lin Ming. What? The Polaris Tower Master was shocked. He never thought that his all-out strike combined with a peak low-grade heaven-step heaven-opening sword would actually not be able to break apart a high-grade earth-step treasure spear. The Polaris Tower Master was naturally a greatly experienced genius of his generation. An idea suddenly rose in his heart. Could this greenish-gray light be a battle spirit? Impossible! This was impossible. Not only was the Polaris Tower Master shocked, but all the surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded as they saw that the purple comet spear didn't break. However, in that split second, no one had time to think about what just happened. There was only a whistling sound. And then, because of the heavy pressure, the curved purple comet spear suddenly snapped back like a whip, shooting straight towards the cheek of the Polaris Tower Master. The Polaris Tower Master could no longer afford to think about just what that greenish-gray light was on the spear. He pulled back his heaven-opening sword and quickly drew away. But even so, the power of thunder still snuck into his body, like the strike of a viper. Chi, chi, chi. The Polaris Tower Master felt half of his body instantly paralyzed. That power of thunder also had Lin Ming's battle spirit attached to it. Just that tiny wisp of battle spirit caused the originally insufficiently ranked Thunder Soul to become incomparably dangerous. The Polaris Tower Master wretchedly coughed. But at this moment, Lin Ming had already taken a step forwards. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and all space seemed to lose meaning underneath his steps. It was as if Lin Ming had directly teleported in front of the Polaris Tower Master, the spear in his hand already thrusting down. Ah! The Polaris Tower Master fiercely bit down on his tongue, forcefully awakening himself with pain. He raised the heaven-opening sword in his hand and slashed towards Lin Ming. He was trying to use a purely offensive strike to force Lin Ming to retreat. But in this moment, the flow of time seemed to slow down around the Polaris Tower Master. His sword seemed stuck in a bog, even as Lin Ming's spear shot out like a blazing meteor, its speed reaching the extreme. Concept of time. The Polaris Tower Master's eyes turned bloodshot under the threat of death. He erupted with 120% of his potential, emitting a terrifying energy, and using it to directly burst out of the time cage. At the moment that Lin Ming's spear thrust down, he moved completely contrary to the laws of physics, forcing that spear that would have struck his heart to stab into his left shoulder instead. With the infusion of battle spirit, Lin Ming's spear cut through the Polaris Tower Master's protective demon essence like it was tofu, stabbing his shoulder and penetrating straight through. Blood shot out. Lin Ming's spear had broken the Polaris Tower Master's clavicle. Ah! The Polaris Tower Master's eyes flashed with the light of insanity. He used his muscles to firmly clamp down on the purple comet spear and then slashed his sword towards Lin Ming's neck. He wanted to use this opportunity with the purple comet spear stuck in his body to cut off Lin Ming's head. Lin Ming only coldly sneered. True essence erupted from the purple comet spear. Each wisp of true essence had a touch of battle spirit fused with it, shooting out like a pack of steel needles. The Polaris Tower Master's meridians and muscles in his left shoulder had become a twisted mess. As a result, the strength of the muscles imprisoning his spear no longer existed. Lin Ming's figure dodged backwards, easily escaping the Polaris Tower Master's sword, and leaving a massive gaping wound in the Polaris Tower Master's left shoulder. Blood flowed like a river, the meat there ground into a blur. This was the terror of a battle spirit. Its name as the strongest attack wasn't just from its unmatched sharpness, but also its terrifying destructive power. The Polaris Tower Master fell down, staggering backwards several steps as he used his great sword to support himself, only then being able to come to a standstill. As the martial artists present saw this, all of them were shocked speechless. They had thought that Lin Ming's strength might be above that of the Polaris Tower Master, but the quality of his treasure weapon was simply too inferior. Overall, he was at a disadvantage. They never imagined that after several exchanges of moves, the Polaris Tower Master would be the one who was severely wounded. Lin Ming had simply used an overwhelming strength to completely suppress the Polaris Tower Master without giving him the chance to resist. At this time, Zhuan Yu's lips were shivering. He realized now that the difference between him and Lin Ming was a great boundary, like a Xiantian martial artist compared to a revolving core martial artist, or a revolving core martial artist compared to a life destruction master. How ridiculous that he had challenged Lin Ming to a battle a year from now. He really didn't know what it meant to die. Great Axe, help me. The Polaris Tower Master clutched his shoulder and pleaded to the Great Axe Tower Master for help. The Great Axe Tower Master gulped, his heart bitter. He certainly knew the true identity of the Polaris Tower Master. If he watched on helplessly as the Polaris Tower Master died in front of him, then the ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steppes would never forgive him. Chapter 662. Sentence you to death. Chapter 662. Sentence you to death. At this time, the Great Axe Tower Master had fallen into a dilemma. Even if he joined together with the Polaris Tower Master to deal with Lin Ming, that didn't mean they would necessarily be able to win. But if he didn't save him from death, then the ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steppes would shift the blame for his child's death onto him. At that time, him being killed wouldn't be strange. As the Great Axe Tower Master hesitated, how could Lin Ming give the Polaris Tower Master a chance to catch his breath? Lin Ming stepped forwards and once again seemed to teleport in front of the Polaris Tower Master, his spear thrusting towards his heart. Bang! The Polaris Tower Master drew back, injured once more. Before, he didn't understand Lin Ming's concept of time, but now he was finally prepared for it, so the loss he suffered was less. But he was still injured. If this continued, he would be defeated sooner or later. Lin Ming, I am the son of the Blood Slaughter Steppes ruler. If you kill me now, then that's the same as dying with me. The Polaris Tower Master frantically shouted like a madman. After being beaten up so miserably by Lin Ming, he had no choice but to reveal his identity. What? The son of the Blood Slaughter Steppes ruler? Most of the martial artists present didn't know the identity of the Polaris Tower Master. Hearing him suddenly say this left everyone shocked. The ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steppes was the only 12-winged heavenly demon in the entire Blood Slaughter Steppes. It was said that his cultivation had already broken through to the Emperor level. The Polaris Tower Master was actually the son of the Blood Slaughter Steppes ruler. This news was inexplicably shocking to everyone. But Lin Ming didn't seem to care about this. Who cared if he was the son of the Steppes Master? He would still die the same. Spear after spear stabbed towards the Polaris Tower Master's fatal points. Lin Ming was determined to kill the Polaris Tower Master. Facing Lin Ming's storm of attacks, the Polaris Tower Master had no choice but to use his clan's secret technique. Lin Ming, you're the one who forced me. I will bet 100 years of my cultivation to die with you. The Polaris Tower Master bit down on the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of brilliant blood. On top of the heaven-opening sword, a blazing red flame ignited. Heaven-shattering strike. A sword cut out. The blood vessels on the Polaris Tower Master's arms ruptured. The void trembled, and the earth began to tear open, creating 10-foot-wide fissures everywhere. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Above the purple comet spear, thunder and fire wove together. Penetrating rainbow. Bang. In a fierce collision, all of the energy within a few hundred feet of the two was blown away into a raging vacuum. The Polaris Tower Master was sent flying backwards, and Lin Ming was also swept backwards by the aftermath of the attack. As he was forced back, A strange energy snuck into his right arm like a serpent. The purple comet spear was still a treasure that was an entire boundary of quality lower than the heaven-opening sword. Since Lin Ming had to separate a portion of his battle spirit to protect the purple comet spear, he wasn't able to display its greatest striking power. Qi. The clothes on Lin Ming's arm suddenly burst apart. His body flew backwards, the blood within him tumbling. As for the Polaris Tower Master, he was in an even more miserable state. He crashed into the earth, collapsing the ground beneath him and causing dust and smoke to fly up everywhere. Feeling the purple comet spear tremble in his hands, Lin Ming frowned. With such an intense impact, it was truly somewhat difficult for the purple comet spear to withstand it. And just at this time, Lin Ming could only hear a sword wind rushing at his side. He turned around and saw that 100 feet away, High Lord Bloodfire had grasped a thick broadsword and was rushing towards him. Seeing this, Lin Ming shook his head. High Lord Bloodfire was controlled by the Polaris Tower Master's slave seal. He was beyond all medicine or hope. The only chance he had was if the Polaris Tower Master died. However, High Lord Bloodfire was his most loyal servant. So how could he allow something like that to happen? Lin Ming's spear potential revolved, true essence erupted. The battle spirit fused into the purple comet spear. Brilliant flames twisted on the spear shaft as thick arcs of purple electricity sizzled atop it, blinding all of the martial artists present. Chasing thunder. Lin Ming had poured his battle spirit into this spear, as well as fusing the concept of space and time within it. Lin Ming believed that even if High Lord Bloodfire didn't die, he would still be grievously wounded. However, he didn't expect that High Lord Bloodfire would continue rushing directly towards Lin Ming's purple comet spear with no intention of dodging. Puff! The purple comet spear easily penetrated through High Lord Bloodfire. But at this time, a demented light flashed on High Lord Bloodfire's face. He actually rushed towards Lin Ming even as the long spear passed through his body, stretching out his arms to claw towards Lin Ming. Both of High Lord Bloodfire's arms held onto Lin Ming's shoulders, his eyes a bright blood red. Die with me? High Lord Bloodfire erupted with all of his strength. He wanted to hold down Lin Ming so that the Polaris Tower Master could strike through both of them. You are truly hopeless. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a killing intent. Raising his arms, the strength within his body rocketed into the sky. With a pum-pum-pum sound, a bloody fog erupted from High Lord Bloodfire's body. Well done, Bloodfire. The Polaris Tower Master gave a loud shout and slashed out with his sword. From his posture, it was apparent he wanted to cut apart Lin Ming along with High Lord Bloodfire. What a wretched slave! With Lin Ming held down by High Lord Bloodfire, he wasn't able to move for a short period of time. Seeing the Polaris Tower Master's sword cut down at him, Lin Ming's expression didn't change at all. His feet stepped atop golden rock, shattering the void, and the space around him suddenly distorted. When he was in the king's cage, Lin Ming had been able to break through the space cage using the concept of space, much less something like High Lord Bloodfire's hands. Space distorted, and High Lord Bloodfire suddenly found himself grasping onto nothing at all. But at this time, the Polaris Tower Master's sword was already cutting downwards. Puff! A sword cut through him from head to toe. High Lord Bloodfire was directly split in half. Blood showered down like a heavy rain. As for Lin Ming, he came floating down 200 feet away, not even a single hair on his head harmed. All of the martial artists were shocked. They had only seen the light around Lin Ming twist a bit, and then he had used some unknown method to break out of High Lord Bloodfire's hold, instantly flickering 200 feet away. What a magnificent display of the concept of space! Duanmu Kun sighed with emotion. He also had many understandings into the concept of space, but it was impossible for him to achieve Lin Ming's degree. Damn! After mistakenly killing his own slave, The Polaris Tower Master was in an extremely poor mood. He began to become increasingly aware that he might really die here today. But at this moment, from High Lord Bloodfire's corpse, a pure infernal energy began to leak out. Half of this infernal energy dissipated, and the other half split in half again, one part flying to Lin Ming, and the other part flying to the Polaris Tower Master. High Lord Bloodfire had died under the hands of both Lin Ming and the Polaris Tower Master. Thus the infernal energy had gone to the both of them. Lin Ming had attacked first, so he absorbed more infernal energy. The two blobs of infernal energy separately flew to the two. With a loud roar, the phantom of a 10-winged heavenly demon appeared behind them, directly swallowing the infernal energy. Seeing this, all of the martial artists present were shocked. The phantom of the 10-winged heavenly demon that appeared behind Lin Ming was in no way smaller than the Polaris Tower Masters. The 10's wings were completely clear, and the 6th pair of wings was also in the process of forming. This was actually the peak of 10 wings. Heavens! When did Lin Ming's heavenly demon tattoo achieve the peak of 10 wings? All of the martial artists present were shaken to their core, as an inexplicable chill crawled up their spines. A 12-winged heavenly demon was the ultimate taboo existence of the blood slaughter steppes. Lin Ming was already at the peak of 10 wings. Could he be planning on becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon? Did he want to take the entirety of the blood slaughter steppes as his enemy? How audacious! How bold! Zhuan Yu and High Lord Black Ash had gone completely pale. They finally knew just how crazy Lin Ming was. Compared to this madman, they were simply little children monkeying around. Even Great Axe's expression changed. If Lin Ming killed the Polaris Tower Master, would that be enough for him to become a 12-winged heavenly demon? If that happened, then the ruler of the blood slaughter steppes would inevitably vent all of his rage onto him. At this moment, there was a sound of distant wind and rustling clothes. Everyone turned around to look, seeing a black-robed old man walk in with the wind. This old man was the host of this trip into the eternal demon abyss. Elder Shao, save me. As the Polaris Tower Master saw this black-robed elder appear, his face lit up with joy. In his darkest moment, he had found a final straw to grasp, fervently calling out for help. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up this old man. He remembered that this old fellow was a supervisory envoy of Blood Slaughter Divine Temple. He was solely responsible for the opening of the eternal demon abyss. He had once said that if anyone's heavenly demon tattoo had gone beyond the middle 10-winged heavenly demon stage, then he would personally disperse some of their infernal energy. Another enemy had appeared. Lin Ming gently stroked his spear, his expression calm even as his eyes shined with a blazing killing intent. Lin Ming, as the black-robed elder caught up, he arrived just in time to see the 10-winged heavenly demon phantom disappear back into Lin Ming's body. You've secretly condensed your heavenly demon tattoo to the peak of 10 wings. How many High Lords have you killed during this trip to the eternal demon abyss? Now you have even attacked your superior and committed the crime of killing a High Lord. Could it be that you want to plunder the infernal energy of the Polaris Tower Master and become a 12-winged heavenly demon, becoming mortal enemies with the entire blood slaughter steppes? You've simultaneously committed the crimes of fomenting rebellion, murdering a High Lord, and reckless killing. With these 3 crimes side by side, I hereby sentence you to death. As the black-robed elder spoke, he extracted a lance from his spatial ring and pointed it straight at Lin Ming. Sentence me to death? Ha ha ha! Lin Ming chuckled. If you want to kill me, then why spout so much crap? What the Polaris Tower Master has done to me, everyone here is well aware. Good. Since you want to play so badly, then you're welcome to join in on the fun. My heavenly demon tattoo just reached the peak of 10 wings. Even if I kill the Polaris Tower Master, it won't be enough for me to reach 12 wings. But with your pathetic old bones added to the mix, it might just be enough. What a brave young fellow. You've already reached the end of the line, yet you remain so blithely arrogant. Great axe. The black-robed old man suddenly called out to the Great Axe Tower Master. The Great Axe Tower Master looked extremely distressed. He had originally been waiting for the Polaris Tower Master to be killed by Lin Ming, and then he had planning on fleeing the blood slaughter steps to avoid the wrath of the steps master. But he never thought that at this critical moment, Elder Shao would suddenly arrive. Now, it was impossible for him to hide any further. But then again, if the three of them joined forces, killing Lin Ming might not be too difficult. On the other hand, if he didn't help and Lin Ming killed the other two and still couldn't condense his 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, then Lin Ming might even turn his spear onto him. Thinking of this, Great Axe stepped forwards and stood beside the black-robed old man, extracting a double-headed axe from his spatial ring. Three great masters simultaneously faced Lin Ming. The martial artists present felt their throats twitch. Two tower masters and a supervisor of the blood slaughter divine temple. Any one of them was a remarkable and mind-blowing character within the blood slaughter steps. Now, all three of them had joined force to deal with Amir Jr. 3 against 1, Lin Ming looked at the black-robed elder, and his lips curved up in a taunting smile. I thought you were quite powerful and would be able to handle me alone, but it appears that you're actually mediocre. Humph, you don't have to try stirring me up. From ancient times, the winner has always been the hero, and the loser becomes the villain. There is no shame in using your complete strength. Now, Lin Ming, prepare to die. The black-robed elder remained unmoved. Within the eternal demon abyss, it was impossible for them to reach the outside world. They could only depend on the manpower available here to kill Lin Ming. By attacking together, their chances of killing him were that much higher. Chapter 6, 63. Heaven Step White Spear. Chapter 6, 63. Heaven Step White Spear. This damn old fox. Lin Ming knit his eyebrows together. With his current strength having to simultaneously deal with Elder Shao, the Great Axe Tower Master, and the severely wounded Polaris Tower Master would be somewhat difficult. The strength of these two new challengers might be no less than that of the Polaris Tower Master. When Lin Ming had faced the Polaris Tower Master, he had continuously attacked him several times in a row. Although he had managed to beat him into the ground, he still hadn't been able to kill him. Now, with three of them together and mutually supporting each other, wanting to kill any one of them would be much more difficult. Moreover, this Elder Shao seemed to be very cautious. If Lin Ming wanted to defeat him, he would have to expend himself. Great Axe will attack him from both sides. Elder Shao said with a true essence sound transmission. Great Axe didn't want to be sucked into this mess, but now there was no turning back for him. Together, they both rushed towards Lin Ming in a pincer position. Holding a double-headed axe, the Great Axe Tower Master's attack seemed truly epic. As for Elder Shao, with the lance in his hands, his strike appeared incomparably sharp. The weapons in both of their hands were equally heaven-step treasures. But the purple comet spear within Lin Ming's hands was only an earth-step treasure. Facing the violent impact about to occur, it would be far too difficult to use his high-grade earth-step purple comet spear to block both attacks. A great portion of his battle spirit needed to be branched out in order to stabilize the purple comet spear, so the part he could use for attacking was naturally lessened. This caused Lin Ming to not dare to recklessly face these two in a melee clash. Otherwise, he would inevitably be injured. At this critical moment, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void. A space twisted beneath him. In the next moment, he had actually dashed through the gap between Elder Shao and the Great Axe Tower Master's attacks, directly rushing towards the Polaris Tower Master. To wound 10 enemies was far inferior to killing off one. Lin Ming's first focus of attack was the Polaris Tower Master. Lin Ming, do you want to die? The Polaris Tower Master was furious, but at this time, he truly had overspent himself. He began to rapidly combust his blood essence as he cut down at Lin Ming. Lin Ming completely ignored this attack, his spear still thrusting towards the Polaris Tower Master's heart. Even if he had to receive a small wound in exchange, he would still desire to kill this man. As Lin Ming was about to kill the Polaris Tower with his spear, he suddenly heard a loud whistling of wind behind him. Elder Shao was chasing after him with his lance in front. Lin Ming instantly determined that if he killed the Polaris Tower Master, he was bound to be stuck for a moment. At that time, he would definitely be struck hard by Elder Shao. This damn old man. Lin Ming wildly grit his teeth and slammed his feet into the ground, his body suddenly jumping up from the recoil as he abruptly recovered his spear potential while dodging the Polaris Tower Master's sword. Who-dash. After taking back his spear potential, Lin Ming could feel the blood within his body tumbling madly about, his face flushing red. To a martial artist, having to forcefully withdraw an attack they sent out was similar to a wildly dashing horse suddenly stopping. The energy backlash would impact the blood vitality within their body and might even cause damage to their meridians. Even though Lin Ming's meridians and body were astoundingly formidable, this impact of energy made him feel queasy. Boy, your end is here. Elder Shao thrust out his lance. Once again, the lance point chasing after Lin Ming's vital points. Even if Lin Ming could dodge using Golden Rock shattering the void, Elder Shao had still made an immediate judgment to strike at him again. Although this old fellow wasn't any stronger than the Polaris Tower Master, his combat experience was far richer. Haha, Lin Ming, you will die here today. The Polaris Tower Master's eyes shined as if victory was already within his reach, with his sword cutting down at Lin Ming, and in addition to the Great Axe Tower Master joining in on the assault, the attacks of these three individuals were unblockable with Lin Ming's trivial Earth Step Purple Comet Spear. He simply didn't have the qualifications to meet all three attacks at once. Blocking one attack was possible, but the other two attacks would also fall on him. At that time, 3 Heaven Step treasures would cut down on a single Earth Step treasure. If that happened, he feared that no matter how heaven-defying a battle spirit was, it still wouldn't be able to withstand this. The Purple Comet Spear would break, Golden Rock shattering the void. The power of space underneath Lin Ming's feet twisted again. By virtue of his understanding of the concept of space, Lin Ming once again dodged the combined attacks of the three. But even though he had successfully dodged the attacks, the currents of demon essence still scraped by him. Although he wasn't injured, this scraping still tore apart the cloth of his lower robe. This sounded alarm bells in Lin Ming's mind. With the concept of space fused into it, Golden Rock shattering the void was indeed an incomparably wonderful movement technique. But to dodge the attacks of 3 people in a limited space was still extremely difficult. Lin Ming could decide not to fight and escape deep into the eternal demon abyss instead. If this happened, then there wasn't anyone here that could stop him. But the eternal demon abyss would be sealed off in another half-month, and the only exit was here. There was another exit on the other side of the eternal demon abyss, but that was over 10,000 miles away. Although it was only 10,000 miles away, the truth was that it was impossible to cross through the center of the eternal demon abyss. The truth distance to the other side was 20,000 to 30,000 miles. There were also a massive number of unknown dangers that existed between here and there. Wanting to cross this distance in a mere half-month was simply impossible. Lin Ming, your concept of space is indeed exquisite, but Elder Shao suddenly sneered, thrusting his lance through the void. Lin Ming didn't know what Elder Shao was trying to do, but after he understood, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Every time Elder Shao thrust out with his lance, a black energy would fuse into space. Elder Shao only had a minor understanding into the concept of space. To have him shrink the space between his feet and keep up with Lin Ming's strange movement techniques was naturally impossible. But he was actually able to fuse a portion of his striking energy into space, making it so that the power of space here became increasingly chaotic. In this situation, although Lin Ming was still able to use the power of space to display his elusive and fleeting movement technique, it would become much more difficult, and having to dodge the combined attacks of the three also became that much harder. If Lin Ming's speed were to slow down and he were to make even the tiniest mistake, he would be injured. If he was injured at this time, then his fate could be imagined. This damned old man. Lin Ming's eyes blazed with a brilliant killing intent. The elderly were truly tricky, although this Elder Shao wasn't any stronger than the Polaris Tower Master. Ever since he joined this fight, Lin Ming had been constantly suppressed from multiple angles. The power of space became increasingly chaotic, and because the purple comet spear's quality was limited, Lin Ming couldn't engage in a melee with these three. If this continued on, then he would reach a point where he wouldn't be able to withstand this any longer, and then he would have to escape into the eternal demon abyss. With Demon Shine beside him, Lin Ming was confident he would be able to stay within the eternal demon abyss for 10 years until the next time it opened. But even if he could survive down here for 10 years, he was still far too worried about the events happening in the Sky Spill continent. 10 years from now, who knew what would change? Perhaps the South Sea War would have already ended. He had to leave now, but to leave, he had to defeat these three. Lin Ming frowned. He had been caught in a dead end. As Lin Ming was fiercely battling against three others, he didn't know that in a distant corner of the battlefield, two martial artists were secretly talking to each other with a true essence sound transmission. High Lord White Demon, a fist-sized Earth Step Demon Godbone is already enough to exchange for several Heaven Step treasures. I will trade you two, although that Heaven Step spear in your hands is good. It absolutely isn't worthy of an Earth Step Demon Godbone. The one speaking was Duan Kun. He had long noticed that Lin Ming was being suppressed because of the quality of his weapon. Now he wanted to give Lin Ming a new one. Duan Kun, Lan Xin, and Feng Shen all used swords. They didn't have a Heaven Step treasure spear in their spatial rings. Thus, Duan Kun thought of purchasing one from another High Lord. To trade two fist-sized Earth Step Demon Godbones for a low-grade Heaven Step treasure spear was the same as having a massive amount of money drop down from the heavens. By all reasoning, no one would ever reject this offer. However, High Lord White Demon seemed a bit pained with embarrassment. Brother Duanmu, I know what you're trying to say, but even if Lin Ming received my spear, he still might not be able to win. If he loses, then those two great tower masters and supervisor will be furious at me. How would I still continue living? Duan Kun was very understanding of High Lord Whiteman's thoughts. He said, I will deliver the spear. The risk to you is not too large. In addition, as long as you leave the blood slaughter steps, I guarantee you will receive sanctuary under my divine, would holy land. High Lord White Demon, without taking risk, you will never break through to the Emperor level. Where has there ever been such a good deal in this world? Oh, okay, how about this? 3 Earth Step Demon Godbones. All of them the size of a fist. That is our final offer. Because of the 3 of us, that is the totality of the resources we obtained in the Eternal Demon Abyss. The reason that Duan Kun had offered 2 Demon Godbones at the start was so that he could have some bargaining room with High Lord White Demon. It was try to take advantage of others' urgent needs, no matter how tempting the conditions were from the start. So, rather than first putting out the best offer, it was better to slowly toss in the chips until they couldn't be refused. And sure enough, High Lord White Demon was shaken. 3 Earth-Step Demon God Bones could greatly shorten the time it took from him to break through from a 4-star Demon King to a quasi-Emperor. If he could continue like that, then he really would one day reach the Emperor level. Truly, there were no riches in this world without danger. If a massive meat pie fell down from the sky, and he didn't eat it because he feared it was poisonous, then that was the same as him giving up on ever becoming a true emperor. Gritting his teeth, High Lord White Demon calmly handed over a spatial ring to Duan Mukun. The spear is inside. I've already erased my soul mark. Do with it as you will. Great. Duan Mukun didn't waste time and directly passed a spatial ring containing the 3 Earth-Step Demon God Bones to High Lord White Demon. At the same time, his figure flashed, and he appeared at the edge of the battlefield, extracting a white spear from the spatial ring. This was also partly the reason why High Lord White Demon was originally unwilling to hand over this spear. This spear was far too blatantly garish and easily recognizable. Brother Lin, take this spear. Whoosh. Duan Mukun threw out the spear. At this time, Lin Ming was facing the dual attacks of the Great Axe Tower Master and Elder Shao. He was indeed facing a crisis. The power of space around him was becoming increasingly chaotic, and it was becoming much more difficult to use the concept of space effectively. But at this moment, as Lin Ming saw a long spear shooting towards him, his eyes lit up. Not good. As Lin Ming saw this white long spear, the Great Axe Tower Master, Elder Shao, and the Polaris Tower Master also saw this spear. The Great Axe Tower Master and Elder Shao were attacking, so they were unable to intercept this spear. Only the Polaris Master was able to rush towards this white spear. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming erupted with true essence. The heretical god Force revolved to its limits, forcefully distorting the chaotic power of space. Once again, he shrunk the space under his feet and avoided the attacks of the Great Axe Tower Master and Elder Shao, seeming as if he teleported in front of the white long spear. Chapter 664, The Tide Turns. Chapter 664, The Tide Turns. Lin Ming, go and die. As the Polaris Tower Master saw Lin Ming rushing towards that heaven-step white spear, he knew that it was impossible to catch up to him with his speed. So, wielding his great sword, he slashed out at Lin Ming, wanting to force him back instead. However, Lin Ming completely ignored the Polaris Tower Master's attack. His eyes flashed with a thick killing intent as he grabbed onto the spear shaft with a heavy clapping sound. At this time, the Polaris Tower Master's attack was less than 10 feet away from Lin Ming. The one who will die is you. The energy within Lin Ming's body erupted like a colossal volcano. Holding onto that white spear, he suddenly turned around and thrust it out, penetrating Rainbow. Bang! A keen spear light tore apart the Polaris Tower Master's sword light as if it were made of paper. At this time, Lin Ming no longer needed to use the power of his battle spirit to reinforce his spear. The strength of his battle spirit was completely freed from its shackles. Along the shaft of the spear, the power of thunder and fire twisted together. With the complete increased strength from a bronze-level battle spirit, the prestige of Lin Ming's spear had reached the pinnacle. Before, Lin Ming could only block the Polaris Tower Master's attacks, but now he completely overwhelmed and swept away those same attacks. A rainbow of light howled out. The void trembled. The Polaris Tower Master gave out a pitiful cry as his body was swept up by that spear light. He was sent flying back like broken sack, spewing out a mouthful of blood in midair. Young Master. Elder Shao was enraged. He didn't attack Lin Ming, but instead his figure disappeared as he rushed towards the Polaris Tower Master to catch him. Rapidly stuffing a life-saving pill into the Polaris Tower Master's mouth, Elder Shao suddenly looked up, his eyes like those of a rabid wolf. Lin Ming! Elder Shao heatedly glared at Lin Ming before his eyes shifted to Duanmu-kun. And you too, Duanmu-kun, you are asking to die. Duanmu-kun's expression was calm. He coldly said, Me? Asking to die? Ha ha! The Polaris Tower Master has been planting slave seals into top talents and controlling them as his own slaves. After so many years, who knows just how many outstanding young elites have died because of him. This matter is something the Holy Land Alliance will absolutely investigate. When that time comes, who dies? Who lives? None of that is certain. It might be true that the Polaris Tower Master is the son of the Blood Slaughter Steppes ruler, but as far as I know, the ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steppes probably has over a dozen children. For just a single son, will he be willing to oppose the Holy Land Alliance? The Steppes Master was an emperor-level powerhouse who had lived for over 5,000 years. After so many years, it wasn't strange for him to have several dozen children. Even if the Polaris Tower Master was the most outstanding and talented of all his children, he still wasn't worth such a massive sacrifice. Duanmu-kun, do you think I won't kill you just because you have the divine wood holy land behind you? Elder Zhao's eyes flashed with a fanatical killing intent. At this time, a crazed idea began to take form in his mind. That was to kill every outsider and silence all witnesses. As for the others, he would force them into a soul contract so that this secret was kept forever. Outwardly, he would claim that the eternal demon abyss had erupted again, causing all the outstanding heroic youths here to die. Without a shadow of a doubt, this would cause an enormous pressure to fall onto the Blood Slaughter Steppes. But if he were to allow this people to leave, then the consequences of that would be extremely bad. Moreover, he and the Polaris Tower Master might become chess pieces that the Steppes Master would give up. Thinking of this, Elder Zhao's heart burned with an even fiercer killing intent. What? Do you want to fight? Duanmu-kun was extremely intelligent. He could vaguely guess what Elder Zhao was thinking and drew out his sword without hesitation. He was well aware that he was not a match for this old man, but he also believed that Lin Ming wouldn't just sit there and watch him die. As Duanmu-kun glanced over at Lin Ming, he saw Lin Ming's lips really did move, passing on a true essence sound transmission to him. Thank you, Brother Duanmu. Lin Ming, will carve this kindness in my heart. I will never forget this for the rest of my life. Lin Ming was a person who believed in the commitments he made. If he made a promise or a pledge, he would inevitably accomplish it. He was aware that Duanmu-kun's actions were all in order to repay him for saving his life earlier. For such a peerless and proud son of heaven like Duanmu-kun, what someone like him would find most reluctant was owing favors to others. Only when he returned the kindness would his thoughts be able to flow smoothly. Of course, Duanmu-kun also did this because he wished to form a better relationship with Lin Ming, to befriend a top master in the prime of their youth, and also temper that friendship through the fires of life and death. This sort of friendship would be extremely strong and reliable in the future. Going out, making friends and comrades, knowing masters, all of this would be of great help in the future. Even for someone like Lin Ming, who tended towards being a loner, he still liked to make friends. For instance, gaining access to materials, news, and so forth. All of this would be much easier in the future with a friend to help him. But what Duanmu-kun didn't expect was that at this time, Elder Zhao's face would flash with a ferocious light as he loudly shouted out, "Every High Lord of the Blood Slaughter Steppes, obey my orders. Kill Duanmu-kun. If you can kill Duanmu-kun, you will receive 5 genes of low-grade Earth Steppe Demon God Bones and 3 genes of medium-grade Earth Steppe Demon God Bones." As Duanmu-kun heard Elder Zhao issue out this comment, his complexion changed. This old man was so insane that he wanted to openly kill him here. Did he not fear offending his divine would holy land at all? Whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, Lan Xian and Feng Shen moved to cover his sides, both of them extracting their long swords. Their attitude and meaning was clear. As friends, they would live together or die together. At this time, they also guessed what Elder Shao was doing. If he was willing to kill Duanmu Kun to silence all the witnesses here, then how could they be let off? It was true that the Holy Land Alliance was powerful, but they were only able to indirectly exert pressure onto the blood slaughter steppes. It was impossible for them to directly attack the blood slaughter steppes. That strange and mystical power within the blood slaughter steppes could kill any powerhouse that was at life destruction or above. The higher one's cultivation, the higher the chances of dying from that curse. Even an emperor-level powerhouse might die if they stepped into the blood slaughter steppes. Within the entire Holy Demon Continent, there were only a handful of emperor-level powerhouses that had the qualifications to safely re-enter the blood slaughter steppes. Of these people, besides the 8-fall war emperor, most of them had gone into seclusion in who knew what heaven-forsaken lands, and were nearly impossible to find. Hearing such generous rewards, the High Lords present immediately felt their hearts stir with temptation. It had to be known that of these High Lords, the majority of them didn't have the ability to enter into the Emperor level in the future. But if they had that much demon god bone, that wouldn't necessarily be true. Some of them were already tracing their spatial rings. Duanmu Kun smiled, his face immeasurably cold and decisive. Truly humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. So what if you obtain so many demon god bones? Is it worth it if you aren't alive to enjoy it? If you kill us, do you not fear the combined retaliation of our 3 holy lands, all of them willing to hunt you down? That is, unless you plan on never leaving the blood slaughter steppes in the future. As the High Lords present heard Duanmu Kun's words, many of them began to waver with hesitation. All of them would have to leave the blood slaughter steppes after they reached a boundary equivalent to the life destruction realm. If they had to simultaneously face the combined forces of 3 holy lands chasing them down, then there really wasn't any way they could survive that. As Elder Shao saw these High Lords waffle around, he laughed and said, "Duanmu Kun, you really are skilled at fooling the hearts of others. Do you think you are that important? Outside of here, we will say that you died because the eternal demon abyss erupted. Even if you're divine, would Holy Land tries to pressure my blood slaughter steppes, all we will have to do is pay some compensation for their losses. You said that the steppes ruler has many sons, but your divine would Holy Land has even more talents. You are the most outstanding junior of the last 100 years, but that is only 100 years. To the divine would Holy Land that has existed for 10,000 years, what do you think 100 years is to them? There have been many 100-year peerless talents that have died the same within the blood slaughter steppes, as long as there is enough interest in both parties. Any conflict can be resolved. Do you really think that for a mere you, your divine would Holy Land would actually completely break off from the blood slaughter steppes? Do not forget, this land is the best trial by fire for raising the new generation of geniuses. Not only was Elder Shao rich in combat experience, but he was an eloquent individual who was skilled at speaking. With just a few superficial moves, the winds were behind him, and all the High Lords believed he was right. And right he was. The blood slaughter steppes had to fear and give face to the divine would Holy Land, but the divine would Holy Land also had to do the same in return. Otherwise, they would never be able to send their outstanding, heroic youths there again. For these 2 forces, as long as the issue wasn't too great, it could be resolved in secret with appropriate compensation. If they both fought, then it would simply be a lose-lose situation. Finally, over 20 High Lords began to move. High Lord Black Ash was also amongst these 20-some High Lords. He malevolently smiled as he said, "Sorry, Brother Duanmu. Even if I don't kill you, others will. Why give advantages to others when I can take them myself? Please understand, he. Seeing the situation deteriorate in front of him, it wasn't just Duan Mukun who was grimacing. Even Zhuan Yu, who wasn't involved in any of this, began to nervously sweat. He too was a Holy Land descendant. Although he wasn't a Fae, it was still possible they would kill him in order to eliminate another potential witnesses. What do we do? Lan Xian was a bit panicked. Although she was a Holy Land descendant, she had never been in this sort of situation before. Facing this sort of crucial moment, she was at a bit of a loss. There were only 3 of them. Against the many High Lords in front of them, there was simply no path to survival. Kill! High Lord Black Ash shouted out. He was about to rush at Lan Xian when at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly moved. He raised the white spear in his hands and stabbed it towards the Polaris Tower Master. At this time, the Polaris Tower Master had basically lost all of his combat strength, hanging on a life simply because of the pills that were sustaining him. Now, it was impossible for him to block Lin Ming's attack. Elder Zhao's eyes glinted with a cold light. You dare? He placed his lance horizontally, protecting the Polaris Tower Master. But at this moment, Lin Ming sneered. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and his figure instantly vanished. In the next instant, he appeared several hundred feet away. The location he had appeared at was actually within those 20-some High Lords right behind High Lord Black Ash. Without a further word, Lin Ming thrust out his spear. In terms of his elusive ability to appear anywhere like a fading ghost, no one could rival Lin Ming. Puff. Ugh. High Lord Black Ash only felt his chest go cold. Looking down, he froze as he saw a white, blood-stained spear stretching out from his chest. The spear lifted up. High Lord Black Ash's originally diminutive body was lifted up on the shaft. As he was stuck on the spear, he looked no different from a frog on a skewer. High Lord Black Ash's face flashed with a thick and pure unwilling despair. He grabbed the spear shaft, wanting to turn around. However, as an imp martial artist, his neck was too short, so he couldn't turn much. Go die. The power of a battle spirit erupted. High Lord Black Ash suddenly shook as all his organs were twisted into goo. Lin Ming withdrew his white spear, the front wet with blood. His entire body blazed with an overwhelming killing intent. At this time, he stood within the many High Lords. All of the High Lords felt a chill crawl up their backs as their courage began fading away. A wisp of pure infernal energy left High Lord Black Ash's body and was sucked up into Lin Ming's. As Elder Xiao saw this, he immediately paled. This was disastrous. He realized that Lin Ming wanted to use these ordinary High Lords as his blood sacrifice, becoming a true 12-winged heavenly demon. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.